Welcome back to the ESL Pro League Season 5 LAN Finals. We are here finally in quarterfinals day. The groups are over. All these teams now playing for elimination. In case you didn't tune in for the first couple days, though, we can have a little bit of a bracket recap. This morning, I've got Chad, I've got Vendetta. They're going to start us off. How we all doing?
Really good this morning, yeah. Sprightly, I think, is probably the best way to put it. Best night's sleep I've
Feeling
had.
spry?
Yeah. I went to bed at 10:30, so that's the latest I've gone to bed.
Bit of a wild child.
Yeah, living on the edge.
Yeah, it's been kind of got the same sentiment. Really nice night of sleep, which is not too common really during these events.
Not too common for esports.
Yeah, so no, feeling pretty good about it. Excited to get into quarterfinals.
Yes, exactly. And in case you weren't turning in the first couple days, we're going to bring up the groups A and B standings just so you know exactly where we left off yesterday. You can see there, Group A, G2 Esports has gone straight through to the semifinals. Same with North, they topped both of their groups. It's going to be EnVy and SK after a long tiebreaker series with Fnatic involved. Those are the other two teams that are going to go through in Group A, Mouse Sports and Team Liquid. They avoid the tiebreakers, and those two teams as well move on. Any comments on either of these things?
Group A, I think, SK with that blistering start on day one and then to drop off on day two was a bit disappointing. And then Fnatic, to kind of do everything they had to do to get through, and then because of other matchups, especially with EnVyUs having a few upsets, them not making it through, and I think they're very disappointed, and it sucks that we don't get to see them in the playoffs.
Yeah, really does. I guess the flip side is we did get to see a much improved EnVyUs, which is always fun. RPK has just been a monster the entire tournament so far, which is cool for us to see. Who's known about him since the heyday of his reign. Before Shox was a thing, pretty much. So that's awesome. For Group A, kind of disappointed and let down really by Navi's performance. You would have expected them to at least make top three, make it out of groups, get to quarterfinals. Not the case though. Team Liquid showing to be the stronger team overall. Yeah,
Team Liquid, the sole North American representative. But over in Group A, let's focus on G2 because they were the #1 seed. Surprisingly, probably the #1 seed, but I mean they've been team improving that we've wanted to keep our eyes on into this tournament, and it was off the back of some other French legends that have had a little bit of a resurgence form. NBK's had a good tournament so far, despite being in a slump at times recently. Yeah, no,
if you look at, his previous tournament in, not Tours, but Austin, for instance, he probably had the worst tournament he's had throughout his entire pro career. Even if you want to go back to, previous iterations of Counter-Strike, that was just a complete shocker, really, for him. And he knew that as well, and we know that he, should play at a much higher level, and he's shown that definitely. He had a really good cobble game yesterday to kind of showcase that, he still has it, and he can still bring it. And he was kind of the driving force that kicked things into gear for G2 in many ways versus SK.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we have a little bit of a special treat as well. We actually have an interview with the aforementioned NBK over in Dallas.
I think we've had an upwards trajectory. We started very slow, had quite a lot of trouble to qualify to tournaments, to win online games, but then at some point we just had a click where everything went good again, and we started winning all our online games. We had decent results on LAN. We always lost our LAN tournaments to the teams that were going to win the tournament. Lastly, we won one in France, and that's very good for confidence. So we've been working a lot, and we've been still trying to figure out what's going on within the team and who is supposed to do what. Yeah, now we're finally finding some momentum in our spot where we want to be. Yesterday we were very shaky, even when we played EnVy and won against them. We were just not in our spot. We're not very confident. We're not in that LAN atmosphere and mode where you just have to think about headshotting people and nothing else, basically, because your game is set and there's nothing you can change anymore. And then coming against SK, things just changed because we're facing the best team in the world, and it gives you an extra motivation. And so that's where we managed to just get together, get as a team again, and everything was working for us. So from that game, then we just had to carry it on against Fnatic, and that's what we did. What's very important for us is to work on our consistency. We have troubles to stay emotionally stable for most of the players and to always give what is needed to be given at any point of time. And so that's one of our main weaknesses, and respecting our game, because we often know what's the right decision, what to do at the right moment, but we generally, sometimes we don't do it, and then it makes us crumble and makes us lose the game. So again, it's just finding that baseline where we cannot lose against X or Y team because of this or that reason. So it's just trying to remove those small mistakes, those stupid mistakes, and again from there, one round after the other, just making the right decisions. And yeah, it's a hard work, but we're getting there.
Hard work paying off for G2 as they were in a 4-way tie in Group A, all teams 3-2, but G2 beat the other 3 teams in it. SK, EnVy, and Fnatic all fell to them. That left the tiebreaker matchup, which occurred on Train, and that was EnVyUs and SK Gaming who go through. Fnatic was eliminated. A little bit unfortunate for those guys, but still, SK somehow just managed to hang on. And you're going to see all 3 of those teams in Dallas. So get your tickets at proleague.com/Dallas. They're going to be in the Verizon Theater. Make sure you guys show up, support the teams, come see some good Counter-Strike. But really, let's start with EnVyUs, because the other French team, the kind of the rejects of that French shuffle that made this super team, how have they managed to still stay alive in this competition?
Well, that's kind of the funny thing, because when you look at a leftover team, normally that doesn't really like spring off the table. Like, you don't necessarily get surprised by, or you don't look at the lineup on paper and think to themselves like, oh yeah, there's pretty good players in here. Normally it's just like, yeah, this makes sense. This is kind of just the scraps of it. But with a French squad, you actually end up with quite a few all-star players on that side. Obviously, like we're talking about when they're at their peak form. Happy has obviously been a formidable player for a very, very long time. Same thing goes for RPK as well.
Yeah.
And now you have, a newer guy in XMS to kind of round things out, bring them some fresh blood into that squad. And it's just really cool to see that they're still able to maintain a high level, because normally this kind of thing would break the spirits of a lot of experienced players.
Yeah, and Chad, how do you really reconcile the fact that SK Gaming on day 1, just 3-0, they seemed unstoppable, seemed unbeatable, come into day 2, and it was just a real shocker. They almost slipped completely out of even the playoffs overall.
Yeah, that interview with Taco where he's talking about their veto phase and how they made decisions, that just boggles my mind, right? I know for a while now, I remember watching an interview with Fallen, and they said they don't really look into teams anymore, and they don't like go for the counter-strat play. They just do their own thing, and they're confident that they can adjust in game. And you need to look at the vetoes, right? You need to look at what other teams' strengths and weaknesses are. Even if you do consider yourself a better team and better on all those maps, you don't want to be giving them their I guess, comfort pick.
Yeah.
You give them that, and then they run away with a pistol round, first gun round, you're going to be in trouble. And they just didn't look themselves at all. Like day 1, they were amazing. Like absolutely, we thought they were going to win this
Didn't drop a single round on the T side at all. Yeah.
No, but no, it's just super weird. And again, it's the kind of defiance of logic, really, when you listen to Taco's reasoning for why they chose Inferno versus EnVy and why they chose Cobble versus G2. It's first like, well, we haven't watched G2 play Cobble. We just know they're really good at it, so we let them have it. And then it was like over to EnVy. He was like, well, Veto didn't pan out that well because we were left with Inferno and Cobble, and we're really strong on both maps, and we know that EnVy are really good on Inferno. So we went with Inferno.
Yeah.
It's like, none of that makes sense.
Some of the stuff with that, right, is like a mentality thing. When you lose a map, which they just had to G2, which was Cobble, maybe they were hesitant to play it again. But if you know it's really like one of your best maps in your top 3, you have to back it every time. You can't be too shy of it just because you had an off map or they did something which kept you down.
We have talked at length at times about SK and a little bit confusion and how good their map pool can actually be, which ones are going to be consistent with them. But over in Group B, there was no such confusion. It was 2 teams that really dominated the field. It was North, it was Mouse Sports, both going 4-1. They were incredible, both of those squads. But it was North that goes out in the first seed off the back of Config, one of those stars that they have to have show up. He has had just a blistering tournament. It doesn't seem like anyone can stop him at the moment. Yeah,
no, he's been absolutely insane so far. He had some incredible clutches as well. On the B stream. Nice
little one tap.
Yeah, who doesn't do that in 1v1s, right? No, he's been absolutely incredible so far, and I think it's obviously very important for North as well, given the fact that they have made a lot of changes, as Chad alluded to in the first day of preach shows. Like, that's absolutely insanity.
Well,
one bullet left. Like,
what's the jump for, though? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. Well, I mean, Rush knew that he had 1 bullet, right? Obviously, so, trying to make it harder, increase difficulty levels, but Config's been playing aimbots for God knows how long, probably.
Yeah, we're saying that it was the easier group, right? Not good to top that group. But the thing for me, which is interesting with that Config running out to just some ridiculous frags early on and putting 7 rounds up on the board for his team on his own, then he fades out. At the moment, we haven't seen anybody else or a consistent second to him step up. Normally it's Magic's boy, but it's not that he's not doing his job, because he definitely is. Everyone else is doing their job. Config's just killing everybody, and then everyone else just chimes in. But when they get to harder opponents, he's going to need that secondary, even third star with him to consistently be putting up those numbers. It's not going to be as easy for him.
I will say that 2 of the players, though, who haven't necessarily been around or haven't necessarily put up the biggest performances in that North squad have been doing pretty well for themselves so far in Dallas, which is MSL and AZ. Obviously, we talked about how AZ doesn't necessarily have the same kind of role that he had in his old Dignitas lineup and so on. So you're not going to see the same kind of performances like we're seeing from Config and Magisk right now. But I think both AZ and MSL have had above average performances from what we've seen previously, and that's also one of the reasons why they're able to top their group when someone like Magisk doesn't necessarily fire on all cylinders.
Yeah, and obviously it was Mouse Sports and it was Team Liquid that went out as well in that group. We'll take a look at the bracket right now to see exactly what we're going to be getting today. These are going to be the quarterfinal matchups. Mouse Sports and SK Gaming is going to be first. The winner of that has G2 Esports waiting for them in the semifinal. That's going to be a tough match. That would be very cool. SK versus G2 would be very, actually each of those teams really. And then at the bottom you can see Liquid versus Envy, and the winner of that is going to face off against North. That's going to be the second quarterfinal that we will have for you today. These quarterfinals, guys, well, I mean, do we have any initial thoughts on them so far?
Well, there's no sugarcoating it. The Mouse Sports versus SK one is much more exciting, right? The EnVyUs Liquid one are two teams who, it's not that we didn't think well, I didn't think EnVyUs could do it, right? But Liquid, on the other hand, they were fighting for that third spot in my mind. EnVyUs have impressed, so it's good to see, them get to this point. How far they can go in the tournament, they're just going to have to continue to keep impressing me because, sure, they did good, but I'm still looking at the SKs, the G2, and the North as the top three going into it, and the top side of the bracket is where we're going to see that, not in the EnVyUs versus Liquid matchup.
Right.
Liquid were looking better. We've talked about them being constantly in a rebuilding phase, but we're still getting there with them.
They needed some help from Optic as well to even get into the playoffs. Any thoughts on the bracket so far for you?
For me, I would to take the other matchup really and focus a little bit in on that. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not Team Liquid can get through best of 3 series, because one of my biggest gripes with that team has been their very limited map pool. And obviously, going into best of 3s, you can only hide your weaknesses so much, and that's where you're going to see the real strength of Liquid if they're actually gotten a little bit better overall from what we saw in the regular season.
Yeah, and that's actually something that JDM has even emphasized. The map pool for Team Liquid has to grow. We'll be seeing that quarterfinal later on today. When we come back from the break, it is going to be, it is going to be the other quarterfinal, which is
exactly
Mouse Sports and SK. Ooh, it's early in the morning. Mouse Sports versus SK after the break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Lenovo Legion, Xfinity, ESCA, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, Logitech G, and Zowie.
Yes, the first quarterfinal of the ESL Pro League LAN finals are underway right now. Mouse Sports taking on SK Gaming for a spot in the semifinal. They've got G2 waiting for them there. But let's start with Mouse Sports, a team that at the beginning of the season we were pretty much thinking that they were going to have a really rough road when they lost Nico. Who is going to step up into their place? And it's been everyone on this team. Chad, you've mentioned a couple times there's no slouches on this squad, and they have 5 players now who can deliver.
Yeah, and the really interesting thing is everybody's kind of stood up in this tournament so far. I think they've had 4 different player of the matches throughout their group stage. So that means everybody's done it. And the only one who hasn't is Dennis, and he's the one who we'd normally see as the I guess, least, I guess, fragger. Yeah. But the thing with Dennis is he's the entry fragger on that T side, right? And if you look at the positions that he's playing on the CT side, he's also in some rotated positions, so he's going to have a rough time across the board. But yeah, the positives here, Oscar, he's having a great tournament so far, and Rops is also chiming in, slowly getting molded into that star that we think he can be.
Haven't even gotten to Chris J yet, who had that 30 kill game against Optic on Koppel as well. So, I mean, just so much talent on this roster. Vendetta, like these guys, I mean, we haven't even gotten to Lol. Lol's shown up to be a very good young player who's kind of filled his gap in this roster very, very nicely. Yeah,
absolutely. And he's been around for a while as well, similar to with Mixwell. Didn't really get their break until very late into their career in that sense.
ESL Barcelona, G-Bots last
exactly.
year.
That's where dreams started, right? And for Lowell as well, he's been around for a long time. So it's cool to see that he's finally getting a shot and is actually taking full advantage of it as well. I think, as you mentioned, if we're going to highlight people, it's probably going to be guys like Oscar or Robs because, just because of the performances they've put out. But always, right behind them is Lowell, and he's just been a very consistent performer for them. And I think that's incredibly important when you have to do things by committee instead of just relying on individuals.
Especially someone who's definitely standing right behind them is LMBT, and I'm actually, without talking to them and just watching their gameplay, Chris J being a new in-game leader, I'm going to put a lot on LMBT for giving these guys a good game plan. When you watch them play, they have moves, right, that are predetermined. The thing that I don't think that they have completely worked out yet and is going to take time is the chemistry or the theory side of Counter-Strike. It's obvious that they've done like strategies and moves on the CT side to take territory, but it's very telegraphed. Yep. You're watching maybe their cobblestone and stuff, you can see when certain smokes land, which players are going to be where, which is all good and fine, but once you get worked out, that's when you need to be a team like SK who has natural chemistry and can adapt on the fly. So I think they're still building to that.
No, that's a great way to lead in, because if there's any team that has nailed down this theory and have kind of written the book on theory in the current meta at the moment, it's SK Gaming. These guys have been incredible the way they play together for the past year or so, and now with Phelps finally looking like they're feeling comfortable with him in the roster.
Yeah, really coming into his own, Phelps, ever since joining this lineup, and it's very true. It seems like Fallen is, that crazy alchemist that kind of found the golden recipe for success in CS for the last year and a half, and it's kind of nice to see that even with the struggles they had initially, they're not necessarily backing away from it either. They're sticking to what they know. They're sticking to what's been tried and true in the past, and going with that. So even if that does mean that Phelps has to make some adjustments to his game style, they're still going to be a very, very strong team. And I think overall that's what we're seeing more and more of.
Yeah, I don't think it's Phelps getting comfortable in the team. I think it's Phelps being forced to do what the team needs him to do. So if anything, he's probably less comfortable. And someone who's looks like they've been let off the leash more because of that is this man on the screen right now, Fur. He was having an absolute field day in drop room on Cobble in those victories. They had just manhandling the opponent, which was great to see. I think the player we're seeing at this point in time who's struggling because of all this aggression is Coldzera. He doesn't really need to shine as much when his stars are just going out and killing everybody, They don't need as many clutch rounds, especially when they're not dropping any T rounds. It's like, well,
there's a limit to what he can do, right? Like, again, there's only 5 people to kill, and if Brian Phelps are going to kill 4 of them, then you're only left with so much.
That's been the talk of throughout this group stage of SK, is that we still haven't seen Cold,
which
is insane to see. He's here now. It's series play where he comes alive. We'll see. We're going to get the vetoes up on the screen as soon as they come in. But, I mean, just first, a little bit of thoughts heading into this map pick phase. I mean, we often talk that there's not a lot of weaknesses you can pick out for SK, but heading into the map veto phase, it's always been one of their biggest strengths. Where are they looking to take this one? I mean, surely Cobble is a map that they would like to play.
But this is the curious thing about SK, because leading into this tournament, they said that, they've said that we don't really know what our map pool is anymore. All we know pretty much for certainty is that they're not playing Nuke.
Yeah.
And that's normally you could pretty much pinpoint what SK wanted to do depending on who they were playing against. Nowadays, it's a bit more up in the air. Cobble's definitely still a strong map for them, but then it comes down to whether they fall shook by the fact that they lost so heavily to G2 yesterday. Same thing goes with Inferno as well. It's been a map that they've happily taken on them, even though it's a fairly new map into the pool. And then they go on to lose 16-3 to EnVyUs. So whether or not that's going to actually shake their confidence and they're going to stay away from those maps is obviously something that is going to be tough to tell.
What we're seeing on the screen right now is one of the potential strengths and weaknesses at the same time, I think, for SK is that AWP on Taco, right?
Yeah.
I think it's good that he picks it up for utility's sake to take that map control when they know they need it. But it also, if they do a fast B, he gets caught out of position. He's not a combat AWP. You're not going to see him doing the fall and quick scopes, just flicking around and getting multi-kills. That's when I see them struggling with the AWP. So if you know he's going to be picking that up, and he has been quite early, which I'm not really a fan of, it can be exploited on that B site quite easily. So that's something that they have to weigh up as a pro or a con. And then that drop control by Fur and Phelps, like early and late round, is really good on their T side.
Right. I mean, that's always going to be an important part of the map. But then, I mean, moving on to another map that SK seemingly had a little bit of a favoritism toward is Cash, which was kind of interesting in this phase just because, remember, Mouse Sports with Nico, Cash was like their one-trick pony map. That was the map you just never played him on. It was basically all they could get wins on.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, is there a chance, because we've seen SK Gaming more and more playing a bit of Cash?
Yeah, they've definitely been playing more and more in Cash, and one of the things that's been really helpful for them is obviously Coldzera and Phelps playing towards that B-bomb site is never a bad combo to have. At times they do seem a tiny bit, disjointed in what they want to do. Phelps oftentimes lurking around those smokes around B main, while Coldzera is playing more further back and passive towards the B side, which can obviously lead to awkward situation where Phelps get caught off and there's no real return frag from Coldzera because he's not in a position to do so. But I think one of the strengths they have on their CT side is Fur. As you mentioned, he's been lights up for the better part of 2017, and one of the ways he does that on Cash is by being hyper aggressive, whether it's towards A main or actually being active towards middle, getting pop flashed into A main, for instance, just to find those early opening frags for SK alleviates a ton of pressure for them.
Yeah, and I think on that CT side as well, something which is going back to that theory side of Counter-Strike we talk about, something that Fallen preaches to these guys is the way to take map control. So when they lose a piece, let's say they lose middle, they're always going aggressive in that A main and taking that back off them. Cache for me is a map where you need to do that. You need to make sure if you're losing territory, you're taking ground somewhere else, or you're just playing a very retake setup, and SK have a fantastic understanding of that.
Yeah. Interesting note is in the map pool of SK at the moment is Train used to be such a dominant map for them, and with the Phelps acquisition, they've only been 5-8 on it since he joined the roster, so that's dipped off a little bit. Would be kind of fun to see if they're going to go back to that. Also to find out why exactly Phelps has not been working well on that map. Either way, when we switch over to the mouse sports side of things in this veto phase, Inferno, I mean, that seems like a map that they would like to play. Where are they going to try and take this one against an SK Russia that's always had this deep map pool?
Well, it looks like SK are already struggling mentally with losing a map, right? They didn't pick it again versus EnVyUs like we touched on earlier. So it'd be interesting to see losing Inferno to EnVyUs, how that's going to resonate with them. Are they going to be willing to allow that in the veto phase? How strong do Mouse feel on that map, right? They have a lot of versatility, but we do say, AWPers can struggle on that. That hasn't been the case for Oscar, who moves around with that AWP. You see him in apps, you see him like quad side of mid, you see him at B. He's everywhere with it, and that's very menacing. It makes it very difficult for the Ts. They have to use a lot more flashes and jiggle peeking and utility to clear out corners so they're not losing a frag and giving away an early man advantage. So when you have a player like this, who Oscar is the type of AWPer that I would love to work with, the guy that is telling me as an in-game leader, I want to go here, I want to pick here, this is the plan I want to do, flash for me. That's so good because as in-game leader, you have someone who's taking the initiative and making your life so much easier on that CT side. And yeah, props to him.
Yeah, and this round in particular is kind of a result of what you see initially, the fact that Oscar's been moving about so all over the map that Liquid doesn't really have any sort of opportunity to kind of pinpoint, like we know that he's going to be playing this part of the map, so we can either save utility for going towards towards A instead of B because that's where Oscar was last round, that kind of thing, and they end up walking into a bit of a gauntlet, and Mouseport are able to set up in a pretty decent manner where they actually have follow-ups to whatever Oscar's doing, because you saw in all of those clips, whenever Oscar is moving out a different side of the map, he's never necessarily alone if he's going aggressively. In Banana, he had two people with him. So he's always kind of that surprise momentum that opponents can never really be certain of. And that's obviously terrifying if you're playing the T side, because you have to spend so much utility that when you finally get the map control to set up for an execute, you're not going to have the same kind of strength and oomph to your push as you would have had initially.
The only problem that I see with this kind of playstyle across all maps is if you only can rely on an AWP or aggressive moves to find you map control and frags early, and you can't just hold the bomb sites in a standard 2-1-2 kind of formation on, say, like a Cage or an Inferno, for example, 2 on the quad side / apps, 1 on the arch side, and then 2 towards B. If you can't just hold like that, you're going to have a hard time falling back when a team is waiting out until the last 20-30 seconds of a round. If you're searching for an aggressive pick all the time, you will get punished, and that can put you in 4v5 situations, and no one wants to be there.
Yeah, that's actually, and I think especially when you're going up against a team like SK, who are going to be very quick to realize what your strengths and weaknesses are, that's how you get abused very easily if you don't have a fallback plan. And we see that all the time, actually, with these fringe teams who are not necessarily established at the very top, who are trying to make that final push. They get, at times manhandled by the very best teams in the world because they're able to recognize those kind of small nuances to their game.
Yeah, and now we're going to get up the map, Vito. We talked a lot about what we think we're going to be seeing, but we're going to get up exactly what these teams have picked and banned, see where this battle is going to take place. This is a best of 3. We've had best of 1s up until then, so it is the standard. Each team's going to ban a map, each team's going to pick a map, and we're going to get down to the decider as well. And here we're going to see the bans coming out. Nuke for SK, Overpass for Mouse Sports.
Yeah, the interesting thing here for Mouse Sports, right, is if they float that train into the first pick phase, which they have, it could be picked and used against them. But SK, on the other hand, they showed a lot in those overtimes with their default strategies and how they like to approach full gun rounds. So a lot of research can be done by the Mouse Sports guys against that. I don't know. It was either Overpass or Train, right? When we were theory crafting this,
definitely.
it was going to be the ban for Mouse. So I guess they're not too scared of Train, more scared of Overpass.
I think it's more of a case that we haven't really seen SK have a certain necessarily a dip on Overpass like we've seen them have on Train ever since Phelps came into that lineup. SK is still a very, very strong Overpass team. Train definitely have some very glaring issues to, at least on their CT sides, that they have to address, and that's obviously something that Mouse Sports, again, have plenty of maps to look into. They can look at demos and whatnot throughout the regular season to see what kind of mistakes that SK are making on that map.
Yeah, and something to keep in mind with this pick phase is the other team gets to pick the side, right?
Yeah.
So you don't want to be giving away a map right now which can be heavily CT sided. So SK, if they were to pick Train, that means that Mouse can take that CT side and run away with it. So going into the next round, right, if you're SK, I'm not quite sure, you can choose from a lot of maps, right? Mirage, historically, a map that they broke out on, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Mouse Sports who picked Mirage and SK who picked Cache. So they're really middle ground maps, right?
They're very middle ground maps, and again we talked about
Mouse Sports starts as T as well on
Mirage.
both sides, or both maps really.
Yeah.
So
Well,
okay.
I don't think that's the end of the world.
on
Like
Cache,
starting T on Cache, not necessarily the end of the world at all. I don't think it's going to be that bad for them necessarily on Mirage either if they have a good game plan for it. Honestly, I'm kind of a bit surprised. I could see the pick for SK side, why they want to go with Cache. They haven't played it so far this tournament, but it's been a very strong map for them offline.
Is it a risk, though, to go that into Mouse Sports? I mean, this is a team that's historically a different lineup, yes, but...
The historic Mouse Sports on Cache, for me, is a team who just made these amazing gambles and these amazing reads on their CT side, right? And they would find themselves having like a 3-stack there or doing perfect aggression and finding frags and just completely shutting down the opponent on the T side. So if that's LMBT's doing, which I think it was when Nico was in the team as well, then that could happen to SK. But if SK are confident on it, we don't.
Yeah, but I mean, go the other way with
confidence.
it, right? This used to be at one point SK Gaming's permaban. They just didn't want to play Cache whatsoever. They've been working back into it, but are we really that sold on the idea of Cache?
I'm more sold on the idea of Cache, honestly, than Mirage, really, for SK. But again, I still would have expected them to play something like Cobble if they were following the same mantra that they did yesterday, obviously, and picking to their strengths and not necessarily caring about what their other opponents are doing. So in that sense, it's a bit of a surprise pick, but I think SK should be perfectly fine in handling Mouse Sports on Cache, actually, because I think the kind of playstyle you mentioned that Mouse Sports were known for, and the kind of one-trick pony thing, I think that's much easier to pull off if you have a guy like Nico on your team.
Yeah.
It's much easier to do that when an individual can potentially win you the game alone than doing it by committee versus a very, very strong team.
I think that Fallen can get really exploited in middle on Cache on the CT side because he kind of solo ops it. If they're doing the connector and highway box smokes and taking it quick, like the old meta used to be like a year and a half ago, now what Jason experienced at the show match in Sydney, actually. If they to bust that out, Fallen has to drop back, and that means that the protocols and the theory that SK has in play has to be on point, and they have to react instantly.
I think that was Henry who experienced it as the mid player.
He copped it.
Yeah, the Train and Inferno is going to be the next band that's going to leave the remaining map as Cobble, so... That's the decider. I mean, this was a map that we thought maybe SK was going to be good on. I mean, which way are we thinking these 3 maps are going to be played? Mirage, Cache, Cobble. Is this a win for Mouse Sports? Is this a win for SK in this veto phase?
I think it's very middle ground overall. Again, I'm a tiny bit surprised. Again, well, SK, they have looked weaker on Train, but I don't necessarily think we've seen too much impressive stuff from Mouse Sports on Train either. So to see them ban that out, as their own
lack of confidence, perhaps, rather than
it's kind of weird, yeah. But overall, it's just a very middle of the road veto for both sides. But that leaves you with favoring SK.
I agree exactly with that. I think that now that we have 3 maps that all teams are comfortable on, you would say SK would be favored due to that experience, right? They've been at this stage time and time again where these Mouse Sports guys, they make it to quarterfinals, but Robs, for example, he's never been deep in a tournament of this caliber before. He's been to the DreamHack, but this is another level. So for him to be under this pressure so early, he's going to see how he shows up, right? If he has any issues, and this is where he will crack if he's going to.
And if they move on, then they're on the stage in the Verizon Theater in Dallas. That's an even another next level. That's kind of an overall glimpse. Let's focus on Mirage for the moment. This is a map for SK Gaming. One of their strengths on it is Phelps. I mean, this was like the first map when he came into the roster they actually looked pretty good on with how he plays in window room, with how aggressively he likes to play.
And this is why I'm a bit curious as to why Mousesports want to take it into Mirage, because if you have the chance to potentially get them on a necessarily weaker map where they haven't felt too confident. It was Mousesports pick.
Mouse pick Mirage and SK pick
Cash.
Okay.
Well, that's what it showed on the graphic.
Okay.
Yeah, and if that is the case, then that's kind of it's bold, I guess, from Mousesports to go into Mirage because of what you mentioned. It's one of the first maps that actually started clicking with Phelps. They didn't necessarily have to make too many adjustments to their playstyle. They could kind of just let Phelps do what he does, and you see that especially on their mid takes of Mirage. Phelps has that kind of 3-step motion that he does in mid almost every single time, and he always seems to find a lot of kills from it. So I'm actually, if I'm SK, I'm super happy about Mousesports going into this map.
Yeah, and Jason, I feel like you're looking up clarification for this.
I am. SK picked Mirage.
SK did pick Mirage.
I was right, like usual.
Well, we're just going off the graphic, all right? Don't throw us under the bus.
Yeah,
we throw production under the bus, and that's fine. They're the ones that get thrown.
Had a good time with graphics this weekend.
Yeah, it's been good fun. But yeah, exactly that Phelps play. I remember playing. I always used to love to get a player in the vent room, right? That's not as pivotal as window.
Yeah.
Window, I think you have a lot more flexibility. There's a lot you can do with that. I think also with their CT holds, that A combo of Fur and Phelps is so strong. Like, it's so hard to deal with because that aggression in Palace or A ramp can come in at any time. They're also helping towards connector with Fallen, and then you have Cold Zero as that cap player. Mid and A seem like a no-go zone. I remember that in the past, Cold Zero and Taka have had issues early on towards that B side. I think it was Liquid who were the ones who exploited them, right? And really made them feel uncomfortable. So if I was Mouse, I'd probably be leaning to that side of the map, see if you can find a weakness there early. My biggest concern for Mousesports, though, is on their CT side, they can get dictated to, and without an in-game leader in their ear all the time, like an experienced one, they're going to have a rough time. They're going to have to use those pauses perfectly.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll have to see. And Mousesports has been pretty good tactically. Either way, we've talked a lot about both of these teams. Let us know who you think is going to win. Is it going to be Mousesports? Is it going to be SK? Put your vote in chat. Let's get heard. Either way, the first quarterfinal of the ESL Pro League Season 5 Finals is ready to get underway. Bringing you the action is the casters, Sadicus and Henry G.
Thank you so much. I don't know where to go with that one.
Yeah, you're still learning, are you? Yeah.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Yeah, it's all right. I think we're ready to roll for some Counter-Strike. Obviously, we're moving into the playoffs. Mousesports, surprise of the season, losing Nico and somehow getting better, it seems.
The good thing is as well, what I like about it is all 5 players are contributing. It's not like they're being carried or one person is going like above and beyond. If you look at the results yesterday, it's actually everyone's getting around the 18 to 21 frags mark. It's actually really nice to watch.
Yeah, Rops I think is a big addition as well. The cool thing for me, well, I guess it's kind of not a cool thing for Nico, but Nico started on this team, left, and didn't make the playoffs, and they did. So here they are. Yeah, it's pretty insane. But we start off on Mirage, my, I think, favorite map still. Not that I'm good at it, I just like it.
So Jason said this was SK's pick, but Mousesports started on T. That's kind of weird. But still, 3 sets of armor, and they will be going for the execution. It's going to be actually 5 players committing straight away. Fallen to open things up, and Phelps as well. USB headshots all over the place.
I like how you start the morning off by calling out Jason. Fallen.
Yeah, he got it
down. Fur's got the shot onto Chris J, though, so we sit 4-2. So Oscar wants to go back in, try and find the shot over towards CT, or excuse me, to E-box stairs and mid-connector. They've taken over the CT stairs, but unfortunately, they've had to give it up to go and protect Lowell on the plant. So Oscar had to fight his way back through the site to keep them in the situation. Good opening shot on Phelps. Quite the headshot he was looking for. That is, though, Taco down. Knows Phelps was closer, so he swings out to find that kill as well. And it's Cold Zero that has to make sure, not only does he get the kills quickly, he gives himself time for the defuse. That's not going to happen. Oscar, 4 kills to start things off.
Cold Zero still not looking himself at this tournament. That's normally a shot towards Shadow that he would nail all day long. You give him an inch like that, he normally takes a mile. But Oscar recovering that situation after losing the first 2 frags. They have very fast execution towards the A site. Quite basic as well. Not a ton of smokes or flashbang used, more of a contact play. They lose the first 2 frags. Oscar steps up there above and beyond what is required. 4 headshots. Looking very precise as well. We're going to round number 2. The force buy, not actually, quite a modest buy from SK Gaming. This is what we're seeing more and more of. The CT's getting upgraded pistols, but we do have Fur with the shotgun and Fallen with the scout. So the other 3 taking things a bit easier. CZs, and we'll have a look at the Mousesports buy as well. They've got quite a rifle-centric focus. It's going to be Galils, AKs, and a couple of UMPs as well. So quite powerful in terms of the firepower available to them. 3 smokes, a few flashbangs as well, going with some early mid-control there. It'll be Chris J He's made it towards Delpan, and we've got Lau patrolling top of the middle as well. But no particular stack from the CT side. We've got Fur, that shotgun towards B, and coldzera helping him out of short. Looks like we have got a B split potentially coming here. That smoke pretty much confirms it, but Fallen's there, ready to take the gap down.
Indeed, Fallen's going to rotate off of it as well. Phelps still stays in the window with his deagle.
God.
And absolutely wrecks Rops, who then has Lowell walk in, get taken down by coldzera. Things going from bad to worse, and worse still. All 5 going to stay alive before spy? That's ridiculous.
That's a bit nuts, isn't it? That's why when I saw that smoke deploy, I said, yeah, that pretty much confirms it. But that's a really weak smoke, right? Because you could just smoke in the connector, and then you deny any sort of risk of there being a gap, right? If they'd have done that, like there's a normal smoke you can throw from the top middle that lands on the left-hand side of the connector itself, CTs can't do anything about it. They gave Fallen a little gap to work with. He finds the first kill, then the 1 dig start arriving, and that's SK Gaming leveling things out. Of course, the force buy and return there from Mouse Sports. They'll be going towards B and middle once again. Chris J and Lau looking to get towards the underpass, but Phelps, he's ready with the M4A4. A nice strong buy here from the SK side. This should be quite easy for them, considering there's only 1 smoke available. Phelps watching underpass like a hawk. Easy kill. I say that, though. Kind of whiffed the shot a little bit. His teammate doing a lot better, though. That's Fur getting 3 kills on top of middle. coldzera and Phelps. Clean sweep for SK Gaming. Looked a bit hairy at one point, but well recovered.
So they pick up 2 in a row off the back of winning a force buy. Effective. Now leave Mouse Sports with very little to work with. Just pistols. Look back at 1, 2, and 3. Henry.
1, 2, and 3.
Who was that?
Oh, I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Thanks.
Well, round number 4, you didn't quite get there. It's going to be Mouse Sports with Glocks and a PT50. It's going to be Dennis. He's got the PT50. So the plan is, okay, second Taco just decides to push into B storage, B apartments, not cash, and get the first kill. It's going to be coldzera applying pressure as well. These guys got the UMPs, right? So they're trying to farm some cash. They know they're against absolutely nothing there. Sets the bomb down as well. It's pretty much round over. If coldzera can find a couple more kills here, that'd be great. Like we said, a quiet tournament for us so far. It's good for a player like him to build his confidence with these sort of frags. That might sound a little bit trivial, but it does help. You see your scoreboard racking up, and you actually start getting your aim locked in as well. It can help out these star players at the start of the game. There it is. No bomb planted from Mouse Sports, of course, but it's enough for a buy. Oscar, though, Matt, $5,200. Does he buy the AWP? I don't think he does. No. AK-47 up against the Fallen AWP. It'll be interesting to see whether coldzera or Taco feels like being the secondary AWP here today. They've been mixing it up the rods. Normally map dependent, but also form as well. We'll see what round number 5 holds here. We've got a couple of UMPs for the CT side. Normally dictates so might go a little more aggressive, flashing over, trying to find picks, etc. From the connector, coldzera on short as well. Looking like they might want to push this one, but coldzera only with that UMP on short.
Backing off, gets into the corner to make sure no further aggression will be done at middle. He's just going to hold position, hold station, allow his 2 teammates at the boxes to try and clear out a position to get into connector. Good shot from Oscar. Phelps goes down. It's Fur that waits with Cold in the wing to work Cat. Good positioning from both of them. Fur's a little bit limited in this corner, though, because Oscar can see through the wall. I'm surprised he doesn't just take the fight. I'm surprised he doesn't swing out and try and fight that.
I guess he was hoping for his teammate to bail him out. His shots were coming in. Didn't happen, though. Now it's going to be a 3-on-2. Fallen fighting back. Takes down Dennis. The bomb's still down top of middle. There's still a minute remaining here. Fallen will be rotating through CT spawn. coldzera still in CPL. So they're kind of gambling right now. It's going to be a B-sided attack. I guess they kind of have to take a gamble, but that's not where it's going to be ending up. Mouse Sports now with the bomb. Heading through T-spawn. That's Chris J. Rob's already ready and waiting at the A-ramp. Oscar's in connector as well. They're set up, poised and ready to head into the A-bomb site. And it'll be interesting to see whether SK decide to go for it. Well, if and when this bomb does go down. 30 seconds. Should be pretty clean. Yeah, they have no idea this is going to be planted.
So Cold was in good position at ladder, but no one going that direction renders him useless. And we could find ourselves 3-2 quickly. I'd say that's done. Fallen's just going to try and hold on to the AWP. 9 kill on Oscar.
Give it a go, maybe.
He might, you know. With that kill coming in quick enough, he'll go peek at least to see what's going on. AWP, Molotov toward Palace. He's going to get very aggressive very quickly. Chris is well removed, way out toward A-main, and Rops has done very well to give himself time and space. Fallen up close, though. Gets the no-scope. He's tapped the bomb as well. He's got a kit. He's going to try and bait Chris in. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I don't know if he's got it or not. He just barely does. That's incredible. To start it off in what looked like he was just innocently peeking through the vent window.
What a legend. Fallen looking so good in the last couple of tournaments. In Sydney, we thought, okay, he might be back, and I think this tournament confirms it. What an amazing clutch. Just so calculated as well. Spots where Rops is as well. Gets some of his classic close-range flick shots there. Touches the bomb, baits out Chris J, nails it. Very, very well played. That's going to be really frustrating for Mouse Sports in a round. There's a 3 versus 1 essentially there as well. He gets taken down, and it's going to be round number 6. 4-1 in favor of SK. It's going to be more aggression coming in here as well. Fur pushed towards the middle, spots a couple. Decides to go for the safer bet here and fall back. Didn't get any damage in there, but he scared them off. We've gone to the double orb setup. It will indeed be Fallen and Cold Zera wielding the 2 sniper rifles. Down to the buy for Mouse Sports. Money started to dwindle here. You can see they've got a Galil in the hands of Rops. Only a couple of smokes to work with as well. They are at 4-stage loss bonus with that bomb going down the previous as well. So enough to work with, but not ideal in terms of executions. They have to rely purely on headshots here. And Cold Zero patrolling towards middle as well. This is looking very promising for SK.
Dennis just sitting top middle to make sure no one's going to push up. They're being more passive this time, expecting a response from SK. What a round in the last from Fallen, but it doesn't quite break them down, does it? Not yet. Not with the bomb plant, as you say.
Yeah, just enough to work with. It looks like an ace break on the Rops today around Blau in the apartments, and a missed shot there from Fallen, but this is where Cold Zero can strike. I think he got a collateral there as well, hitting Oscar.
It looked it, but you'd think Oscar would be dead because it would have been a high hit. They both took damage, there's no doubt about that. Fur takes down Rops inside of sight, so Oscar's going to try and move back in. Cold definitely got him that time.
Yeah, and he didn't get an assist, so that pretty much confirms it.
Well, it would have been, you can't get an assist to a kill.
That's what I mean. So he must have been a collateral, as no one else had him.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
I see, I was thinking the opposite way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Chris hits Fur. He might have jumped, but I didn't see it. Chris is going to try and pull off as he can. Gets one. Get another 1v3 go his way this time instead. There's 4 kills for Fallen in his. It would be 4 the same for Chris if he were to pick this up, but bomb denied by Taco. Had to plant. There was only 4 seconds left when he died.
The thing. When you're in that scenario, the round's pretty much over. If there's 5 seconds on the clock, you can't exactly bait it out in the 2 versus 1. Sure, you could maybe get 1 kill, but you still lose the round. So you had to go for the plant. Hunted down, no plant coming in. Maximum loss bonus, but without that actual bomb being fully planted, they don't get the extra $800. And we've got a replay right now of Cold Zero NABP work. Like we said, normally one of the most formidable orb duos we have in the game right now. So Mouse Sports now, they do get $3,400, but not really enough to buy with it. I assume this is the pause for Mouse Sports. At 3 versus 1 clutch with Fallen as well. Sure, it's the best of 3, but it's not the best way to kick off your morning. Rounds you should be winning, like Fallen's.
Speaking of kick off my morning, I
Go on.
had coffee today.
You haven't?
No.
Well, I'm sure we can get someone to sort that out for you.
Yeah.
Get Jason to make you one.
If I'm cranky. Yeah, Dad, get me a coffee.
Yeah. Well, unpause comes in. The verdict has been called. It's going to be Mouse Sports with the partial buy here. 5 Tech 9s and some smokes. I've said it a million times before. These sort of rounds, you normally want to go for a full A execution. Try and get the bomb down, overwhelm the CTs as you run through the smokes with these insanely powerful pistols. Run a gun, and somehow Rob's got an early kill on Fur. He must have been pushing up middle. I'll have a look. I don't actually watching.
Molotov into
Yeah,
Palace.
push middle.
Double smokes down, one in front of the A main position, and Fallen's going to back through the smoke by which he came because he wanted to try and get that fast shot. Rops is pushing middle, as you said, and Cold's going to watch him and should. Ooh!
Wow.
Should get the kill. Rops apparently knew exactly where he was. Very quick round from Mouse Sports, and it's more convincing than all of the others. They've got themselves in the sight with a bomb plant, just simply by catching off, SK as Rops takes down Phelps, and it's on to Fallen. He may do exactly that. It's hard to make puns on his name, they're just too obvious.
Well, unfortunately for Fallen, he might get a couple of kills here, but the round is over. Chris J watching his back, and it's going to be 5-2. So a round where Mouse Sports just have pistols. SK Gaming almost play into their hand because Fur going aggressive there by himself, taken down, gives a player like Robs a rifle there, and he gets a great shot from short as well to take down Cold Zero. That was very impressive, and that could be enough to break SK here, as well. I can see an all purchase for Fallen, but SMGs are coming out as well, 3 of those, and Taco, the only player with another rifle here. So this is a difficult round for SK. They can pick this up, sure, they're right back into it. Seem like them certainly can always have the potential to do so. Oscar, though, picking towards B, but smoked out for now. Seems where that's come from. The grenade, though, over his feet. It's 26 damage from that one. And we're going to round number 8. Fallen. He has to be the difference maker here. He's towards CT spawn, but looks going to have a very split coming in. That's a decent smoke towards connector this time, better than what Mouse deployed before. He won't have a gap towards short this time.
Good play from Cole to take down Chris. He gets 2 as he fakes up the ladder, jumps off, and nails him. UMP up close, has no difference in its effect as Fallen takes down Lowell and the bomb on Cat, and he leaves Oscar to just die. Or save the up.
Yeah, he could.
Minute 6, good luck.
Yeah, he's in the B apartments right now, bomb down. He would do very well to save at this point. The fact that SK has still got a UMP player, that's fair. Like I said, he can probably go hunting. That's a nice shot from Oscar to stay alive at this point. 1 minute remaining now to try and negate all CT presence. But the good news is for Oscar, SK can't really afford to run and hunt him down. Sure, it'd be lovely to take this orb out of his hands, but they're very fragile in their economy as well, as you can see illustrated on the screen right now. They can't really afford to give that much away. So sticking together, staying on the bomb, hope he comes for it, then take him down. I don't think they can justify actually going on the full-on hunt here. Oscar presumably will just be holding an angle, waiting for them to push, so might not be worth the effort. But Taco now, lying in wait in the B apartments. Oscar seems to be exploring the idea. Okay, he's going to be saving at this point, the kitchen zone, and we'll see whether he can manage to get away with it. SK, though, very good work from coldzera. The UMP, like you said, it has been nerfed for anyone's unaware. Obviously, it's been a massive talking point of CSGO over the last 6 months or so. And it's been nerfed, but not really. So those kind of scenarios, like you said, close range, places like CPL, it's going to be just as effective as it was. It's the range that's dropped off slightly. There's Taco trying to push in and find Oscar at the last second. That would have been great to take him down then. You've got no money, but Oscar ready and waiting for it. Takes him down, 6-2. And we still have the orb and money available. And here's the replay of the close range UMP action, as we were saying, not nerfed. This is exactly the same.
Yeah, just to point it out, we're just to highlight the differences. I think people, we're not going to be able to come to a factual conclusion on one weekend without looking at data. But just to point out, at least people watching, if you're following the whole tournament, you can come to your own conclusion on what you think.
One thing I will say is the Famis is making a lot more appearances.
Yeah, so that's something to look into.
Yeah, so at least there's something.
Yeah, so I'm not, again, I don't want to make an opinion without looking at data of whether or not the nerf is enough, but by pointing out those little things where we see the FAMAS, where we don't, the up close, the range, again, people can start to make their own conclusions. It's on you is what I'm saying. I'm not thinking for you, viewers.
Well,
I don't think for you, Henry.
No.
Thank God.
It's fine. We're a tag team duo. You're the muscle, I'm the brains.
Brains and brawn. I think that's what you're going for.
It's a reference of another thing I'm doing. But
oh right, okay. Is that from the movie with the twins there?
No, it's not. It's not worth it. Get into it.
Okay.
It's very tenuous.
All right, fair enough. Let's move on. Lowell's going to move on to connector. Smoke down, there was a gap, but not much to work with. Could have sat low on the stairs and tried to peek through, but no one was on the other side, at least in vision. Stairs into that. It's easy enough to look at the wall and look back, but Fallen compensates. Only just. He's on 3 HP. He's going all the way back to CT because he doesn't want to get naded as Phelps arrives on the flank. It took him a minute, but he got the kill in the end. They'll give up on him to go for the bomb. It's 27 seconds. Good shot from Rops takes Fallen. He only had 3 HP to deal with, but he still manages to do it with a Galil. So another weapon to mention. Swaps that to an AK now. They're trying to rotate around and get in better positions at Catwalk to see all the way through toward A from Taco, but 17 HP for him. Phelps on 48. I think they're going to sit back and concede. Some Sports about to pick up only 2 in a row.
Rops is looking incredibly sharp right now. Still a 2-on-2, still with a shout at this one. The bomb ticking away though. Rops in a decent position just to get 1 kill and shut it down. I don't think SK should go for this at this point. I think they know it.
Rops is going to get this kill.
He's amazing.
Great. Yeah. Seems like a nifty little Mirage player.
Yeah. I think, like, you think about it, right? He's 17 years old. This is, like, what, his second big tournament now? Well, and maybe his first, like, Premier tournament, and he's performing as expected. Maybe not at superstar levels right now, but for a 17-year-old with no experience, this is insane. He's going toe-to-toe with SK Gaming, and in some rounds, blowing them out the water as well. Looking very confident indeed. Number 10, and it's going to be a force buy from SK Gaming. They save 1 and 4. They force buy around it. Why not? SK seem to be very good at these sort of rounds. 1 and 4, CZs, 5 7s. A Mag 7 and a UMP. It's a mishmash of a buy to say the least. But Mouse for now, they know they're up against it. They can hear the pistols being fired off. Just need to stick together, get that first pick, then go for execution. Something quite basic, but Phelps strikes first. He had a little one-way smoke there from the connector. Takes down Oscar. Nice scout to take down considering he's the AWPer. There's a bit of damage towards Lowell as well, but for now, advantage towards SK.
Good shot, Dennis, under Phelps. Rops in position to take down Fallen, pushing through. Shotgun for Fur, UMP for Taco. 6-4 potentially for Mouse Sports. Dennis Molotov's off the ladder room with good effect, actually. Just about covered everything in there. And he'll burrow his way into the door. And he's in good position to take down. I believe it's Cold on the other side if he walks around. It is. I thought his pole position was named Ayrton Senna. It didn't have the name tag on it.
That's right. I remember you commenting on it.
Taco takes down Chris. Lowell takes down Taco. And that should be the round all done, because although Cold has gone all the way around quite quickly as well toward the CT stairs. Last we saw him, he was on Cat. There's not really much he's going to be able to do. Infer with a shotgun as Dennis down below. He might get one kill onto Dennis. Ooh, there, now sees him.
Yeah, this should be SK out of the round, surely. Mouse Sports now fully breaking the economy of SK. That kill confirms it. Dennis taking down Fur. And it's just going to be poor Cold Zero now, who's only got the CZ. You want to what, sorry?
They really want an AK.
Oh, yeah.
They're not going to get one.
Well, Cold Zero and CT spawn. Mouse Sports now winning 2 rounds in a row. Looking very good in terms of rounds going forward. This should force Eco out of SK now, round number 11. 2K pretty much per player. And it pretty much signifies it's going to be a full Eco at this point. Cold Zero with the CZ, sure. Head armor as well. Maybe they just get HE Grays and push middle, something like that. PD50 for fire. That's all that's really invested into this round. Mouse Sports making a convincing case for this one. Like, I was kind of thinking today when I was getting ready for this, I thought, is this even going to be a good game? And Mouse Sports will be able to go head-to-head with SK Gaming. It sounds like a mismatch on paper, right? But this team has proven the fact they've even got to the playoffs here is quite exciting for Mouse Sports. Like, they seem to be coming together quite nicely.
It is pulling together quite nicely. It's a good little team they've got now.
Yeah, that's the operative word, though, right? Team. They're not relying on superstars right now. Everyone's kind of having to work together to get these great results.
Rops could be a superstar, honestly. Good response from Fur to take him down. That does leave an AK that's in a grabbable position. So I'd grab that and save if I were them.
Well, yeah, saving the AK. Definitely a good idea. They'll have third state loss bonus after this one. So $2,400 on top of their 2K right now. Fallen might not get the AWP out of this one. Doesn't look like anyone. Well, Attacker could drop one just about, but we'll see what they decide to do. I think they go 5 rifles at this stage, maybe go for a faster paced game. We'll see what they decide to do. Mouse Sports, though, another convincing round. Chris J in the Mac 10 doesn't find the frag. It's Robs. He's really racking them up right now. He must be close to this top of the scoreboard. Oscar with 10, Robs with 9. Chris J not far behind as well. Just having a look at the SK side of things as well. Taco, 4 kills, and at the top it's going to be Fur, who's been, I think, the MVP of the tournament so far. Definitely up there with the likes of Config. I think those are the 2 names that have had amazing performances so far. Robs is getting there as well.
So tactical timeout for SK, given they've lost now 4 of the last 5 rounds. So they got 1 in between, which was that hard reset for them. It's interesting that Mouse Sports are pulling this back so convincingly, and SK look to be suffering some of the same problems from the early days with Phelps, in that they're getting aggressive. When they're winning rounds, it looks great, everything's fine, they seem calculated. When they're losing rounds, they seem to get a little bit too aggressive at times and get caught off.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Fur pushing middle by himself. It doesn't look like he's backed up that much. If he goes down, that could be round over.
And look how aggressive Phelps wants to push on this map as well. We've seen a flank that was successful, but unfortunately, didn't win the round. It was a successful flank and that he got in position, but it's the fact that both of them are aggressive. It makes it hard for the other 3.
Well, for now, looks like a default round for SK, as we said. No money for the AWP. They're going for the 5 rifles first, saving the AK-47. Boost their chances somewhat. It's going to be Oscar once again. They're trying to get this pick towards the B-side of the map. He knows that nade comes in after the smoke. Just about avoids it. Take a little bit of damage there. And we have some wallbang attempts coming in from Phelps. Not going to land anything just yet. He'll be falling back. And for now, very much a default round. Lowell still on the Mac 10. Interesting. Considering there's 2 players without head armor, that's Fallen and Taco. That could actually pay dividends for him. Smokes towards B. See on the site itself, and this won't be the commitment, man. This is the fake. You can see the bomb. That's in T-spawn right now. They're trying to force a rotation, which they've definitely done. Phelps on that side of the map as well. 3 players in B. Only 1 actually on the A bomb site. So this could be great. If Lowell or Chris J find a kill, which they do, this could be enough to force everyone over to the B side. That's the key kill right there.
Yep. Takes down Cold Zero. Fallen. Gonna try and time this. Does no one watching CT. That's a big misplay from Mouse. Because bomb goes down, it brings them level, and Fallen can continue to watch it. That is a great shot. But they do nothing about CT spawn, and I'm afraid that's going to cost them the round in the end because Chris removed lurking on B, can't do anything of it.
Very disciplined stuff from SK Gaming. If you're not aware, when you're the CT side and you're taking T's down at B, every kill you get, and even if you spot T's, you can see where they've got the bomb on their back in the radar, right? So they hadn't seen the bomb at that point. They didn't want to overcommit. They were fine. They were keeping the trades up towards the B site, so they kept 2 at A. Fallen one step ahead of the curve and manages to take those 2 kills down. That second one, especially from CT Spawn, fantastic shot to secure the round. Good utility usage as well, dropping an HE on their heads. So very nice stuff from him. SK Gaming pull one back after losing 3 in a row. All back out for Fallen, of course. Still a little bit tight in terms of cash. They have to reinvest with all the grenades and bring that AWP out. But let's see what they can do here going into round number 13. Once again, aggression coming in from Fur in that connector area. Needs to be very careful. It does go down quite often. There he is again. Lau finds him through the smoke. It's going to be a 5-on-4 once more.
Dennis is going to rotate back through the horseshoe, and Bomb is going to go over toward A. They don't have a lot of information on that side of the map, to be fair, but the early pick, they can start to be dynamic, and they'll thin the defense out and try and prod for some information on a minute and 17. There's lots of time to do so. Do you know what one of the hardest decisions to make in terms of what you're going to say, saying it and having to be quick about it and think about it at the same time?
Yeah.
As a new caster, you know what it was?
What's that?
It's the simplest thing in the world, but when you look at the time, time's always changing. So you look, oh, there's a minute on the clock, but by the time you're done saying it, it's down to 58. Now it's down. See? So you have to think ahead.
Yeah. I normally just round it up, but I know exactly.
I know, but it's a funny thing. It used to bother me. Phelps, I used to try and guess so I'd nail it with how many words. It's Lowell that gets him back. Fallen and smoked off as well in this. They got the bomb, so they lose one on the way through, but they're still creating space. They have the smoke gone again, though. So they have the smoke down this time. It's gone again. They've got to cover off CT this time. This is where they lost the round last time. Good pickup from Chris. They know Fallen is somewhere near the ticket booth, so they'll plant safe instead. And the smoke out's going to limit both he and Cold.
Of course.
Fallen through the smoke, through the box. Chris J in the head.
Yep, he seems to nail that shot more often than not. It's going to be a 3-on-2 now. Fallen, 33 HP with Cold Zero as well. The tag team duo has to step up here. Rob's low HP, and they've got the trifecta of doom. One in connector, one in A ramp, and the A apartments as well. Open plant. CT shouldn't have a chance here without the smoke. Looking for any sort of pick. I think they need to save here. They probably know they can't win this round, but Fallen spotted one. Nails that shot, and maybe they do have a shot within this.
If they win this based on that shot. To start it off from Fallen, it would be ridiculous. He's got it again. 3 on the retake. Cold finishes it out. And SK are retake kings today, it seems.
You know, that's my favorite thing. When I actually say rounds not possible and someone just does something ludicrous like that, this just proves to you how good Fallen is right now. 15 kills, 5 deaths. He is back and is looking better than ever. What an amazing awareness he's got here. This was a shot. I thought, okay, let's get a shout at this one. To be fair, they can hear with the bombs being touched at that point. There's no real need to even start challenging. They can actually wait for the bombs to be touched. I guess it would have been the same result. Fallen was looking there either way, but so good, Fallen. Great job there. Looking like it was an impossible situation, as I pointed out. That setup should have locked them down, especially when they had no nades as well. It's going to be round number 14, 8-5, and Fallen keeps delivering. It's going to be a force buy here from the terrorist side. Further aggressive once again, this time coming out on top against Chris J. That's one of the AKs dropped. Now it's up to 2 UMPs and the orb. Fallen looking towards the apartments, and Mouse have been getting the opening pick most of the rounds in the last few, but not number 14 here. If they don't win this, they'll almost certainly all win pistols for round number 15. So, bit of a struggle now. Man advantage for SK. Not overcommitting or giving much away. You can see one player in towards B. That's Taco. He's in the M4A4, just going to be jumping up. And as soon as he spots a player, he's normally quite safe with that jump. As soon as he spots one, he drops the incendiary, buying himself time and his teammates to rotate over.
So Ops will wait with Oscar. They'll decide who wants the bomb. It's not going to be Oscar, which means the Ops going to go aggressive to try and find an opening. Shots in, Fallen in it for go down. How does Lowell find those? Good flank through mid, apparently. Found space. They had no idea that he was there. This is going to pull Taco back over his direction. They should be able to get the site, but Cold. He limits one off from Catwalk. He's in. Ooh, position slow reaction. That's the round done. So good work from Lowell to get in.
Somehow.
Mid. Yeah,
that's
a lapse of judgment, I think, from SK.
Yeah, I think they were so focused on watching short, protecting Taco, and then they just thought window wouldn't be a possibility there. Yeah, lapse of judgment for sure. And it's going to be Lowell saving the round there after losing the first pick. It looked like a great setup for SK Gaming. He finds 2 towards that kitchen position as well. 2 UMP kills out of nowhere, and that throws a spanner in the works, and Taco and his setup has to take his attention away from B, and he gets pincered beyond belief. It's up to Phelps now, looking for some exit frags here, hoping that maybe they overextend, but the work has been done. Mouse Sports do manage to pick this one up. Round number 14 going in their favour. Phelps, I was going to say, was he thinking about a ninja there? Apparently not. He'll be falling back as well. Money is hardly established for SK, so this could be Mouse Sports finding the 7th round as well. We've got Cold Zero on about 5 grand. Phelps saves his rifle. There'll be a mixture. Oh, actually manages to save the AWP. That's actually quite good news for him. So there'll be a mixture of AWPs and CZs and UMPs. Okay, so he got the kills in CT spawn. That was actually, he got through the window, found him rotating. Very good timing, very lucky timing perhaps. But he nails it. It's going to be number 15 here. Double AWP set up for Cold Zero and Fallen. Squeezing out what they could. CZs, 2 UMPs and 2 AWPs. So obviously pressure towards the likes of Fallen. He rises to the occasion and takes out Oscar.
Phelps is going to take down Lowell. Nade goes in toward a main. And they'll swap over the guns and try and go for more. So good shots to start it off from both Phelps and Fallen for SK. On this round 15, they want to go 9-6, which testament to Mouse Sports, I think, more than anything, in that they pick up 6 rounds on the T side against SK. Looking like a formidable force in this event.
Yeah, absolutely.
As a Molotov will go down towards CT stairs. It's Rops that wants to try and fire in first. Spots Fallen, but Phelps is going to continue to get closer. Fallen's able to take down Rops over top of Tetris. And it's just 2 to remain. Valiantly to go for this as well. They have to. Close, good shot. No chance of finding Phelps in the corner though, and he'll just spray through. Good round from him. 3 kills in total. 9-6 is where we end up. Henry.
Yeah, quite an interesting half, I have to say. SK Gaming losing the pistol, winning that 2nd round force by building us some momentum there, but Mouse Sports fought back. Rops especially, great performance from him, but the MVP status goes towards Fallen so far. He's looked amazing. 9-6 in favour of SK. Can Mouse Sports get back into it? I'm not so sure. We'll find out after the break.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Lenovo Legion, Xfinity, ESCA, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, Logitech G, and Zowie.
Well, it's been a great start, and what I mean by that is, as Chad said, start of rounds. Mouse Sports looked very, very good. Obviously, there was some individualistic plays from SK that had a lot to do with the score in that particular half. Think about economy on those 2 clutches as well. Fallen's in a 1 versus 3 as he walks back into the site, and then Fallen again with Cold
as
they take a 4 versus 2 on a shot through a smoke and a box.
Insane. Fallen's one of my favorite players in the world. Just that kind of stuff seems to be delivered every single game he plays. It's nuts. But still, round number 1 here. The second half, we'll have a look at the buy for the T side, of course. 2 smokes, Molotov, and flashbangs as well. But fast play from Oscar. He manages to get the first pick, taking down Fur. CT's just relentless at this point. They're not going to be giving in with just 1 pick. They want a little bit more here, it seems, with Fallen striking back, taking down Dennis.
Rops. Ooh, good shot, Taco.
Nasty.
Oscar's still looking. Ooh, good shot as he gets Phelps.
He's doing it again.
He's going to continue to walk in. Oh, just a good enough peek from Fallen. Shoulder peek got the location. Headshot snap. Cold's able to take down Chris J, excuse me, but Lowell in this. He's lost sight of him, though. Does he check Chimney? He does. Does he get the kill? Awkward exchange. I expected a knife to be pulled out pretty soon.
Yeah, that's
SK that's going to pick it up.
the USP at that sort of range. You miss the first couple of shots, you start dancing around each other. It's so 50-50 you actually win the duel at that point. But nice work from SK Gaming. They lost the first pick, but struck as soon as it went down. It's Fallen, very assertive towards the A side as well. A couple of decent smokes towards jungle and spawn as well. Managing to get that early plant down, and no kits available for the CT side at that point. Gives SK Gaming the second half pistol. They didn't win in the first half, they did win the second round forced by. Can Mouse Sports replicate that sort of form? We'll find out now. They've got Deagles, CZs, PT50s, and a UMP. Another mishmash buy from them. Lau has got the aforementioned SMG to work with him. We'll see what he can do. For now, heavy focus towards the A side of the map. We see 4 players there. Bomb still down towards top and middle, though. We have got 1 player in the apartment, so that's Taco. He's got the AK-47, 2 of those available. Fallen and Taco with the slightly more firepower than their teammates. Fur with the MAC-10.
Rob's Deagle in hand.
Bye-bye, Dennis. Oh, okay. Hello, Dennis.
Dennis gets Taco, yeah. Calm down, Henry. Fur's got Chris back, but it's an AK picked up, trying to MAC-10. Fur hits it somehow. I think the aim punch, the factor there. Did he have armor? I think he did have armor because they all seemingly did, so it's quite impressive. As Rops gets Fur back, though. They're going to try and hold off the bomb plants. 2 remain, make it just the 1. The young Valiant Rops.
He's going to get the headshot.
He's pretty flashy. Yeah,
he really is. 2 kills from that round. It seems like these superstar players that just were made within CSGO, they seem so good at the Deagles. Like, you just think to all the little superstars we have, that the Deagle is one of the weapons they're always really exciting with. Well, round number 3 coming in. This should be the Eco for Mouse Sports at this point. 11-6 is certainly going to be 12. Double MAC-10 set up for SK, UMP for Cold Zero as well. Just PT50's purchase from Mouse Sports here in terms of a stack. Focusing towards A, and Fur, once again, his aggression letting him down. He's doing this on CT side as well. Where's the refrag? Sure, he's only got a MAC-10, it's not a huge deal, but still, that was not really necessary for him to run in by himself. What's the real objective there when he's got the MAC-10? Phelps recovering the situation, though, taking out Dennis. I guess Fur just had a good spawn, wanted to get some intel. He has killed the information that they are going to be in a stack towards that side of the map, and looks like he's been recovered at this point. A control coming in. He's left B, and they're still hitting shots here with the PT50s. Still not comfortable, really. Now it is. That's fine.
That works. Rops back out toward.
We could have a double AWP situation next round. Jay and Oscar, both with the money.
Run it. They definitely can run it. Yep. It's not like they're incapable.
There's Chris J's.
Oscar
as well.
Yeah, Oscar's got more money. He's in a better financial situation than Chris was. So good call.
Well, here we go then. Obviously, if you're not aware, it's going to be Oscar who was brought in to be the main AWPer, taking over the role from Chris J, essentially. But Chris J, still a very good AWPer in his own right. He will be filling that secondary role. Every now and then, he's actually the primary AWPer on the maps like Nuke as well. So they do mix it up time to time, but overall, it's going to be Oscar the main AWPer. Let's see what they can do here. No AWP for the T side, though.
This is old school. Oh, the smoke negates it. Good movement from Chris. The boost for an AWPer, that's old school.
Yeah.
Obviously, it means the second man's not watching catwalk, so they don't have as much information for what middle as a result. They stay passive in A, and 1 backed off at window. Make sure no one gets boosted up, so they have to give up a little to try and go for that play off the start.
SK Gaming going to be ruthless on their T side. It's either very, very fast A splits coming in or very tactical executions as well. I would say it's going to be a mixture of both here. You can see there's 2 players towards the A side of the map in form of Cold Zero and Taco. 1 in the apartments, 1 at A ramp. Very good at the A splits, but it looks like more of a contact play. Get in towards that connector, find the pick, and then strike as soon as you get contact. And there it is. Nothing really used in terms of grenades as of yet.
Just completely blind, finds his way into the corner somehow near fire. Tagged him. Fallen with bomb down to 9 HP. Rops could swing and take him and get him in the post. Can't deny the plant, but he's in good position in shadow. Taco's above that, though, so they have to confront each other sooner or later. Rops Playing a game of chicken at this point, waiting for his teammates to get in line. Taco knows he's down there, but desperate, I think, with the spray. That baits him out to cold.
It's a save now, no kids. Ooh, Chris J going down. That's a big kill to get. Just Lau now, like you said, no kids remaining. And that was a classic contact play from there. A split from SK Gaming. Not a single grenade really used there, Matt. They ascertain mid-control, pushing them back at the start of the round. They have players at A ramp and the Palace area as well. Walking to connector. Seemingly, Mousesport's not really watching it as well. They're waiting for the grenade to come in. Then they're going to strike with grenades themselves. But they just walk into the site, overwhelm the CTs, hitting the shots required. And poor old Robs did what he could there. He was hiding on the bomb side for so long, but not given anything to work with there, considering they came from the connector and not really the air ramp itself. He gets taken down. We find ourselves at 13-6. And what was looking like a promising game for Mousesports is falling apart now. Another EK for them. PT50 CZs and a default pistol for Chris J. 3 sets of body armor. Be a miracle for them to win this, so up against a fully equipped SK Gaming. We've currently won 4 rounds in a row here. Dennis trying to find a headshot. Oh my god, he does it again. In towards the Palace area. Very good stuff by him. He's one of the players that has been stepping on this tournament. To be fair, right now he's only on 5 kills, 17 deaths. But Chris J with the silenced USP. Default C2 pistol actually doing some work here.
Good play from Oscar, though, with the pistol as well. So things are... Oh, wow, this is ridiculous. It's the same as what we saw in the first half, almost, from SK.
Yeah.
You're going to see a force buy with all 5 staying alive.
It wasn't even...
all going to get
that was just PT50s and USPs with body armor. Yeah. No nades.
And they're going to get AKs and AWPs off of it. So that's a return to...
Right back in the game.
Yeah, that's quite impressive, I have to say.
Because that would have been 14-6 and money still would have been tight, but that's amazing. Okay, then. Good work. Round 21. Reset potential has been kind of negated as well. Winning at Valico, that's going to set you up for a couple of rounds. Robs towards A ramp, and this is looking like another contact play from SK Gaming. 4 players towards the A ramp, and Robs firing bullets here. Somehow gets the kill, though. Has to fall back at this point.
Taco gets him in the fallback, though. Not fully blinded as he gets through. Double flash in toward jungle. That's going to push everyone back, and Taco will take position, push through the smoke. Okay, it works. Oscar down, deep smoke, one to the left. It's Dennis in behind the chimney, and I doubt they'll know he's here. He could actually find 2 himself. Gets Fur, but not Taco. He gets just around the corner in time.
Bomb not planted yet. Chris J from the connector, trying to potentially shut down the open plant. Dennis in towards jungle as well. Not much to work with, and even less so now. Taka taking down Chris J, 3-on-2. Dennis low HP as well. He's in the window. He'll be detected. I think this round might be over, and this is devastating after winning a pistol round. Lau still fighting back, though. He's at the A ramp, down to 40 as well.
So Dennis will hold station in jungle. Force his hand on Taco by putting a Molotov in toward connector, and now he starts to go as his teammate gets in toward A main. Lowell, in fact, more than just an A main. He's all the way in the middle of the site, but it's fallen. He's going to win out the duel, and Lowell on low HP between 2 is going to go down either getting a kill or none at all, which is the way it went.
Well, we still have money, like we said, but SK Gaming, another fast play there. We saw it was Robs. He was spraying through the smoke there, and that's him falling back. That's when you've got the silenced M4, right? You only have 20 bullets in the magazine. If you spray bullets like that, the T's are going to hunt you down straight away. They know you're going to fall back. You don't have the chance to actually return fire. Taco, great round from that point. Very assertive, pushing for that smoke, using that gut feeling that he's built up over years of playing Counter-Strike, and going towards jungle as well. He has another reload, gets another kill. Dennis had a chance to shut it down, but couldn't do much with low HP. It's going to be round number 22 now. 14-7 in favour of the Brazilians. Double up set up for the CTs here, like I said. Residual money after winning the Felica, but Fur, he's having none of it. You know, very aggressive player so far in this game. This time it pays off, takes down one of the orbs, Oscar. It will be a 5-on-4. No other damage inflicted just yet. Dennis in towards that window position. Smoked out for now. Fur in the connector, though. Dennis needs to step up here. Very quiet game for him in terms of what we've seen in recent form. 7 for 18. Still not have it yet. Mousesports, match point has not been reached, so there's always a chance, but losing this round would mean no money. And a match point for SK. 8 in the bag to work with.
Fur's going to wait. Good position, good angle, good map control. I feel like saying that word becomes a buzzword because we say it so much.
Yeah.
But good map control nonetheless.
Well, in a key position like connector, definitely. If it takes vision away from the CTs, they don't know if you're in there. It should be with the kill here, but Phelps nails him, rails him across.
Interesting timing, the way they danced out behind that pillar.
This is a nightmare now. No nades ready for the CTs, no kits. Double orbs, if that bomb goes down, they're done for. Chris J needs to... Well, not Chris J, maybe more Lau, who's got the other orb on the A side of the map. Needs to bait in Robs, and then some. This
Fallen's got it. Henry's disappointed. Rops is in great spot, though, has bomb, but thankfully Taco comes out from Palace in time, and Phelps will kill Chris J. Because as you were pointing out, bomb was down at Sandwich. They would have had to grab that plant. They would have made it, by the way, because the player just got back with bomb and radar.
Yeah, I saw that
at
as
5
well.
seconds. So it was still a close call.
Well, this is looking like potentially the last round here of Mirage. It was a great first half, I have to say. Mouse Sports there. Very good Counter-Strike in terms of getting the executions in and throwing some fakes in there as well. They got 6 rounds of total with the pistol victory after getting 4 support in the second. So 6 rounds was decent, but the second half has been a bit of a nightmare for them. It's going to currently be 6-1. Map 1, of course. It's a best of 3 against SK. Moving on to Cash next, which could be even worse news, I have to say. And this one looks like it's over. First 2 kills for SK coming in. Quite a clinical performance so far. Haven't really break a sweat. Robs with the only weapon. He's got the UMP. 2 pistols for Lau and Chris J as well. And I think this is reaching ahead now.
Robs. Fallen's got it, though, in return. Lowell and Chris. All that remain in this map 1, best of 3 quarterfinal, SK. Looking more, I don't want to say identical to the incredible form they had on day 1, but more to that than they were yesterday.
You have to remember they got bailed out by like 2 or 3 rounds by Fallen, right?
Exactly. So it's not perfect, but it's better than yesterday.
Yeah, definitely better than yesterday. But yeah, still overall, I would say they looked a bit shaky in the first half, but recovering in the second, that was more. Yeah, you need to be very careful.
I thought I was about to fall. Sorry.
But it's fine. So, yeah, good first map there from SK Gaming. Mouse Sports, probably a bit disappointed with that. They took the pauses. They tried to do what they could. The first half was decent, but it couldn't get rolling at all after losing the pistol. Overwhelmed. Very aggressive once again. I think MVP, though, has to be said. Fallen in the first map just because of those clutches and keeping SK's head above water and essentially winning them the first half.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Essentially. I would say he did win them the first half. On that note, I'm going to send it over to a man that wins every half he's ever played. His name is Moses.
That means, but I like it. Welcome back to the Xfinity Analyst Desk. Yes, that is map 1 going to SK Gaming. A dominant performance, 16-7. Some rough stretches in the first half, boys, but that T-half was just clinical. It looks like their offense is back to rolling like it was on day 1.
Yeah, I think that's partly because Mousesports played a very timid CT side as well. We didn't really see a whole lot of opposition come out from them in terms of just disrupting SK's way of taking mid control and so on. Even, when you're allowed to do an A execute without expending a single nade, then, the CTs are probably giving you a bit too much space to work with.
Yeah, I mean, we noticed that round that Fur was just up connector with a minute and 32 left on the clock still on the round. He's there in like 20 seconds and just getting 1 kill.
Yeah, I think for me the positives were mainly on Mousesports' T side.
Yep.
The scoreline doesn't really reflect how well I thought they played. They obviously made a lot of blaring mistakes with afterplant situations, but actually getting those bomb sites, getting that bomb down and getting to that point was fantastic. They had a lot of variety. They were able to do it relatively slow. You might look at the scoreboard and say, hey, Dennis didn't contribute, but I have a theory with that guy that I think when he's playing faster Counter-Strike, which is not what they did here, he has more of an impact because he finds room and then he can find frags. Here we didn't see that from him. It was the other players like Robs, the more methodical guys getting into those bomb sites. For SK, I'm a little bit worried with their CT hold on this because Fur and Phelps are so aggressive, right? Back when they had FNX, he was a bomb site anchor. He would play in that bomb site. So what that allows is his rotators to be able to get awesome crossfires based off of his position in the site. When you're Phelps and Fur and you're playing close A ramp and you're playing close apps, when you die, your rotator is screwed. He now has everything to worry about. The bomb site anchor is normally like the beacon. It's like, okay, we have to kill the bomb site anchor. Meanwhile, rotators come and get a couple of free frags. We don't see that happening with the A bomb site of SK. Maybe that's something they can look to address in the future. But all in all, Fallen, boy.
Yeah, I mean,
what a guy.
Just bringing his name up and some of the ways that he saved them. Obviously, that 1-on-3, that initial 1-on-3 clutch he had, which was actually a 2-on-3 with Coldzera first, but so far from the bomb side as well. And this is some of his opping just coming back into form. And it's just where it's very obvious it makes the Mousesports players feel uncomfortable when he's coming into the sites. And all he's really doing is running and jumping around. But it's almost like they just felt like they had every disadvantage in the book.
But still, though, like even as good of a performance as it is from Fallen's side, you still have to wonder and question what the
thought process.
The two remaining Mousesports players are doing in this kind of scenario.
That first one, there was a mistake. Why is he hunting that frag? Okay, so obviously they want to take the AWP out of his hands, but then this one here, that guy could have jiggled around the box to delay more time, or Chris J could have been spotting and taken away the attention first. Now he has to wide peek, because what you said backstage was he had to pick out wide or the bomb would have been defused. He couldn't have jiggle peeked that, right? So all 3 players had blunders, and my theory for this could be the lack of communication based off the fact they're all speaking a second language, being English. But we both agree that the theory is there, right? They're doing the right theory to get to those points. It's just the execution at the end or the finishing touches are wrong.
Well, we saw them have some blunders with post plants yesterday against Liquid in their matchup on Inferno. Remember, that's when Twist has that CZ when they all go hunting for the frags far too early in the bomb timer. How do you fix an issue like this, though? It seems so fundamental.
It comes down to what the actual issue is. Obviously, we can only speculate, and if it is communication, I think that's something that will get worked out over time. It's something that they can iron out, but sometimes it's just some players make boneheaded decisions. That's just how it is. Some players are not the greatest, intuitive decision makers that you have. I don't necessarily think that's the case for Mousesports. So I think it's more likely that it is an issue with communication or the fact that they're not really used to being in this kind of a situation.
Yeah, it's high pressure.
Exactly. Like, sure, they've been in situations like this online, but this is a very, very different environment altogether. So when they have this kind of pressure put on them, they're actually playing better than SK to start off the game. That's an unfamiliar territory for you, so you kind of have to feel yourself out, and you're not going to, get the right decision every single time the first time around. So this is something that's going to come over time for them, I think.
Yeah, it's still that learning curve, right? I think we can give these guys time based off the fact of the newest edition as well. I was gonna be harsh and say they need to switch their brains on, but I guess their brains need to get to a point where they've evolved to be switched
Needs
on,
to be
right?
assimilated.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? LAN is hard.
Yeah.
Right? And when they're not playing a fast brand of Counter-Strike, it's even harder because you have to think more. You can't just, rush in and get frags. That's not what they were doing. They were playing very smart Counter-Strike, but getting caught out in after-plan positions or playing the situations just really poorly.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty much what it is, because after-plan positions require, or after-plants in general require a lot more self-decision-making and just thinking on the spot instead of just having that theory around it, right?
Yeah, they're the ones that require that theory beforehand, that you know how to play those situations so that you're not making those kinds of mistakes in the actual moment itself, right?
Exactly.
Either way, this barrage for SK, let's switch back over to SK as the winners of this match. This barrage still seems to be dangerous. T side was clinical. CT side, yes, some issues. I know you have a clip that you wanted to talk about where they actually played a very nice round during a fake, but this is a SK that looked dangerous on this map again.
Yeah, and mainly more on that T side. On the CT side, like we said, it was Fallen having to bail them out with those clutch situations. They weren't really doing anything cohesively as a team that I liked, especially with that A stuff that I've already harped on about. With that T side, I like the pace change that they had. I like the fact that Fallen was allowing his players to have a bit of aggression and playmaking, like we saw Fur and Connector. We already touched on that. And the other positive was the fact that when they did do that strategy, that first gun round where Mousesports had no utility.
Yeah.
They had an AWP and stuff, but they didn't really play aggressively, and SK took advantage of that, and then that kind of trickled on down the line, and that's what was fantastic to see from Fallen calling to that level.
Yeah, and I mean now for Mousesports, where do they kind of move forward in this series? I mean, is this an easy bounce back? Is this? I mean, those post plants, when you lose those seem to be the most crushing, right? Those seem to be just heartbreaking.
It's heartbreaking because you knew you could have done so much more for yourself to be in a better position, and obviously, who knows what happens if you actually get the economy somewhat under control on your CT side and you're able to have a couple of rounds to actually play aggressively and so on. That could change the tide for Mousesports, but you're going into your own map pick now.
Right.
This is where you make your change. So bouncing back from losing SK's map pick, not the hardest thing in the world.
Yes, and actually the map pick that Mousesports has is Cash, a map that's been faithful to them in the past. Either way, map 1 goes to SK 16-7. A chance to close out the series when we return from the break. Stay tuned for Cash.
Athletes aren't just born. They're molded from the core. A core of strength. A core of laser focus. A core that can handle anything. A core that sweats the small stuff. A core that's the difference maker. Game changer, world shocker. You see, hard work makes the athlete. But the edge of a Core i7 processor makes you unstoppable.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Pro League finals continue in the first quarterfinal. SK taking on Mouse Sports. SK's up one map after taking Mirage 16-7. Now moving on to Mouse Sports' pick. It's going to be Cash, a map that's been kind to them, but actually Vendetta, they haven't played it in a while.
They haven't played it in quite some time, actually. I think we have to go back to 11th of May where they lost to Fnatic 16-10, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, it's been a while.
Online game.
Yeah, online game as well. So they haven't really played it a whole lot, which is obviously potentially worrying. SK on their end, they've played Cash quite a bit, actually, all the way leading up to the tournament. So for them, they're going to be, I guess, more familiar, more warmed up in that sense going into the second map.
I mean, Chad, is it going to matter what Mouse Sports brings out on this map if they can't button up these post-plan situations, these clutch situationals?
They need to have a better CT half and, yeah, fix that. They need to make sure they're playing with more confidence on that CT side. When you saw them have that force buy, they were playing with confidence and going for frags, and it worked out a lot better than just sitting hidden in the bomb sites, right? I think they have a nice mix. Oscar's going to be constantly moving around with the AWP. Rops is that B anchor. Lal over towards A is quite powerful. And then you have Dennis and Chris J, who are kind of the middlemen, literally, and they fill in the other gaps. So that's quite dynamic in the way that they can approach that, and hopefully they have a good game plan and they can, you know, hit that up straight away and address it very quickly and fix those issues with a little post-game talk, I suppose.
Yeah, hopefully they talked about something. Either way, the map is ready to go live. The players are ready to go and in the server, so we're going to bring it back over to Sadicus and Henry G to bring you the action.
I like how, I'm just checking the calendar, Vendetta says you have to go back to the month of May. That's yesterday. Technically.
Yeah, he's got
you really want to go back in time to May.
Okay, what was interesting is the fact that they played against Fnatic last, and they lost 16-10 or whatever it was, and SK have played Fnatic on this map and this tournament, and it was 16-4. So this doesn't bode well for Mousesports going forward, really, if you think about it, because SK blew Fnatic out of the water, and Mousesports couldn't beat them. So
yeah, a while ago though.
Yeah,
it was in the month of May. Remember?
Well, there you go. Still going with that.
Yeah. Well, it's just funny the way he said it.
Yeah. So
he had a point. I'm just being me.
The problem is SK get to play the CT side first. It's a very balanced map in that respect, but you're always going to pick CT. Like 9 times out of 10, that's where teams feel more comfortable, they have more options, and SK looking a lot more assertive than Mousesports right now.
Yeah, and as CTs, you can get a lot of intel by pushing forward, just like these guys are playing on Intel i7 quad core.
There you go.
Yeah, processors. So
perfect.
They're going to be ready to rock and roll, just like Mousesports are toward the B side. It seems off the start toward B tunnels.
They have a Superman buy with Rops as well. Tech9 and Armor for him. They have one smoke for CT spawn. They'll try and bait out the first shot. It's quite a passive hold on the CT zone. Only one player in B. That's coldzera. He needs to go big here.
Cold's waiting for the headshot. He's not playing headshot position. He's behind the box. He's hoping to gather it. Usually people jump early to spot behind Generator, but Cold's playing a different angle. They've already pushed up middle as well. It's a complete mousetrap as Lowell is going to be the last alive, only one to get a kill. SK start off convincing, all but one were headshots.
Problem is there for Mousesports, they sent all 5 players to B, right? But unfortunately for them, the CTs has pushed in towards mid-warehouse as well. Not only that, coldzera's hitting every single headshot, it seems, as well. Very nice of him. I said he had to go big. He certainly delivered. Didn't get that third right, but he did do damage. And then the pins come in, like I said, from the Brazilian side, too, pushing mid-warehouse and shutting it down. Mousesports, no bomb down, means they will be forced by in the second. Deagle very powerful on this map, and they've got 2 of those. Going to be Rops, like we said. Great Deagle player. He'll be boosted up from what I can see. He's actually towards middle. He's going to be Oscar boosted, actually, and he's got the other Desert Eagle. Let's see what he can do. He takes a bit of damage at the start. In terms of the buy for SK Gaming, they have got 1 rifle for Fur, M4A4 in his hands, 4 UMPs around him. And it looks like an A play here from what I can see. Pushing in, quite a defensive hold from SK once again, and they could actually cause some damage here, Mousesports.
Fur's going to drop off, M4 in hand. Good headshot, finds Chris, wrapping in, spots another that I thought he easily would have taken down. It's Dennis that's close range, but he wins out with the Tech9 headshot. Oscar's trying to find a headshot of his own on the Deagle. He's got Phelps. Bomb is planted. They've got themselves in a reasonable situation. Molotov forces Oscar out, nowhere to hide as Fallen comes around the corner from top of Highway.
Wow. Highway as well.
It's Cold and Taco that take down Rops and Dennis. Lowell, last alive, not going to do anything to hold the plant, but they did well.
Yeah, sure.
Good start to the round.
Nice shot from Oscar as well. Dennis, like he said, you thought he would be going down for sure, but manages to get a bit of wiggle room there to get the bomb down as well. So good round overall for Mousesports. Can't pick up the victory, but that helps balance the books in terms of money coming in into the next round. This will be an eco. Maybe some more upgraded pistol. Rops brings out the Deagle, takes his total down to 2,300. And for now, round 3, a comfortable one for SK. Can just build some money with the SMGs. They'll be into a bonus round situation next round, though. They keep all 5 players alive here as well. Sure, the UMP's powerful, but it's not ideal. And we'll see whether they can step up going forward. This round should be pretty clean cut, though. We have got a couple of Deagles here for Mousesports, but no nades and no armor. Should be maybe a couple of kills coming in their favor. We'll see what happens here. Oscar go down first. Phelps ready for another boost position. But there it is. Dennis takes down coldzera. Up to Phelps now to come to the bets. He can't do anything about that.
No, he certainly cannot. Rops tries to get the shot. Fallen tries again, no less. Bomb planted. Deagle. They've gotten bomb plants time and time again. They've gotten 2 kills to start off the round. They're still in a good position once more. This is all right stuff again early on in the rounds of T sides for Mousesports. So interesting to see that they're quite sufficient on the T side. They are mapped down in a quarterfinal. It's time to show up, put up the numbers to go along with the attended effects, as it's going to be a defuse coming in, but Chris trying to do what he can on the flank to get a little bit more money out of it. Nothing to win the rounds, and go down.
Yeah, he had nothing to lose there. Nothing to save, a Glock, no armor. But like you said, 2 plants coming down in a row. It's going to be Mousesports have very decent cash today, but they found a couple of kills, so SK Gaming will be upgrading from their SMGs. That all comes in the hands of Fallen. He's on 4 for 0 right now. Looks like he'll be having another great game here. AWP for the first gun round for Oscar as well. For 3 for him. Fallen goes towards middle. He's so deadly in mid. We saw against Fnatic as well. He's just shutting them down left, right, and center. He's actually been given a little bit of a gap to work with here as well. This is the first shot. It's going to be a fast mid play coming in from the SK side. Fur waiting by the sandbags here, and Fallen is just trying to bait him in. They have got some mid control, and Oscar with the first pick as well.
Thanks from the Flames. You can hear it tapping away. Doesn't really tap.
Oh, they heard us.
Yep, they definitely heard it though. So Rops And Lowell combined to take down for 10 HP left for Dennis, but they have Highway and they're only got 2 to find, so he can go first, he can go down, they'll get the information and should be able to respond. He'll hold position for now at the ticket booth, very near to where Taco is playing. Taco starts it off, takes down both Lowell and Dennis as Chris J behind the forklift. Impressive from Taco to win that exchange, to be completely honest. It's 5 HP. He's now got 3 kills. He's completely turned around as he's got an AK to work with. He's still watching middle. He has to watch his back at all times. Bomb not planted out of this either. This is falling apart for Mouse Sports. It looked like it was going to be steady procedure, straightforward. Molotov in from Taco. Won't deny the plant. They do have it down now. Flames will extinguish, so they'll allow Chris to get away from the default and play over toward quad. It's going to be Oscar that holds the line as well with the AWP on entry. And they'll both come from Highway. Smoke goes deep. Oscar. He's got to hit one. They're being timid, naturally due to Taco's condition at this point in time, if you want to call it that. 2 kits to work with, 1 on either. And it's Oscar. Good shot onto Cold. That should spell the end of the round, but they made it a lot closer. Yeah. Taco specifically made it a lot closer than it needed to be.
What an effort that was from Taco. Not only the 2 kills at the UMPs, we didn't see it from his POV getting that AK shot. I'm sure that's what we're going to have a look at momentarily. Hiding behind the smoke, and that was a low HP player by Ticket Booth as well, so he manages to take him down. Picks up the AK-47. This is the shot I didn't see. There's a slight gap there. And yeah, nails it. Takes down Rops, I should say. And SK Gaming, although their money's not great, they just about squeeze out a buy here. No kits, so they do have the Fallen AWP. And a few smokes to work as well. No incendiaries, so that means the fast mid play comes in once again. It's going to be very powerful indeed. I think that's at this point, you need to let them have middle. Fallen, though, wanted to challenge, gets his head blown off by Dennis. A very good shot by him. Stepping up on cash, it seems as well. 3-1. Man advantage now for Mouse Sports. They've got the mid control and lots of time to play with here.
Lots of time to play with indeed. Dennis trying to locate his opposition on the inside of the smoke.
Presumably the A split coming in here, mid control, players towards Highway as well. Lining up for some smokes. That's going to be Chris J and Rops. Set piece, the man advantage looking very promising so far. One player though boosted up, that's Taco. Waiting for them. He's going to have to be pivotal here if SK have any chance of making this round up. Nice bait shot from Dennis. Another cracking headshot from him. 5 on 3.
Good shot on Dennis. Or rather by Dennis. As they've got the site opened up, they've pushed back the CTs as well behind the smoke. Bomb gets planted early this time, and SK this round in particular will decide that's enough. They'll save. They'll go 2 toward their own spawn. Phelps will sit at the bottom of the ramp. Good thing they don't go all the way to B because Lurk was waiting.
Say what you want about Dennis, but in that particular round, and to be fair, recent form as well dictates he has actually stepped up tremendously compared to his previous role within this team. He takes down Fallen in a 1v1 duel, and he's got the AWP as well. It takes all the balls to face from the mid-warehouse and to actually nail that shot as well. Very impressive. Took down Taco in the boost position as well. Dennis will go down eventually. Getting a bit ahead of himself there, but he wins the round single-handedly. The only kills he had to find was 2. That was enough to push SK back, and they'll be saving their weapons at this point. And 3-2 comes in. 2 rounds in a row for Mouse Sports, starting to build their own economy now. 4 players surviving. It's a pause coming in. So SK saving 3 weapons, working out what's going to be the best way to distribute the wealth. Probably drop some UMPs to their teammates there. And the scout dropped as well from what I can see as well. But SK Gaming. See what they can do here. Like we said, against Fnatic, looked so clinical. Fnatic had no chance, especially on the Fnatic T side. It looked like they were locked out. But Mouse Sports their best foot forward, especially Dennis in that previous round. Rops yet to frag. The young star from Estonia for this team, 0-4 now.
Incredible game on Mirage. So yeah. Him yet to frag is a bit concerning, but 3-2. Mouse with the timeout early. Good to see teams using them early, because yesterday it seemed like no one was
it's Mouse Sports using the timeout.
It is, yes, sorry. So I had that information in my ear, but you were talking.
So there you go. I assumed to be SK, because then they say 3 weapons. Like, okay, how do we adjust this by?
Yeah, no, it makes sense. But it is Mouse Sports.
Oh, there we go. Okay, well, scout for Fallen. He's dropped over his M4, and we'll see whether he can step up here. He's very, very good at the scout. Oscar's got the AWP. He's also no slouch of the sniper either. It'll be an interesting round here. Suddenly the advantage towards Mouse Sports. They'll also be doing a default. They are finding a lot of success with the fast mid pushes though, boosting up nice and quickly. Doesn't look like they'll be opting for that this time though. Oscar using the Molotov to push off any CT to the start. Phelps has been boosted up in the mid warehouse to try and find the fast boost, but this time Oscar, No fear in towards the A side, trying to find his first AWP shot.
Taco. WP gets by Oscar, but then the AWP finds Fallen. It's Lowell that goes into the site to try and compensate to get one to the right, but he goes down, Phelps wins it, and first stays alive at quad, meaning he could take down Chris on entry. It's 3-on-3 to keep track of all those kills, but it does mean Mouse Sports, for once in the last 2 rounds, despite only winning one of the last 2, don't open up a site with an advantage or get a plant, so they're going to try and shuffle back over toward B.
Equal exchanges for now, and only one player towards B side. It's called Zera. Very good in this particular area. Got the incendiary out, trying to buy himself some time. Flashbang, though, seems to be his first port of call. Comes down to this early frag. Can he find at least one to delay them while his teammates come in?
Hold. Try and open things up. Good shot under heaven. Too close as Dennis, despite being low on HP. 12-12. For Dennis and Oscar, that's all they have to work with. And Oscar with AWP, though, doesn't really need much more than that. He'll go down, traded out by Phelps, and the Flames could do it to Dennis. He's got to move out. He's got to get in the open headshot position. Phelps, he doesn't know that he's low, so he can't necessarily go directly in, and the headshot actually gives Dennis a really good chance with the AK from the angle, and that's exactly how it goes down.
Yeah, going in that headshot position, it's called that for a reason. You can only see the head. His low HP doesn't become a factor at that point. He knows if he gets headshot, he's going down. Same story for his opposition as well. And Dennis coming out on top. He's having a great game so far. Top fragging for Mouse Sports. 7 kills, 5 deaths. Doing a good job. Like I said, not having to rely on the superstar Robs here. 3 rounds in a row now for Mouse. And it's going to be SK onto the eco here. So Mouse Sports, after going in towards A, they got that equal exchange. 3-on-3, we're back towards B. And Dennis, low HP, finds a refrag on Cold Zero. Bomb planted. Oscar brings it to the 1v1, and Dennis stepping up there. So SK now feeling the pressure a little bit. Just pistols, PT50s, Deagles, and CZs. Fallen takes a bit of damage at the start of the round, and they're trying to push in Squeaky Door, but Chris J 1 step ahead of them. Doesn't manage to find a kill, but at least gets intel that that's happening.
Rob's just sitting back, does get Fallen down, so he's adding to the kill total. A minuscule one as it is, as Oscar gets Phelps pushing through, so double aggression again for SK, and Mouse Sports take an early lead. Quick lineup of the second Rusty Bolt, that goes all the way through to CT spawn. Perfectly. Cold Zero. Good shot with the deagle. You'd think it's scary. Again, it's called headshot for a reason.
Yeah.
Robs gets one in return. It's Taco now. Not much he can do in this. We'll just sit back, see if they can get kills on exit and potentially get guns.
It's always frightening when a player like Cold Zero nails the first deagle headshot. You know he's positioned like headshot where he can duck and weave and find multiple kills, but luckily he's shut down once again. Robs this time finding his first 2 kills into the round. Build his confidence up now. 2 AK headshots for him. Just Furt and Taco not necessarily saving this point, looking for exit frags. You can see Furt, he's holding towards a main, potentially trying to find anyone hunting for him. And then we've got Taco, who's in CT spawn, waiting on the other side of the smoke. Listening out for footsteps. Let's hope he can get something done here. It's fine to save the CZs. They will be buying next round regardless to get $2,100 on top of their $2,000 per player right now, so the AWPs will be able to come back out. They do like to run a double AWP setup so far, and they haven't really been established, SK as of yet. I'm sure we'll see it at some point of the game. They could just about squeeze out the double AWPs they wanted to. There's one for Phelps. He's going to be dropping it to Taco, who is known to be the secondary AWP on some of the maps, and they're kind of just throwing the AWP around right now, trying to work out where he's going to go. I assume he'll be in full attack by the end. So this time a tactical pause for SK Gaming. They've lost the lead. Mouse Sports, this is their pick, remember, as well. So SK Gaming start on the arguably easiest, has a very balanced map indeed, but number 8, 4-3. That's what's the lead for now, at least.
So this time you are correct if you were to say SK called the tactical.
Yes, is that right?
Yes, you are.
Good.
You've nailed it, Henry. High five. Not quite loud enough for the mics, but that's all right. It was
kind of awkward when you sat next to each other.
It's all right. Don't worry about it. We just had to turn inward, watch the elbow.
Okay, do it again.
Do you know that trick?
Yeah,
watch the elbow? Watch the elbow. Oh, never miss it. Never miss it. Yeah, that one. Whew. It's going to be might have to use the left hand later now. That one's injured.
Well, we're going to get back into this one. Round number 8, the AWP is going to be in the hands of Fallen, of course, and he's going to be boosted up by behind the same smoke in middle. So we'll jump on him. If there is a boost coming in, he could find the first shot. There it is. Doesn't actually nail it. Okay.
I thought it was at least a leg shot.
Yeah, looked like it.
Yeah, didn't it? It must have gone just directly through.
Well, that was the perfect reply. The smoke goes down from T-Spawn. You throw that's got an easy one to do towards connector, but you can boost above like Fallen did. He had a little bit of a flash come his way, so I guess that's why he might have just whiffed the shot slightly. But got intel, they've got mid control. He's going to surrender in that particular area. Smoke down towards the top of highway as well. Buys Mouse a little bit more time. Fallen though watching the connector himself, seeing if they decide to push through towards CT Spawn. With Dennis in the vents as well. SK on the back foot this round. Limiting the utility, only 2 smokes remaining as well. A couple of kits to work with, and Coltero once again in B, but he's got some backup this time, but that's gone down. Phelps dealt with by Robs.
Cold takes Robs out though until Dennis shows face. 2 inside of the site close together, and Fallen somehow slips in and gets away after a single shot. Flash off Dennis, he wants to try and keep Fallen out of the equation. It does get through the doorway. That means he can cross to get the bomb planted. He'll go back and put his attention elsewhere. Elsewhere meaning walling, trying to find Oscar. God, that was close. He's got a chance to try and get more at Tree as well. I think he may have... No, he didn't. I thought he may have spotted the gun barrel of Taco going into that corner, but seemingly did not. Doesn't matter. Holes on the flank. They're all going to show their face toward Lowell. Fallen finds it. Leaves him in a 2 versus 2, but Oscar pushes, takes advantage of the distraction, and he'll get away with one. Dennis gets the other, but Mouse Sports get away with the round.
Good job, Mouse Sports. They're looking quite assertive right now, are they not? Lots of fast mid pushes, getting that boost up as well. And SK without the economy to really get the full buy, and they don't have the incendiaries to shut down that push at the start. They tried to bring the counter to the table as well, the boost behind the smoke, but if Fallen hits that first shot, they've done it. They've pretty much won the round, but he misses it, and he has to fall back. At that point, full mid control comes from Mouse Sports. They go for the B split through the vents and the mid area and the B storage area itself, and manage to run away with the round. We're going to see another partial buy here from SK. Scout for Fallen. This time jumping over the smoke. It's ambitious to say the least. I think he spots one. Trying to see if he can get the jump shot. It's much harder to do these days. You can do it at the very top of the jump. You can pull the trigger and still have full accuracy, not just at any point like it used to be.
Yeah. Apex of the jump. It was a little bit overpowered before. Chris J used to be very, very good with it.
Yeah,
I think
it's
he
not
was
as
probably the best.
prevalent as it used to be. Like, you used to better take that to gun rounds after buying in the second and be absolutely fine.
Yeah, map dependent and angle dependent. Obviously, jumping Mirage B apartments.
Yeah. And quad on cash as well, CT side.
Yep, quad on cash. Where else? Cobblestone, you used to be able to do it at the corner before they put it in the stairs.
Dust 2-way ramp. Loads of
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's lots. Okay, cool. At least you got kill out of it. Not a headshot, not the pretty one. But the prettiest girl at the ball is Lowell, apparently. He takes him down, and it's now going to be another 4 versus 2. We're going to go 6-3 in favor of Mouse Sports on a T side. Great start for them.
Yeah, looking very promising, I have to say. They're playing a good CS in terms of the team play. They know they're reading the economy well. They're thinking, okay, they probably don't have the incendiaries here. They've opted for the orb. They're going to be struggling in the middle. We'll just keep deploying the same smokes towards a connector, flash over, deny that first kill coming in. It's very stifling for a CT. As soon as you're smoked out and the flashes are coming in as well, unless you've got heavy presence like 3 CT players there, that's the only way you can really counter it, unless you've got the utility to hold them off at the start. Maybe that's the call from SK going forward. Let's send 3 players there. Let's actually challenge middle instead of giving it up every single time, which is fine. If you have the double orb set up, I think it's absolutely fine to leave middle open. You obviously have the orb at quad, then you have one at B as well. And then you can have firepower across the map, and giving away mid is not a big deal. But if you're only having that one orb who's focusing on middle, he's smoked out, he's pretty much made redundant, I think it's more than likely you want to possibly challenge with 3 players towards middle and take the duels yourself. So another full buy here. Do they go for the double orb? Cold Zero has one. There it is. So normally when things get a bit tight, this is when you bring out the double orb setup. It's probably not their go-to, but kind of an adjustment at this stage. 6-3 for Mouse Sports. They've actually won the last 6 rounds in a row. So looking very good here on the T side. Fast mid play again, potentially. Nope, not going to be happening. They've got the incendiary to deal with this time. And indeed, they have sent 3 players middle, Matthew. So they're listening.
Middle.
They know what they're doing.
Double middle.
If I know it, they should do it as well.
Taco's going to sit and watch off quad. Flames down in front of the doorway. It's true, we see a lot of Counter-Strike, so we pick up on these things, but it's always interesting to hear teams say, oh, we didn't know they did that. Well, you should have someone doing your homework.
Sure.
So I imagine they do in this case. These guys are professionals. Phelps down below the drop's going to wait. That's a bit of a flub. Flash gets fallen though, so he can't peek out just as they're going overdrop as well. Oscar's now got the angle in his favor. He's got it to hold it. flirting with it. It's going to see Fallen, and there's why the flash is so effective, because Fallen had to back off that exact angle. Oscar, quick shot, somehow goes straight through the legs of Phelps. He thinks he gets away with it, but Taco arrives to take him down, and that leaves Phelps in the corner, but nobody puts Baby in the corner. Lowell says, you're gone.
Dirty dancing references coming in.
Why not?
I like it. 3 on 2 now.
My Patrick Swayze.
Yeah, we can try that move later. We've done the high five. Let's go for that.
You make me feel like Ted dancing.
3 on 2, 3 on 1. Let's keep it together. Chris J, low HP. They have got the A site under control. This is looking very promising for Mouse Sports. They are countering the adjustments for SK as well then. Instead of going for the very fast approach then, the full execution towards middle. Oscar taking down Fallen. He seems to be running away with this one. He's actually on 11 frags right now. Fallen, he's got 6. But it feels like Oscar's winning the majority of the AWP duels at the moment. They're going to win round number 10 here and take their total to 7. coldzera saving the AWP. The double AWP setup not actually working out for them. He didn't really get that much going towards the B side of the map at all. And we'll see whether he can hold on to the AWP. It doesn't look like Mouse Sports will be hunting him down. That's going to be 7 rounds in a row now. That's not too bad at all. Mouse Sports, certainly the underdog. Seems like a mismatch on paper, doesn't it? Mouse Sports versus SK Gaming. 6 months ago, you would say no chance whatsoever.
So, I'm impressed. And you're right. 6 months ago, you wouldn't have thought that at all.
Yeah. Certainly showing this international squad can go head-to-head with some of the best in the world. They've made it to the playoffs here against all odds and shown us they can make some damage here in the tournaments. It's going to be a force buy from what I can see. coldzera's AWP. Okay, they've actually saved some cash. There's a little partial buy on top of the AWP. And Oscar ready for coldzera. That's a push I've seen him do a lot in this tournament. So obviously the other AWPers will be aware of his tendencies as well. Phelps, though, with the chance to do some damage here. Picks up the AK-47 as well. If ever there's a chance to step up, this would be it. Once the next headshot can't do it, Robs takes him down.
Still a tournament in which we've been waiting. Ooh, that's awkward. Molotov out. They just run into each other. Robs will get Taco back. Still a tournament in which we're waiting for Cold to show up.
Sure.
In some ways. He's had a few rounds here and there, but not the normal ones that we expect to see. There's Lowell with the bomb down in front of him. He's going to smoke off toward T. Or the tree, excuse me, not T, CT rather. And Molotov backside has the information as to exactly where Fallen's playing from, but through the smoke with the scout, Fallen nails the shot. I would love to see that from his perspective.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether he could just about see the shadow of him as he's about to push through the smoke and get the bomb, or whether it's the pre-fire. If it's the latter, that's insane. So, there it is. Robs, good job there, but that's SK Gaming with the partial buy, so that's actually stabilized their money tremendously. They didn't invest too much into it. They left about 2.5k per player, and they win the round. 7-4. They put one back just as it was looking a little bit dire there. Double setup once again. coldzera towards B, of course. Smoke goes in. Does he try the same pick he did before? Doesn't look like it. A slightly deeper smoke this time. There is a bit of activity towards that side of the map. This is Robs, though. Takes some damage through the smoke, and it's going to be Taco with the first frag. Manages to take down Chris J. That was towards the squeaky door, and upgrades his UMP to an AK as well, so that's not bad whatsoever. Good job. Pushing towards A storage here as well. Or maybe just a boost up. Do we have an official name for this boost? We always called it Shroud back in the day.
Yeah, Shroud is still, I think, what we go to.
Okay.
It's just weird when you call a spot by a player name and then they're actually in the game.
Yeah, right.
It's confusing, but yeah. A boost. I think everyone would know what that means.
Yeah.
Dennis gets up close inside of connector. AWP to watch backside. Gets it, Fallen. Good read, good assessment of the situation.
Yeah, nice angle as well. He can't really do much about that. Such an open position. Taken down. That's Dennis. Let's get 5-on-3 now. Rob's low HP as well. They should have this locked down. They will be heading towards people. Oscar, he could be the difference maker here. Spots one. Easy frag. Excuse coldzera. And now they have got an opening.
Phelps will swing in, take down Lowell. Good read as he heard Lowell jump back in. They've got the advantage. They need to start converting the rounds, SK. They've got the last one. They want to pick up 2 in a row as Oscar gets to the AWP. Wall shot. A little bit hopeful, I think. Optimistic. Push him down quite easily so. Not much time on the clock. He never had the round in his hands.
Yeah, well, 2 in a row now for SK Gaming. Great job with the aggression at the start. They're pushing the squeaky door area. managing to upgrade a UMP to an AK-47, funneling them towards B as well. They got a nice kill. Oscar, after his teammate Dennis went down a CT spawn, he must have snuck in behind Fallen, gets up the A ramp, takes down the AWP on the site, gives them that opening with Phelps stepping up there, ducking and weaving through the smoke, and managed to find a couple of kills there and locking in Oscar into an unwinnable situation, like he said. So a pause now for Mouse Sports. 7-5 to in a row for SK. So their money, let's have a look at that. It's going to be $8,000 for Rob. So AWP's definitely a possibility. They can certainly buy into this round. 6K on Lowell as well. 2 players feeling the burn slightly. That's Oscar and Chris J, who have got about 2,500 between them. So just a chance for LMBT, the coach of Mouse Sports, to decide where he wants to go with this buy. It looks like they'll be going with AKs and presumably the AWP on Oscar. He's actually got the AK in his hand as well, so they didn't go all in. I guess they had to drop weapons across the board. Rob's had to invest $7,000 into this round, so he probably dropped the Galil and the UMP, from what I can see. And here's the final buy. Galil, 2 AKs, 2 UMPs. They went for more utility. This suggests a set piece coming in, Matt, from what I can see right now. If you're opting for less firepower, like UMPs.
It's Molotov.
Oh, yeah, that's quite an interesting.
That's why you throw it toward the slanted roof so that it always lands. It's hard to spill it over the top when you try and hit it on the top of the campus.
Well, Fur tries to push him through that smoke, and Lau's having none of it with the UMP. He takes him down, gets a 5-on-4. They might just commit a mistake as well. Good flashbang, but Taco finds a kill.
Dennis gets Taco down. It's a pop flash back the other way as Oscar's going to try and push up the highway ramp. Just in front of him. Will win it out to take Oscars. So 3 in a row now for SK as they pull themselves back into the game, looking more on form. Stay with the op on Cold Zira as well, not on Fallen.
Yeah, it seems that way. Nice round there from SK. First pick. There's some nice shots from Fallen. Close range, of course. That's his forte. And I think this has to be the partial buy now from Mouse Sports. Losing 3 in a row. Money coming in. I think Lyle had a bit more residual cash than his teammates. He goes down to 1,400. He buys the AK. So they've gone for Tech-9's Deagles. 1 AK-47. We'll see whether they can cause any damage here whatsoever. Back to the double AWP setup. Cold Zero ready in B storage. Easy shot for him. Takes on Dennis. And he can keep holding that position. He spotted he only had a pistol, so why not? This is an interesting move from Fred. Very aggressive this tournament.
First got Chris Jet down. And fall back into the A site. Rops. Spray back in. Lowell's going to get Taco inside of A main. Still waiting on the same angle, though. This could catch them off as Robs gets closer, much closer. Gets it, though, however, with a Deagle. Good shot. He's able to get the M4 for free as it felt just close enough to click the E button on, so he doesn't have to expose himself. No public nudity here. And it's Phelps that still waits inside of A. Fallen has gotten to the truck. They're still favoring off on the A side. All 3 Mouse Sports players are grouped together, waiting with the time ticking away. This is what they're waiting for.
They've got no nades to work with here. They're on a Deagle as well. They need that first pick. Rob's trying to show presence towards bit of this. Looks like a run boost coming in, Matt. You'd love to see this. It's successful, but Fallen, he's ready for it. Takes down Lal. It was a nice attempt. With no nades, that's pretty much all they could do. They know the AWP's going to be there somewhere, and unfortunately, Fallen nails the shot. Of course he does. 20 seconds remaining now. Robs could be the difference maker, though. Look at his position. This is looking very... Okay, don't worry.
Cole just absolutely nails him. Phelps takes Oscar down as well. Another round SK. We go into the 15th round with the half still to play for.
Yeah,
quite good from Cole.
I was building that up maybe a little bit too much. Cold Zero just completely eviscerates him in this connector area. That was quite a nice shot, I have to say, all the same. Anyway, 7-7, that's 4 rounds in a row for SK. Looking like they might pick up the half victory here. It's going to be the final round of the first half. They're all available from our spots. That's where Oscar's been doing most of the damage. He got 13 kills in this half, but Fallen's starting to catch up to him now, 12-7. And the fast mid play. This was so successful from our sports in the earlier stages here. And how is Phelps still alive there? Just hiding in the smoke. I'm not sure they're 100% sure where he's in there. He seems to be he's watching it for now. Double Molotovs towards Phelps. I feel like if he'd just hidden, he could have actually gone to town on them after he pushed up mid. But maybe they had an idea. I don't know.
It's true, though. Yeah, he did go back and take a fight without an angle and a smoke down. Chris takes Taco. Mouse with the first 2 kills in the round. Looked like they could win this out 8-7 on cash. Even map, even score. Fallen waiting to see if they'll push in toward A main. Door shut by Fallen out toward Squeaky doesn't want it open inward anymore. Good position. Cole. Shoulder bait works though. Now they know exactly where he is behind the box. He's getting desperate because he knows they're likely to Molotov him off, and desperation won't work for in the corner. Finds one, snaps back, looks for two, but Dennis responds to his teammate going down. And it's Fallen left against 4. Mouse Sports gonna take the half.
Oh, they just dinked it through the checker room as well. So Fallen always so scary in his clutches, but looks like he has been shut down. 7 HP. It will be Mouse Sports winning the half here, and what a great performance it was. After losing the pistol 3-0 as well, he thought, okay, well, maybe SK going to run away with this one once again, but 6 rounds in a row. Actually 7, I believe, as well for Mouse Sports. It looked great. As a team overall, everyone's delivering, especially Dennis. How many key frags did he find there? 8-7 for Mouse Sports is better than what we saw in the first map. Let's see if they can conclude this in the second half.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Lenovo Legion, Xfinity, ESCA, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, Logitech G, and Zowie.
We look down the line on either side. It's Mouse Sports and SK dead even. If you think you can be better and actually take a half away from either of these two teams that just split one,
Ambitious.
do so on ESCA. You can sign up, make it all the way through to Rank S. Maybe you'll play with these guys. Probably not. You're probably trash at the game, just like Henry.
Just like me. Well, let's get back into the actual game, shall we? Make sure you do that. Go play some ESCA. It's really fun. But round number 1 of the second half. Mouse Sports with a rare lead here against SK. Looking like they do have something up their sleeve. We'll get into the pistol round. It's going to be SK Gaming with 2 Molotovs and 1 smoke. Unless they've already deployed one. Doesn't look like they have. And Oscar getting aggressive here in A main. He wants to find his first kill. Takes a couple of pop shots, but he'll be falling back at this stage. Spots at least a couple of terrorists in the A main position, but from what I can see, this will be Molotovs towards quad potentially and trying to bust their way into the site. There it is, the first. Oscar now needs to step up.
Good shot, Fallen. Oscar can't do anything when he's that blind, especially when Dennis is just trying to get away and stay alive, which somehow he has. Fallen can't hit the shot, so Phelps does. Rops will wait at the truck. 2 men down, bomb planted. Things looking good for SK.
Chris J coming from Squeaky Door, though. Probably the last hope here for the CD side. If he can open his door and get 1 kill and get some room to move for his teammates, that could be great. There it is. Now we have a chance.
Real chance as well because they have to turn to look at him. It opens up some space toward the truck. However, they're going to just shut the door. That's the best way to deal with it. Just keep him contained. Phelps, as he sees it reopen, gets a shot and then puts him on 9 HP. Chris still hits it. Fur's gotten the other 2, and he'll close out the round himself.
Nice try there from Chris J, but quite a nice round from SK Gaming overall. Straight towards A. That's where a lot of teams like to end up. Basic execution and 1 smoke towards highway. Double Molotov towards the quad position as well. Great flashbangs. Like we said, Oscar needs to go wild there. Couldn't actually get anything done. And here's some calculated shots from Fur with that Glock. Great work by him. 3 in total and manages to tie things up. 8-8. not too much of a force buy from our sports, like I said in the previous map. A lot of teams opting, especially with the underdog as well, right? It's especially you're one map down. You don't want to feel like you lost the game due to the financial situation. You might as well say, okay, these guys are very good. It's unlikely we'll beat them with the pistols. Let's have a nice full buy, get the AWP cell, all the utility we need to actually run our full game and all our strategy on the CT side when we get going. So first goal coming in, that's for Fur. Takes down Chris J. This round shouldn't be too interesting, but Dennis continues his good form for what we've seen on Cash so far. Another deagle headshot from him to take down Fallen. Should still be quite easy, but Robs is causing some damage now.
Phelps. Just sits and waits. Dennis goes right by. So an easy enough kill. SK looking to find number 9, take a lead in the second half to start it off, and could do so with still a round in hand, if you will, in the fact that there won't be guns brought up from Mouse Sports.
Yeah, just keeping things a bit more modest. If Rops can find a kill with this UMP, that'd be great. Not exactly. I guess he could save it as well. He's still got body armor, right? So even if his teammates don't have weapons around him, he can at least have 100 HP to work with next round, drop a P250 for his mate, and maybe farm some cash going forward. So that's probably going to be the most logical thing to do. SK Gaming, though, bit dicey. Dennis with the one, Dennis with the 1D towards Fallen. And then Rob's taking down Cold Zera to find a UMP himself. So the round will be going in the SK's favour. They take the lead for the first time since the earlier stages in the first half. You can see the scoreboards right now. So Sports will be saving this last player. Rob's just in towards T-spawn. SK saved the AK, Galil, and a UMP. So they could bring out the AWP next round if they really wanted to. It's not really worth it. They'll probably upgrade, or downgrade, I should say, some Mac 10s out, something like that. There's the Mac 10 for Fallen. And now he can have some fun running around. Actually gives it to Phelps. Does he just stay on a Glock? Is that happening, or has he been dropped? Oh, he's been dropped Galil.
Smoke down mid-garage. Backs away. Fallen's going to try and continue spraying with the Galil. Keep it in mind. In toward mid. As Phelps gets above, doesn't yet know that Rops is down there. Needs to check. Goes down though. They need to trade. Fallen can't push through. 15 HP left for Rops. If he does push through, Oscar's there to give him some aid in the situation. In fact, he's going to run all the way to the corner, get tagged up on the way through. They're both on 15. One of them's dead. The other one's boosted. Do they know? Do they know that Rops has got enough there? Surely they do, because he'd already killed one of their team. And they make no mistake about it. Keeping track of the opposition. Still losing bodies, though. Lowell's hit another shot on Taco. As Chris tries to get run down, Colt's going to get closer and closer. Chris gets further away. He manages to make it through, and they'll close out and make it now 10, but guns to come up.
Indeed, not the cleanest of rounds from SK Gaming. The money's still good. They're finding all their kills with the SMG, so farming cash all day long. It's 10-8 now, the first gun round coming in. Like we said, the CT's quite modest with their second round partial buy. We won't call it a force because they didn't get armor as well. So you can see Oscar, he manages to get utility and incendiary and the AWP as well with head armor. So lots of money to work with here. Still the UMP for Chris J. Get into the first gun round here. Fallen trying to pick towards B storage. Waiting to see if anyone gets aggressive first. Doesn't fully come in at the start. Needs some smoke to find a bit more space. Still edging around the corner here. So going for some B storage control here.
Phelps will get in a position to flash out into middle. He backed off in that pre-fire because the bullets landed exactly where he'd stepped out to take it from. So early damage goes favor of SK.
Indeed.
I'm not sure I like that UMP. We'll come back to that if we could. Not that one, the greenish one. Reason being, look, it has textures to make it look 3D that aren't real. They're done based on light dimensions, but those light dimensions aren't dynamic, so it looks like plastered on Duke Nukem 3D style graphics. It's clever style, but, you know, it doesn't really work.
It's probably one of the new ones.
Yeah, there's no dynamic lighting to go along with it. The gun doesn't actually have those shapes, those polygons. Sorry. My inner art school was really bothered.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to see it come out time and time. But Taco, he's actually going to be finding a couple of frags there. Nice work with the Galil. Opens up the A bomb site by himself. That was from Highway as well. That might call for the save straight away. It's very difficult to retake this bomb site. 3 on 5, you're limited in terms of kits. You only got 1 incendiary remaining as well. And 5 seconds though, bomb should be going down. There it is. And it looks like he'll be a safe round here. Fallen watching towards middle as well, takes out Chris J. And that's going to be it. Oscar now desperately trying to hold on to his AWP and CT spawn. So Taco running away with that round by himself, sneaks up Highway, pushes for a smoke, and manages to find 2 kills. And the round by himself. Not too bad at all.
We'll get a look at Taco's kills in a moment.
Oh, I'd like to do that.
Spot. Would you?
I'd love that.
We'll do it just for you then.
Thank you, sir.
Never mind the.
Could you shoutcast what's happening?
The way, as if it were happening live.
Exactly.
Do you want me to overhype or underhype?
Overhype.
Overhype it. Okay, we'll see what we can come up with.
God, get ready, ladies and gentlemen. This could be a treat. You've got to
Is
pause
it?
as well.
You're putting me on the spot.
You've got to pause. You've got time to work with it.
Pause. All right, let's get it up on the screen. Taco gets the Molotov out in behind the forklift. He's going to get Molotov off himself, but what a shot on Dennis as he backs away and through the door. He's got another on Lowell.
That was good.
Right.
I liked it. That's perked me up.
I had to act like I hadn't seen it before is the problem. That's the hard part.
Oh, good job by him. Yeah. So I beg you, I thought he came from Highway. He's actually playing the Squeaky Door. They had a player coming from Highway. But he does all the work from the information area, doing a great job. With the Galil, it's a rare appearance from that weapon. Seeing it more this tournament as well, along with the FAMAS. Just to note as well, we discussed the gravity of the situation with the UMP being nerfed. We're seeing more of these lesser rifles come in. 8 now. So, do Mouse Sports decide to force into this? I'm not so sure. We'll have a look. They've left themselves... Okay, I would say you probably do force into this round. You've got an AWP, an M4. You can at least afford UMPs around it. But still a chance to win it. You've got Rops and Oscar, 2 of the stars of the team. Actually, Oscar with that AWP as well. Rops presumably going to have to get aggressive here, which he does. He's in B storage right now. Trying to look over the smoke, but Cold Zero waiting in T-spawn from Rops will fall back at this stage. Tries to get the early pick, but decides to stay alive instead. Taco at the door once again.
Ooh.
Okay.
That. Fair enough.
Where was Oscar? Let's have a look. Oh, he was in quad position.
No, he wasn't. I think he shot from right where he is now.
Yeah.
So he just guessed to shoot into the corner. I don't think he was quad.
He was here, right?
Yeah.
So I thought he would do it like this.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Straight down, it's a straight line, but that doesn't line up. Look where that corner is when you go out straight from the corner.
Oh yeah, I think that's the bullet hole there.
Yeah, he shot from inside of the site at the corner.
Yeah, you're right. There it is.
Yeah.
Boom. Did quite considerable damage as well.
Yeah, good guess.
Well, there you go. It's going to be 45 seconds remaining. Damage advantage, at least for Mouse Sport to this point. Taco down to 38. You can see a full B execution coming in momentarily. Phelps by the vents.
Don't love the way you throw that.
Yeah, we actually missed through one of those, I think.
Yeah, that's not how you throw them. Because they don't land, and you're exposed on top of white box. There's a much, much, much easier way to throw that Molotov. Fur takes down Oscar.
It's a big kill.
It is a big kill. Failed Molotovs, and they still find to get a pick. But Lowell up close, bomb down. Look for the headshot, can't get it. Taco's got the bomb back, and they'll head over toward A because Fur is pushed all the way through. He gets one more as well.
Sprints is on. Can they deny the plan? I don't think they can.
Oh, Phelps is going to wait. If he wanted to, he could push in behind them. I don't know that he'll do so. The problem is they still have one player in B. And Phelps is going through. Taco has to stay alive. He gets aggressive instead. If he goes down here, Rops could get on the bomb in time. Phelps just arriving, gets the gun out. Goes down. Now Taco has to stay alive long again because he still has to wait for Cold Zero to get closer, so he's gone out toward the door. They should pick up the round. But it wasn't exactly comfortable when the bomb went down.
He can still win this. Rops is good. Oh, okay. Up against Cold Zero, though. If he nails that shot, I think he had a shot within that clutch situation. Not meant to be there. That was not the force buy from Mouse Sports. They made things uncomfortable. Early damage inflicted by Oscar with the wall bang towards Squeaky Door. Following them back towards B, and then lots of backstabs and interesting flanks coming in there, especially Lowell as well, who pushes towards A storage, waits him beneath the boost position, takes down the bomb, and that's where limited time. There it is, that's the replay. Good stuff. The limited time meant things were uncomfortable for SK, but stepping up in the end, it's now 12-8, another full buy for the CTs. No double up set up just yet. Round number 21 is joining us. It's the first quarterfinal of the day. It's SK Gaming versus Mouse Sports, who've already played Mirage. Where SK had a very convincing victory. I think it's 16-7. And now This game looking a lot more interesting, but since the second half begins, it's been the CT side that let Mouse Sports down so far. They didn't really get rolling at all on Mirage, but had a decent terrorist half. This looks to be a very similar situation.
Chris J, blinded, turns back. Lowell sitting in the corner. Oh, taken out by Fallen immediately on arrival.
Yeah, it's kind of brutal. That's going to be over.
Fallen's got Chris. It's going to go 13-8. And money. Mouse Sports has none. I think they have a 3-round. Okay, they got a full loss bonus. What am I saying? Of course they have. They haven't won a round yet.
Yeah, indeed.
I thought it was 3 rounds for some reason. I thought they got one in there, but it was 8-7 for them.
I think they have to take a pause, maybe. They're not going to do that. It's not really enough to buy with, especially against a team like SK playing they are right now. I think they're going to need the double upset and maybe take a partial buy here, and we'll see what they can do going forward. Oh, Zera. He's actually the main AWP for that round. Fallen with the AK-47. They have adjusted things now. Fallen back on the AWP. I think they're doing a spawn-based play in the previous round with Fallen. He's got the B storage this time. Smoke going down. Waiting to see if anyone makes a mistake and pushes before it blooms. There's going to be Robs on the other side. They have not force spawned in this round. This is the partial buy. So CZ's an aggressive play towards squeeze the door. It's going to be Taco finding 1 kill. Looking at the second as well. Should get this. It's not the cleanest of exchanges, and Lau will capitalize there. Down and another Eagle headshot. But Oscar was going to hit that. Unfortunately, not meant to be. Now Lau, low HP. He'll be on the A-bomb side itself and might find 1 kill here, which he does indeed, but gives his position away. Not really much he can do about this, but he has got the AK-47. He'll take a monstrous performance, but I think they'll just get him towards the B side. He's making a lot of noise here. Phelps finds him. 14-8 now, 7-0. And this is, like I said, Mirage, they look great on the T side. It was weird they started on the T side considering they had the pick on SK's map. And they went for the T side start, and I think they're more confident in their T sides overall because I don't think they picked up a single. They got 1 round on their CT half on Mirage, and now they haven't picked up a single one after 7. So double AWP set up, like we said, when things get a little bit desperate. This is when you bring it out. Oscar and Chris J, great duo. Let's see if they can step up here. Lau looking to maybe push in towards A storage here. Does indeed.
Lau.
Good flash.
Yeah, good flash indeed. Can't necessarily push who's going to go. They're going to go. Get away. And SK already opening the door means that Lowell goes down. So they get aggressive on top of that flash and smoke position. As Dennis, Oscar rather, gets the kill. Dennis goes down, but Dennis is going to try and swing back around. Flash out. Rops is able to capitalize SK's limited man. And the smokes are actually haunting them because Phelps is in a good position, but he can't find Dennis. So he's got to sit and hold at quad. Manages to get Rops. They've actually pulled it around. Phelps goes on 6 HP, but it's cold. It's going to be his support player and gets Dennis for him. It's all on to Chris. And Chris has got an AWP and no kit. And I don't know if he fancies this.
Oh, they'll have 3,400 per player. He might as well go for it. They're desperate right now. 2 versus 1. Needs to go quicker than this, though. He's hoping that a mistake is made by the T side. Edging in, slowly but surely, that was the shot that had to hit. 19 HP, done for. Great attempt by Chris. Like I said, he has to go for that. He can't just save the orb. It won't be enough. Match point, series point for SK Gaming, and no money for Mouse Sports. I think this game is coming to its logical conclusion. Like we said, on paper, bit of a mismatch perhaps for Mouse Sports. I think they've proven enough here. They've had a couple of tournaments now with Rops coming in, and they're performing well as a unit, making the playoffs compared to some of the teams that didn't make it here. Like you think about, like Na'Vi not making the playoffs, Fnatic as well. It's Mouse Sports that are doing it, so that's quite convincing stuff for them going forward. Let's see whether they can have anything left in the tank here. It doesn't look like it. Phelps finds the first kill, taking now Chris J. Famis's and a couple of M4s. It's going to be Oscar pushing in towards the B storage, hoping he just find some sort of timing in his favor. coldzera seems to be aware, but can't find the shot. The Famis prevails and takes him down.
So, as we sit, what could be the last minute and 14 or less. SK could take this 2-0. It looks like they will, unless Mouse Sports can pull up their socks quite high. Oh, sits in the side with Dennis to try and get a main. Good shot. That's bombed down. It'll buy them some time and space, and they'll work together to watch Highway. They give up a little bit of room for Taco. It allows Fur to get closer as well, but it's definitely slowed the pace down for SK. Molotov will do the same to Taco. They'll throw out another one from the garage. Lowell knows that he's there. Swings out, though. Fur hits the shot. And Phelps just waits on the highway. Down goes Dennis. That's going to be the end of the game. Phelps with Rops makes it 16-8. Convincing on the second map.
Yeah, much better showing today from SK Gaming than we saw yesterday. The fact is, they have to go 3-0 and almost didn't make it to the playoffs as well, because completely kind of paints a picture for you. It was a really rough day in the office for them, but this is looking much better, especially the T side as well, not giving much away once again. That was the headline of the first day. They didn't drop a single T round. Pretty much the same story today, only dropping one map in those two maps. So this is looking much better. Back to their old selves.
Back to the old selves. Back to you in the studio, Henry. As it's over to Jason, truthfully. He's the one in the studio.
God bless it all. Love those glasses, Hank. Look great. Welcome back to the Xfinity Analyst Desk. Yes, 2-0 for SK. They dominate Mouse Sports. That looked much like the day one SK that was just supremely dominant. Both of those maps, SK only drops one round on their offense. Is that a product of a good offense or the product of a bad defense? Or both?
Pretty bad defense.
Yeah, pretty bad defense. Let's be honest. I think, again, we saw the similar issue that they had on Mirage. They were pretty much giving way too much space for SK to just roam around with. At times, you get midway through the second half there and you see SK pretty much setting up for a full execute 2 centimeters away from the B bomb site with Mouse Sports having absolutely no clue what's going on around the map. They're playing passively in mid, still have 2 players over towards that A bomb site, just being completely in the dark, and that obviously is not going to pan out well. Yeah,
to the point where maybe even sometimes they even get a chance to kind of fix up those post plants they had. I know, Chad, you have a clip to put that fancy toy to use.
Well, the only thing that got me excited by Mouse Sports, right? Well, that first half, I was cheering. I was thinking, they're doing it. This is, like, fantastic. They're dictating the pace.
They're back.
It's your boy, Rops.
It's what I said in the pre-show, right? If they want to exploit Fallen in middle to do I call them the flip side smokes. This is the connector and the highway smoke, and then use Molotovs and take middle. The very first time they did it, we've actually got it on the telestrator here, it was a little bit sloppy. There was a gap in the smoke, and Fallen tried to exploit it, but it still went to plan, right? They forced Fallen in a position where he can't help his mid player, which is Fur. He gets isolated by Molotovs. They try to help Fur by boosting in the vent, but these guys from Mouse are just able to overwhelm mid. And the style that they can try and bring into this, right, is use flashes from the A players to help fight middle. Instead, what they do is just basically leave Fur out to dry. The vent player gets isolated and killed, and now they've got full mid control. And from this, they were able to dictate, the pace of the game from there. They're able to do it again and keep getting mid control, and that forced Fallen's adjustment to just not play mid at all. Now, this is where Mouse kind of made mistakes. They didn't have moves to go from there. They could get middle every time, but they didn't have any moves to kind of beat them when they were just turtling on the bomb sites. And what they needed to do is get middle, force them back onto the bomb sites, then put pressure on the bomb site and send them the late mid flank, to kill the guys while they're all concentrating on A main, Squeaky, B main, etc. So it's disappointing that Mouse Sports didn't adjust. They started perfectly. SK made an okay adjustment. I would have preferred to have that. Like, I think in this situation, if a team's going to keep exploiting mid, you have to fight them and you have to say you can't have that. Instead, they took it more passively and showed why they're a good team at holding bomb sites, and that was fantastic from them. But yeah, this was just to highlight the one thing I thought Mouse did well.
The one thing.
Yeah.
We caught it. We got it all.
Yeah.
Vendetta, any kind of thoughts on you in this game? Is it just a product of that passive Mouse defense? I mean, the offense looked good at times.
I think that's honestly the biggest key component as to why we saw SK have such an easy time. But I do think what Chad brings up is a pretty interesting point to look into, as we look at SK going further as well, because the way they play or the way they adapt to not being able to hold mid with Fallen alone or, potentially having further 1 or 2 rounds, that is actually playing that extremely passive bomb site holds. And they do that every single time. And at this point, teams should know it. So whether or not they're going to get, taking advantage of that later on as we move further on to the tournament is definitely going to be something to keep note on.
I know you guys, just to touch on this really quick, because I know we had some discussions of all these games were going live. In hindsight, this veto process, is there a better route that Mouse Sports could have taken now that we've seen, obviously we've seen both maps, you're looking at it with all the knowledge and everything like that, but where else could they have taken this that you think maybe would have given them a fighting chance?
Inferno. I think that's the one that stands out to me at least. I think that would have been a bit better choice because if you Mirage, that's going to go through for SK no matter what. If you bring it into Cash, that's one of the maps that SK are actually undefeated on at LAN, even with the changes to Phelps where they had shaky maps and so on. So you're still bringing it into almost home court for the Brazilians. So I think if you throw them a bit of a curveball by going into Inferno, sure, it might not be your strongest map, but you've tested yourself against was it Liquid already. That should have been an even more comfortable win than you already had. So you have to feel good about what you actually showcased in that game. And we've also seen that SK have definitely looked shaky. They do have some glaring issues on Inferno as well.
Yeah, another one maybe was Cobble, right? I know that it's still a good SK map, but it's one that Mao showed that they actually have strategies on the CT side and very deep strategies on the T side. We saw a lot of different executes coming out from them on the A and B bomb sides, and they could have used that to their advantage, as well as watching how G2 were able to manhandle SK. Maybe, you know, use a little bit of that as inspiration and infuse that with their own game style. That would have been, you know, a tactic that you would have been 99% sure that Cobble would have been in that first phase for a pick, right? You could have prepared very heavily for it, and you're confident in it yourself already. Cage seems like a bit of a reach, you know, now in hindsight, like you were saying, and Mirage also would have been a risk, even though we did see them Envy destroy them. I think that's kind of a one-off for SK. I think they're actually a pretty good Inferno team. I like their double AWP setups and that kind of stuff.
Right. Well, either way, SK is going to take this 2-0. Now, leading into the semifinal, they have G2 waiting for them. So that first semifinal that we're going to see, or maybe not the first of the day, but the first semifinal that we have locked in is going to be G2 taking on SK. This feels like in this tournament with the teams that are left, this could almost be like a grand final matchup.
Yeah, I think that's highly dependent on what kind of G2 we see, though. If we see day 1 G2, or we just see the
you can say that about SK though, can't you?
If we have day 1 SK, if we have day 1 SK versus day 2 G2,
that should make
it'll be a great semifinal. Otherwise, anything could happen, right? It's hard to tell.
Would you put G2 as the underdog despite them going straight through to the semifinal? Are they kind of the team that you look at to be the underdog in this matchup?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think that because it's a very different game once you get out of best of 1 territory and into best of 3. Even though, SK are not supremely confident in their own map pool as of right now, I still think they stand stronger than what G2 does, because we've seen G2 just be incredibly inconsistent from having the highest of highs to the lowest of lows. SK, at least on their hand, they have had bumps in the road, but they haven't really been like down in the dirt just grasping for air. And I think that's going to be a massive benefit in a best of 3 series.
I think if G2 can make it a brawl for SK and make their life uncomfortable, obviously SK guys don't look as overwhelming to me when they have only pistols or force players. They don't look great. Some of their decision making isn't there because players overextend. That's where I think G2 could take advantage as long as they stay on top of that economy. But I agree, there's probably a few more teething issues for G2 at the moment than there is for SK.
Cool. Well, either way, that's going to be coming up on Saturday when the semifinals is going to be in the Verizon Theater in Dallas. Now, if you want to get involved in some competitive Counter-Strike action, check out ESL Play Open. It's on June 16th. You can sign up, get in there, play. You can compete for some money, compete with some friends, however you want to do it. But that's how you can get involved in some competitive Counter-Strike. And if you want to move on and you want to try and get in some professional Counter-Strike, the Mountain Dew League is the ESL's direct path into the professional divisions of Counter-Strike. You can get involved. You can check out the website, sign up for it. You have to compete your way through all the tiers and eventually play against the pros. Now, we're going to head to a quick break, and when we return, it's going to be the second quarter final. It's going to be Liquid taking on Team EnVyUs. Stay tuned.
You know this feeling. The moment when goosebumps take over. The moment the fans roar. The moment you can't hold yourself back. This feeling will push you to your limits once again.
Exclusive black equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Use the S switch to quickly access the setting and switch between save modes.
Athletes aren't just born. They're molded from the core. A core of strength. A core of laser focus. A core that can handle anything. A core that sweats the small stuff. A core that's the difference maker. Game changer, world shocker. You see, hard work makes the athlete, but the edge of a Core i7 processor makes you unstoppable.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kinguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kinguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Howdy, future pros. Back on Nuke today, and I got another slick smoke to help y'all with your 2 side. Playing Nuke can feel like hell, but with this heaven smoke, you'll be winning round after round. The first step to executing this smoke is to shoot out the back left skylights. Once this is done, you're going to run around the silo, position yourself over this line. Aim just to the left of the second rail, post slightly above the roof, find mouse 1 on your gaming mouse, and press it. And just like that, your heaven will be smoked perfectly.
As you can see, the smoke starting to come in. So he's the master, and there's the first headshot, looking for more.
He's very, very good with this gun. Knows they're going to be closer.
The flash means they've got to be there. Lines up the headshots. He's got number 3. Bomb down as well. There's the 4th. Nico nearly goes for a deagle ace.
Now if he goes down 5-on-4 just like that, and it's going to be even more for Flush. A double kill, triple kill. What God's name is that?
The time, but they flash over and they push, A with all 5. Only able to get 2 kills now, but I think that is all that they will get.
Oh no! Oh, what? This is somehow going down to a 1v1 as FNX takes down nothing since he runs out of ammo. Doesn't have armor, mind you, but still, he's upgraded to an AK, but he might get caught reloading here. They both jump out of the open.
Oh my God.
What is that? He destroys Cloud9.
Finally, we've got a good shot of this.
Just pranked him.
Viali! What is that? Viali! He's in a 1v2 and it's so winnable. He's got 12 HP, Nico's got 6, and Rain's got 18. I wouldn't put it past him. Oh,
get out, Viali!
One yet by FaZe. Second round force. Yeah, look at this.
The fact is as well, he drops a smoke and they're just listening. That's when he said, we can get past that. We can push through before it goes down and not have the grey screen.
Bang.
It's actually the play that works against them, and he's so hungry for that ace at the point. There it is. Boom. Finds Kiyoshimin. He's normally in the apartments area. He knows that.
Welcome back once again to the ESL Pro League Season 5 Finals. Now we have the second quarterfinal of the day. It's Team EnVyUs taking on Team Liquid, the team that surprised us of the French players left over from the shuffle, and Team Liquid, who got in here basically by the grace of God. The other North American team really bailing them out with a big win.
You would do anything to diminish my prediction, Jason. Why do you hate me so much? I thought we were friends.
Once again, not all about you. Not all about you. But yeah, I mean, fair play. You did say Liquid is going to make it out of groups. Congratulations, Yango. Is that the credit you were looking for?
Thank you, Jason.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that.
Back in the room?
We also don't believe in God.
Also don't believe in God. Great. Bring that into the broadcast.
You want some religion? We get politics. We can do it all.
Yeah, between you and Matt, I just can't get away from it, can I? Either way, let's start with EnVyUs because this is a team that, after the roster shuffle, after G2 was created as a super team, all the best players it seemed that they picked to be in that roster. EnVyUs was kind of left over with pieces that you didn't think were going to be able to work together. Happy as an in-game leader has been questioned. But I mean, now this team, off some great play, has actually gotten this far into the tournament.
And also, who the hell is XMS? That's a guy coming out of nowhere. I mean, he did play with LDLC, but, maybe a surprising pick for some. Why do they decide to get him out of all the players in the market? And initially they had a lot of struggles. Their first 2 LAN tournaments, I think they only had 1 map win, actually. So a lot of people were questioning, okay, is this team just going to disband? What's going to happen? But actually, you could see signs of hope in, their game plan, their fundamentals. It was just a lot of mistakes individually. It seems like the bootcamp that they had coming into this tournament really helped them iron out those mistakes pretty much. And also the level that RPK is hitting in this tournament is insane. He's actually the highest rated player of the whole tournament.
Yeah, I think the weirdest thing we see, right, is we do say these guys were leftovers. They were or have been stars in their own right in previous iterations of Counter-Strike or previous teams, right? Scream, for example, is one who, is the aim star, the one-tap king, I don't know, whatever he's... Whatever
branding he's using these days.
What do they call him? It doesn't matter. RPK and Source.
Headshot machine?
Yeah, that's the one. In Source, he was like a legendary, one of the greatest Source players of all time. Happy, he's been a good in-game leader. Fantastic at lurking. He kind of not revolutionized that role. He kind of ran that role into the ground, I would say. Him and Get Right together, but Happy continued. And Sixer, I guess, is more of a support AWP. I don't see him as anything too flashy. And then you have the XMS, who's the guy, we're talking about having a fantastic performance so far. So they've all kind of come into their own in this tournament, and it's great to see.
I'm not gonna lie, when that graphic popped up with the EnVy roster, I actually thought that Happy and XMS have been switched again. Since Happy shaved, I just don't recognize him anymore. Like a whole new man, whole new player as well. This is Scream, obviously, big name. We know everything about him, the headshots, how well he aims, his mechanical skill, gifted. And I mean, it might be a little bit confusing to some people why he was left out of that G2 roster. That seemed to be the biggest question mark when that super team was formed. Do you guys have any thoughts on why maybe he was the one that wasn't selected to be in that team?
I don't think they like him.
Okay.
I mean, it's probably relationships or something along those lines. Because Scream obviously has a lot of talent, but you look at the current G2 roster, there are a lot of playmakers or players that need space. And do you really consider Scream a support player, a role player?
Right.
He could fit that role, perhaps, but is that really where you want to put him? I think he thrives when he actually has enough space to do his own thing.
I liked Chad's idea a little bit more. That was fun. Good stuff. Team Liquid now. Let's move on to the North American squad. Just barely getting into these playoffs, having to almost go into those tiebreakers, but squeaking it out in the end. This is the team we expect to kind of come up and be the standard bearers for North America at some point. They're the team that has, it's crazy to think that with Stanislaw in there, they have the most, I guess, stabilized in-game leader in the entire region at this point to some degree. But Twist is kind of the star that we're really looking to make leaps and bounds.
Yeah, day one he was abysmal. I think that's probably the best way of putting it, right? Like, he didn't show up and maybe he had some pre-LAN jitters. It's something for another young player, right, to come into these bigger stages and have to perform. But then on day 2, he was much better, especially on Inferno for them. I think, even though they didn't win that match against Mouse, he was playing a better brand of Counter-Strike and putting up big numbers. Another player who was impressive for me so far this tournament is JDM. And the fact that they've built more things around JDM to make his life easier as an AWPer to find picks. But I think, a clip like this demonstrates why Twist can be a good player. He's obviously mechanically sound. It's just learning about the right decision-making and, I don't know, finding his place in a system.
Yeah, he can definitely be the X factor for Liquid here. And Liquid is a team that they do seem like they're all on the same page, right? Everyone knows what they need to do, what their role is. Everyone's behind Stanislaw and his in-game leading. And the thing is, this roster didn't really have a lot of time to iron things out. That's why, for example, a map pool, the map pool is still a problem for them. Coordination of some of the maps that they do play still is lacking. But for me, it seems like the foundation really is there, and that with time they can be, a contender internationally even.
And actually, I mean, it's good that you bring up the maps, just because that's something Vendetta has harped on throughout the season of ESL Pro League here in the North American region, is the very narrow map pool that Team Liquid has. But I mean, let's start getting into that discussion before it actually comes in. Where are we thinking this is going to be taken? Liquid seem to have a little bit of a, advantage on a map like Nuke, which has seemed so important in map pools recently.
That's going to be like a contention point. I feel like also Overpass is a map that neither of these teams really play. So I would really like to see both teams like skip it in the first veto phase. Try to gain an advantage that way, because whichever team vetoes Overpass, if they do so in the first phase, the other team can have a very, very strong pick. So Nuke, I think, is a potential pick for Liquid, that or Cobblestone. On the other side of things, you would expect them to probably ban Cash, and then for Envy to go something like Train.
Yeah, with Nuke, just to build on a little bit more, that's where we saw some very, I guess, unorthodox CT strategy. Sorry, they would take map territory as a pack and then explode together. There are 4 guys coming out the door side, or the decon door here, right. And that's quite a nice clutch there from Nitro. And then we had the other one here, which is where they get outside control, and they were getting that time and time again against Optic, and then 4 players busting from a catwalk top ladder into the bomb site. It's not like things like this, it's not really pre-planned. It's if we get here, okay, sure, we have a flash, now we're going to do it. These are kind of on-the-fly mid-round calls. I'm sure that is not a strategy that they've gone into the game with and said, this is what we want to achieve this round, because it's just so unorthodox.
Is that something that actually bodes well for Team Liquid, is the fact that they have that ability on the fly to make a play out of what positioning they've gained?
I think that's what Stan brings, right? The mid-round calls, the decisive decision-making. And as opposed to an overbearing game plan, I think he's better at actually dictating what needs to happen and when, once the rounds actually happen. Whereas I think Zeus is probably going to be the one who's pushing the direction of the strategies that they might actually be employing along with Stan.
So that combination of Zeus and
pretty powerful
game. Yeah. Let's move on. Yanko, you touched on Cobble. It's Liquid's most played map in EPL. Are we going to be seeing that today?
I think definitely, because it's a map that EnVyUs also like to play. For me, it's up in the air for Liquid between what do they pick in their first phase. Do they go for Nuke or do they go for Cobblestone? I feel the map that they don't pick will end up being the third map. So obviously a map that Liquid has played in previous iterations of the roster as well. And it's something that can suit them very well with Elysian Nitro in those entry fragging roles, right? If they can be effective, that's what allows JDM then to post up with an AWP long range on B platform or chicken coop or just around the statue pretty much, and that really makes the retake difficult for the CTs.
This is a map where Lige always seems to look comfortable, right? I think Nitro has his days on and off. I think more for him, he used to look super comfortable on Cage, but Elysia is just one where on the CT side and the T side, he loves that B platform area of the map, and he seems to have a really good idea of how he wants to play it, and he seems to find frags on either side, and it's very powerful for Liquid.
Now, if we switch the conversation over towards Envy, I mean, one of the things I think that would be kind of interesting to talk about is not only did they make it through the tiebreakers against Fnatic and SK, but they did it on Train. Of all the maps to do it on, is that a surprise that they were that effective on Train, able to win all these tiebreaking scenarios against those two teams?
I think it was a slight surprise because, both Fnatic and especially SK are strong Train teams and strong on the CT side, very aggressive, and you were wondering, okay, will EnVyUs have what it takes on the T side, the more difficult side, to actually rack up those rounds, and it definitely did have. You could see some of the highlights here. XMS in that first tiebreaker game, 16 kills, 15 headshots, very much on point, and that meant a lot for EnVyUs to be able to get those entry kills when they were executing.
I agree with the T side, being where it was harder for them to get it done. The CT side, they have a more unorthodox CT style where they're much more passive than other teams. They do mix it up. You do see flashes into team mid and 2 guys in pop, but I kind of think unless you prepare for EnVyUs CT style, you might find yourself a bit shaken up early.
Right. Well, now we're going to have the vetoes ready, actually, so we can stop. We can get out of the theoretical realm, just kind of watch what's going to happen here. The first 2 bans are going to come out. Neither teams with that overpass ban that you mentioned, Yanko, Cash and Mirage taken out.
Yeah, this is like the 2 maps. So, for example, Liquid plays Mirage, Envy plays Cash, and the opponents really don't do it as much. So, by vetoing this, you eliminate the strong pick for your opponents, and now you only get maps that both teams really do play. I would expect here Envy to pick Train and Liquid to pick either Nuke or Cobble, depending on what they're prepared for.
Yeah, I think Cobble can be a pick for either team. Yeah, Liquid are going to grab it, and then Train being the second map. I'm interested that Envy picked that, right?
Yeah.
Like, I thought more so they would go with that Nuke. I think they have more depth on it. I think European teams play Nuke much better. And that maybe a bit of a gambit choice by me, but maybe Train's a safe bet.
I think it's also a matter of them knowing with a lot of confidence that Nuke will end up being the third map, right? Because here, this is actually where the order in which you veto matters a lot, because the team that vetoes first can have the luxury of gambling a little bit and vetoing Inferno as Liquid do, because they know that Overpass, it has to be like EnVyUs' ban in the end. So this is where Liquid basically got to pick between Inferno or Nuke, and Nuke is really a stronger map for them, so they do eliminate Inferno from the pool.
When we look at this whole set, we look at all the maps that are going to be played, Cobble, Train, and then Nuke. Who's winning this veto? Who comes out on top? Is there any kind of an edge to either team?
I think Liquid are in their comfort zone within this veto, whereas if Nuke was earlier up in the set, it would probably have been better for EnVyUs to kind of catch them off guard and potentially go for a 2-0. But it's very even. I think just a team like Liquid who don't have a deeper map pool, actually both teams don't really have super deep map pools, do they? So it's just an even veto, I guess.
Yeah, I think this is like the best for both teams, because you have 3 maps that these teams play. I would say that I would maybe favor Envy slightly, because I think they have a bigger advantage on Train than Liquid has on Cobble, which is their own pick. I think that, you know, Envy has a higher chance of winning Cobble than Liquid has of winning Train. But still, I think across the board, it's a pretty even map veto, and I like it because teams didn't fall for that trap of we don't play Overpass, we have to ban it, because that would give a very, very strong pick to their opponents.
Yeah, well, the first map is going to be Cobble between these two things, and let us know who you believe is going to win. We have any NA fans out there going to stump for Team Liquid. Put it in the YouTube chat. Count those up. Get a lot of fun. Get some voting. Who you guys think is going to have all the fans on this one? Liquid, Envy?
Liquid.
Ooh, nice. Well, let's focus a little bit on Cobble really quickly before the casters or before the players join the server. This map specifically, we've talked. Do you think it's going to be in a Liege comfort zone? What are we going to see out of the French side? You know, the Envy side of things.
Unfortunately, double orbs. Well, Sixers plays with all towards the A-bomb side, and then Happy likes to pick it up towards B. I don't think that's the way to stop Elige, right? If you have like an aggressive B long take, we're using a lot of Molotovs in utility, he likes to push through the smoke, so you can stop him in that area of the map. EnVyUs, I think, will be more powerful with their drop hold on their CT side, as opposed to Twist is the drop hold for Liquid, and that's a lot of pressure on a young guy, right? And that's a very key part of the map. So it looks like from time to time he gets left to his own devices there. If he gets pushed out of position and isn't having a good game, that could turn out to be a big weakness for Liquid.
I'm very interested to see how the individuals perform in this matchup, mostly for EnVyUs, because yesterday, or the last 2 days rather, they were the underdogs, right? No one really expected that much from them. Now they're in a position where you might even call them the favorites in this matchup. And how will they feel in that position? We see the likes of North, for example, when they get into the playoffs and they play against an underdog, they seem to choke a little bit if the game is close. You know, that they get scared that the game is, you know, getting away from them. Will EnVyUs have what it takes? Will they be more dominant? Will they have more bravado, so to speak, to close out games? I'm very curious about that.
One of the big stories around Liquid at the moment, and it has been for some time, is their inability with Oppers. And we've seen JDM have a very good tournament, and relatively to how we've seen in the past. How do you get an Opper involved on this map, especially something like this on the CT side? Because we always talk, this can be a very tricky map to get an offer, put him into the zone, right?
As silly as it sounds, you know, if you just get him to posture early on that T side, waiting for the A aggression, he's kind of useless come mid-round when you're taking the rest of the map territory because it's so close range. I think, like, if you're going to do that, send him back towards drop zone, get him in there and allow him to pick out into the B side from there. It sounds a little bit risky, right? But it's one where players like Fallen have found it lots of... it's one where I think, like, you know, you can catch them off guard, and you can find a pick to a B platform player who might not be as disciplined. He's picking out from behind the box or whatever. I don't think like B long is the best place for an AWPer to, you know, find picks on the T side.
I think as for the CT side, I actually think Liquid does a good job of finding ways to be aggressive still, even though it's very difficult to execute that on Cobble. Like they go for the pop flash on B platform immediately, where the player just pops up broken wall and tries to get an entry kill. They also like to do the boost up drop, where a player just waits for a kill and then they, you know, fall back. He doesn't get boosted up all the way. Things like that, where you also have mid-round B platform take, where you throw the deep smoke towards the exit for the Ts and you kind of clear it out with incendiaries. So they try to find ways basically to be creative and to exert some aggression, some gambles towards the A side with 3-player stacks. So a lot of things that Liquid tries to do if they start losing to adjust. I don't think it's something that we will necessarily see from EnVyUs, as well as Chad pointed out. They're a more passive team by nature.
Well, there's a small delay with some of the players, so we're just waiting just a little bit, like a couple more minutes. Doesn't seem that big.
Okay.
Doesn't seem like a red flag quite yet. let's do this.
We can talk more.
Yeah, we can talk.
We all like to
enjoy it, boys. You take Liquid, you take Envy.
Okay.
Who's the player to watch here? Who's the player that has to have a good game if they want to take this first map?
I think RPK has to continue his form, right? Because it wasn't just on the CT side, which is normally what he's known for as a rock player. He was also having a lot of impact on that T side. So he needs to show up on both halves for these guys to be able to continue through the momentum they've gotten. Can I have a secondary player, or am I only allowed one?
Take a secondary, Chad.
And then Scream just needs to just be
really?
consistent with his, some of the entry frags that he finds or the mid-round frags that he finds, because he has really good crosshair placement. If he's hitting shots and has good timing, that can snowball.
A lot of open spaces for Scream.
I'll take 2 players then as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll go with Elige first because of, as you said, he's comfortable on Cobble, but it's not just that, it's his roles and his positions, right? On the T side, he's one of the first guys going in alongside Nitro, and that's like very important in those B executes that we're going to see all the time. Most of the time, that execute depends on the first guy going in and the duel he has with the player, close stairs or broken wall or something along those lines. And if he can get that entry kill, that basically opens up the bomb side for his team. On the other side, if he dies, then that player is probably not flashed anymore, then he can create a lot of problems for the rest of the team. Elige is that player on the CT side as well. He is the guy that plays close-up broken wall, so a lot of work for him.
You have about 10 seconds to just throw the name out of another player. You want to
Nitro because they are the dynamic entry fragging duo.
The dynamic NA duo. I like it. Stage is set. First map is Cobble. It's going to go live between Team Liquid and EnVyUs. Bring you the action. It's Blue and Dazed.
All right, thank you very much, Moses. The match is just about to get started here as we get ready to start off our second quarterfinal of the day. It's Team EnVyUs taking on Team Liquid. Now the last hope for North America stuck here, and they have to fight it off against the French team. Dazed, how do we see this match going right at the start of it?
I think whoever wins Cobble is going to win the series.
All right.
That's what I think. I think Liquid is going to have a big advantage on Nuke, and I think Envy is going to win Train. So I think it's going to come down to Cobble, and both teams have looked good on this map. So, I mean, if, going by that theory, right?
Yeah.
Liquid wins Cobble, then I think it's going to go 3 maps. But I think if EnVyUs wins Cobble, I think they'll win on Train as well. Especially just seeing Liquid on Train earlier on in the tournament did not look good at all.
Yeah, Nuke when we get there for Liquid is where they actually start to look pretty good, actually, just the fact that they have a lot of experience on that map compared to Envy. They have like 5 or 6 maps there. But of course, we do want to remind you folks that the players are playing on Intel Core i7 processors. But let's now jump into the pistol round as Team Liquid starts off on the T side. Moving themselves forward, they are going to just basically merge into a default split, but taking fast control over towards A long. Scream, along with Sixer, are going to be over on the A bomb site to resist it. However, Scream is pretty far forward in a spot where you may just pick up one and then get traded out seconds later. Liquid, though, haven't solidified themselves on going for this A site just yet. As you can see now, they are shifting players around the map and sending the bomb along with one additional pickup over there towards the B push. So we'll have to see how they end up wanting to play this one out. We have a lot of aggression up on the platform, though, so they do have the early spot that there isn't any additional pressure working its way out through that avenue just yet. With a minute left on the clock, Team Liquid are going to want to start moving in as they go for this A pinch here, out through the window. RPK spots him, but not firing off just yet. He wants to see how many there are. The problem is, though, is that Elige is going to be able to spot him, eliminating him, and now Sixer's going to get overwhelmed, but he's able to hold for one pickup. Out of ammo now as he has to try to run, but Nitro cuts him off before he can get through the doorway. Scream's here to assist now as he also picks up a kill, but that's it. That's all he's going to be able to find as he goes down. 3 remain for Team Liquid, only 2 up for EnVyUs, but they're all at full HP, and they're not wasting any time with trying to get back out into this bomb site. XMS with the lurk coming outside of the shed. He's got JDM in that corner where he can kill him for free, and there we go. Evening it back out again, down to a 2v2. The players are going to try to push themselves up to broken wall, but Nitro denies that for XMS as he's eliminated, leaving everything down to Happy to clutch this one out. It's his turn to sneak up now, where he may be able to find that one pickup for free, and indeed he does. 1 more to go, and he's running low on time. Gets himself into the battle with Stan, but Stan's being smart about this, wasting as much time as he can so that the bomb can explode. Happy really given no choice here but to attempt to chase this kill down, and even if he does get it, more than likely there's not going to be enough time left for that defuse. Picks at the kill, but indeed the time is too far gone, and Team Liquid will be picking up the pistol round.
Oh, it's a pretty interesting strat by Liquid, right? They take A hall's control really fast with 3 guys that have half armor. Then those guys, they actually kind of split up a little bit, and Stan, who's holding the push at B and drop, goes back towards A, because he has the smoke and Molotov. So he kind of starts the strat, throws the smoke, maybe the molly or whatever, and then those guys can go down, drop, hit towards A, and just split the site like that. And, good for that pistol.
Yeah, so they are able to control that one. Everyone going down, of course, so full reinvestment into the second round. But it's going to be 3 UMPs and 2 AKs for the Liquid roster, whereas EnVyUs do go for the usual force 3 CZs, a deagle for Happy, and a P250 for RPK. Wasting no time trying to get themselves inside. Good flash moves out, but JDM's able to dodge it and saves the day, preventing any additional deaths to his teammates there. Everyone stays alive, and they eliminate Scream and Sixer, once again taking that fast A-long control and forcing a 2-man rotate from EnVyUs. They will also get aggressive towards B and basically fully confirm the fact that most of the Liquid roster is sitting over here towards A-long and mid right now. But unfortunately, even though they have that intel, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be able to work off of it. Happy is the last bastion of defense here over on the A-bomb site, hiding in a very suspectable corner. So he gets pushed by 3 additional players. Finally, we are going to see a kill at the hands of XMS, but that'll probably be the only kills. Now he's on the run trying to save this AK.
Yeah, I believe somebody jump spotted Happy in the back there, but that was a really impressive just control by Liquid. They do take it fast, but they took it methodically. Like, they threw the Molotovs, they threw the flashes. There was not much chance for Scream and Sixer there to really get anything done. Now XMS just going to try to save this AK. He's been really impressive. You know, this land so far. Does get taken out by Stanislaw there, but he has been playing very, very well.
Yep, so they drop the gun, deny the save there. And now EnVyUs are basically going to be on your minimalist buy for the 3rd round. Just defaults for the most part here. You can see again how they started off with a fast A-long control. And JDM able to dodge the flash, picking up those 2 kills with no worries at the start. And then the slow cleanup of the A-bomb site solidified the round after that. And indeed, EnVyUs do end up with only 1 purchase for the entire team, that P250 on Scream. Everyone else will be full saving here, and Liquid should pretty much have a walkover round. They're still going to take it nice and slow, however. They even have Stan up in, I think he's up in Rapunzel right now, watching to see if anyone tries to push outside. That nice little triple nade stack and a drop as well, as they attempt to find anyone that may be hiding out in there. The luck doesn't really play into their favor this time around, as most of the CTs are still hanging out in that transition room. But still taking it very slow, very, very tactically here, even though they're going up against a minimalist buy, using all these mollies and whatnot just to guarantee maximum safety so they can try to get as much money as possible before leading into that first gun round. And even now that they've worked their way all the way up to Broken Wall and haven't met any resistance yet from the EnVyUs side, they'll still play it slowly as they try to check to this corner down below. Watching out for any other areas that they may have not been able to nade back out just yet. Finally, Stanislaw is going to end up regrouping with the team, so I believe they'll be executing over these next few moments. And the defense force from EnVyUs, well, they are here. They have read into this correctly. The initial pop flash is a little bit whiff, but JDM again comes in to save the day, picking up 2, going for a 3rd kill. He doesn't end up getting it, but Elige, Nitro, and Stan moving for those last 3 pickups, and they do clean up the round for Team Liquid.
Yeah, they do lose 2, but even though they run to the stack, I mean, just USPs. So we'll see now on this first gun round what EnVyUs wants to do here. I do think, you know, they're talking about on the analyst desk about where you put JDM as an op. I actually do like when the op is holding B as a T, just because denying plat control, and if he could stop plat control from happening, I think it's easiest with an op, is just so important. Like, that for me is the single most important thing as a CT if you want to like just gain leverage in a round, is getting that B plat control, because then you could watch E-box with an op, you could watch B plat, you could usually shade someone over towards A. I think that's like the biggest difference that I see on Cobble in, you know, just changing the way a round is completely played.
Well, for the moment, the op is going to be played over here towards the A-bomb site. Originally, Sixer did push himself out towards A-long, but his position has changed. He's now playing further back on the A-bombs, and I think towards the APC currently, while having Scream watch the exit towards A-main. The rest of the team, though, is grouping up, spreading across the map, as they might actually attempt to do that same drop split they did on Pistol Round again. The bomb, along with Twists, are stacked together over here, but a nice move from Scream as he gets aggressive in A-long. He is able to pick up the first kill while eliminating JDM. The other 2 that are over here are going to make their move now as they swing up, and actually, maybe like the reverse pinch now as they go in towards the mid connector, and the other 2 that were originally going to go in through drop are going to swing out towards B instead. So let's see, is EnVyUs going to be ready to defend this? So far, so good for them as they pick up a 2-for-1 trade within the site, now just leaving Nitro and Twist in the situation for Team Liquid. Twist is going to look to change his team's luck as he goes up on top of the boost box, finds the head of XMS and eliminates him, buying time for Nitro to be able to go for the plant. Unfortunately, Twist is not going to find any additional pickups, and while he'll get the bomb down, Molly will force him a little bit further back, not into the open just yet, but it is denying him vision on this right side. So fearing for his safety, he backs up a little bit more, lines up an additional headshot. Has to be careful, though. In a moment, Happy is going to push him from the right side, and that will lead to his death, as EnVyUs will pick up their first round on the first gun round.
Yeah, very clever, though, by EnVyUs, as they do end up with a team ace. Everybody getting 1 apiece. Excuse me, clever by Liquid. So they just smoke off the right side. They run through connector. It kind of works really well against EnVyUs' setup because EnVyUs did have 3 fully committed pretty much towards that A site. Those 2 players get through connector, but EnVyUs, you know, they smartly recognize what is happening and they adapt to it really well. So even though there was only 2 on that side, I believe it was XMS and someone else, maybe Happy, I'm not sure. They're able to hold pretty well and end up in a 3v1.
So that does bring Liquid into their next buy, as thankfully they did carry through with enough cash in their first 3 rounds to be able to afford this for a second time. This should be it, though. They'll be running dry after this round to be forced either into a force or onto a full save. Nice and slow for this round, as they do just basically open up with a default, looking for a few picks if they can find them. It's going to be JDM that gets the closest, but is not able to spot XMS from behind that smoke. Meanwhile, over towards the A side of the site, both Scream and Sixer playing together, with Sixer once again pushed up to the edge of A long with the op in hand. That one from the T side. Probably going to end up challenging that for the first few seconds here, as they will be playing it safe and making sure they use their own utility to safely get that control before moving in and risking lives in duels versus ops here. Finally, we do start to see Stanislaw moving in. Sixer not actually able to spot him at the very bottom of the smoke there, so he lets Stanislaw get through up to the suicide steps area, and that's going to force them to give up another quadrant of A long, pushing them even further back, as Sixer's now going to go all the way to the site. And Scream will once again just designate himself to be the player watching for the A-long presence. The entire team from Team Liquid, though, is going to move away from A-long now and push everybody into those B halls, where they'll look for an execute out here instead. Still the solid 3-man stack. The additional player getting suicide and mid-connector control didn't really seem to force any additional rotates from the side of Team EnVyUs.
Scream just got pop flashed into mid, so he knows nobody's there. He's on the flank already. Sixer's going to be there for a fast rotate as well.
Yeah, he'll be here in just about 5 seconds. He is still going to have to jump hot into the back here, but Nitro picking up not only 1 kill against his opponent, but also one on his teammate. It's Stanislaw that moves in with 2 more entries from Drop, however, that gets the business done, as now it was only down to 2 of these CTs in the flank, has already given itself away. Scream moving in. A great pop flash, mind you. He moves in, picks up 1, picks up 2, almost gets the 3rd, but JDM will respond, now leaving just Sixer in this fight, and he's not ready to battle against Stanislaw, who's already crouching and waiting for Sixer inside of Drop.
Yeah, Liquid dodged a bullet there. EnVyUs, like I said, so on the other side of the map, Scream got pop flashed in the middle right before that hit happened. So EnVyUs knew that they were coming, absolutely. But Liquid hit it just at the right timing, that even though EnVyUs did do that pop flash, they did get that map control and that knowledge that they were hitting the site, that they hit it and it was still 3v5. So they had really good timing on that. Well played by Liquid. I also do want to note that Sixer and on his screen, just because we saw him doesn't mean that he saw him. The spectator smoke is much, much different than what you actually see in the game.
Gotcha. So once again, battle's going to start pretty quickly here in the 6th round, with Nitro already moving in and having a skirmish against multiple players from EnVyUs as they try to push in aggressively on A-long, but so far with a relative unsuccessfulness upon it. As now Sixer, along with Scream, are going to group up and try to defend this, but that little bit of aggression from Nitro in the mid-connector pulled all 4 remaining players from EnVyUs over to the A-bomb site and has now left it open, so Liquid is going to be able to walk in, find their plant, and that will pretty much secure the round. Very unlikely that with these types of guns, EnVyUs are really going to be able to retake, but they can still set up for exits and do some decent economical damage there if they're able to pick up 1 or 2 more players on the exit. Really comes down to these few key men trying to push their way in from T-spawn. That's mainly Scream, but he's the one playing with a USP, unfortunately, so he's not going to be able to get much done unless he's really close up. Sixer next up to bat here in the steps leading out towards mid, but he's already been spotted and now has to try and play into a bit more of a sneaky position down towards the bottom of those stairs, hoping to surprise in closer range. Doesn't work out, though. Elige survives the encounter with a little under half of his HP, and now just Happy stays alive, primarily looking, I think, to keep this Deagle in play. There's 1 and 2 pickups, though, from him. He will go down to Twist right before the round expires, but at the very least gets that damage that I'm sure the rest of the team is looking to do.
Yeah, and you know they force spot there, so well, not like a full force buy, but some pistol half armors. They're gonna save here fully. Liquid's gonna go up 6-1, you know, and it's only been like what, EnVyUs has had 2 gun rounds.
Yep.
This whole time, so it just seems like they haven't had too much of a chance here to really do much, right? They won the 1 gun round, they lose the one afterwards, they get put back into hard ecos.
Yeah, there were 1-1 on gun runs at this point as they tried to go for a little bit more of an aggressive buy, so putting them onto another one here. And again, Liquid swinging through, pretty quick cleanup here. JDM is having some trouble with the elimination of RPK, but Twist moves in to assist upon that, and now just Scream and Sixer left alive. Scratch that, just Scream now in a 4v1 scenario. And he'll go down pretty quickly to a lead. He just pushes through to end the round as fast as possible.
And if you're EnVyUs, you don't want to get discouraged by this. I mean, they're going to take a pause, talk it over for a second, but I mean, you know, Liquid has just had a stranglehold on their economy this entire game. It's the 8th round in, they've had 2 gun rounds so far. That's it. They're 1 for 1 in gun rounds in reality. It's not so bad, even though it looks very bad on the scoreboard. The actual reality is, I mean, they just haven't had much of a chance.
Yeah, no, they haven't, and now they're going to be able to get another one here, as this is going to be the next investment for them. Sixer even getting the op and whatnot, so they will be relatively fully bought into this one, but they need to buy a few more chances for themselves, as they want to be able to come back, as this is where things get out of hand really quickly. If Liquid's able to not only claim this one, but the next one, it's propelling them up to like a 10, 11-1 lead at that point, and that's where it starts to become almost impossible for EnVyUs to even round the comeback there. They would need to win out from that point forward. But we are jumping back into it. As you know, on land, its pauses relatively quick. So in we go with EnVyUs having that next buy. They are going to be lacking quite a bit of utility, though, when you actually look at the buy fully. Scream should be able to pick up a few extra nades here. So they end up with 4 smokes, 2 mollies. It's not the end of the world, but it could certainly be a lot better. They don't have any HE grenades to stop any aggressive pushes either. So we're missing a key portion of the buy here. But for Team Liquid, they're not going to waste any time. Moving in with 4 players immediately to the mid connector, and already finding an entry against Sixer as well. Down goes the op. Scream is next up to bat, and so is RPK as well, as he just swings out through the doorway. Neither of them get any kills at all. RPK and Scream both go down without any pickups. So now it's down to XMS and Happy, who are more than likely just going to end up falling back to save, as they were completely outmatched there, and they'll be given 0 chances on that retake.
I mean, just the change of pace, right?
Yep.
So the previous 2 gun rounds were pretty slowly played, kind of just biding their time, waiting. Then on this 3rd gun round, they just go very quick, rush towards A, win the round in 20 seconds flat, straight out of a timeout as well. So EnVyUs was probably talking about their setup. They're ready for this Liquid map control to come come into play, and then how they're going to stop that. Hey, we're going to take B-Plat control. What are we going to do? What are we going to do to take away from these guys, right? And then Liquid just rushes them.
It works out great for them. Nitro immediately dropping the opper, and then they have RPK and Scream that attempt to respond to it further up the ramp here, but both, again, just go down. No trades at all. Even had it, I believe this was Nitro here that didn't even have, yeah, it was Nitro. It didn't even have a rifle out of the time, but still, teammate support system was really good. And I mean, overall, even on hunting down those last 2 players, the utility usage so far from Team Liquid is actually really good. They had that pop flush in. They knew exactly where one of the last 2 players was hiding out at, so they were able to take him out with no problems at all, and end up winning the round with 4 players still left alive. This could be some trouble for JDM, though, as he is in the battle versus 2 CTs trying to push out against him. Up against Pistols, mind you. We would have hoped he would have been able to eliminate one by this point, however, but he's still alive, down at 40 HP. There's the first pickup. I think that is going to send Scream back a little bit. Make sure that he can stay alive to fight for the site in the event that Liquid follows through with a push into A after that kill.
Pretty gritty kill there.
Yeah.
I mean, just, 4 shots or so.
Yeah.
Gets the job done, though.
Pushes, kills one, and then pushes an opponent back. Twist apparently got dinked at some point as well, so he's now down at 4 HP. But they catch RPK trying to push out through mid. So maintaining the advantage and still keeping Liquid in a relatively safe position in this 5v3 up against just upgraded pistols, and only 1 player now on EnVyUs having armor purchased for himself. We're just going to wait and see Scream trying to push out into this as well, but once again handled pretty easily by Liquid. Just not a whole lot of damage being done at all by EnVyUs on these eco rounds, unfortunately, as Liquid's taking it so slowly and so tactically. So unfortunately, EnVyUs, unless they find a hole in the defense that's set up from Liquid, they're not really going to be able to punish that too much. Like right here, they may be able to abuse it. He's expecting to find 2 players here, but still, Stan moves in, gets 1, still at 78 HP. The fake flash as well. XMS, he's in the cage, so he tries to leap out of it, but now Nitro is waiting for him right outside of the window, and that's where Liquid are going to punish once again, putting it up to 8-1.
Yeah, and a lot of inexperienced teams here, down 8-1 like this. What ends up happening sometimes that really works against teams is that players as individuals start trying to say, oh, I'm just gonna peek this guy. I think this is our best way to win the round. I'm just gonna peek this guy. I'm just gonna push, and they start doing all these individual plays, right? But more experienced teams will see how EnVyUs responds to this being down 8-1 if they stick to game plans and they try to mount a comeback, methodically and strategically speaking. JDM just gets wrecked by not only his own Molotov, but the CT's Molotov as well, down to 12 HP.
Yeah. So he's going to be out of the match for the rest of this one. And look at this aggressive push. Happy picking up 2 kills, but it gets traded back by Elysian. Now Stan moving in. He's got RPK blind, but RPK with the swing spins it around, eliminates Stanislaw. And all of a sudden, it's EnVyUs with a massive advantage here off of their aggressive push. Liquid was able to hold it for a moment there, but now losing Stan might have just put the nail in the coffin for them. They can still retaliate upon this, but with JDM down at 12 HP and Elysian at 56, it's not giving them a whole lot of bargaining room here. The only good thing they have going in their favor at this point is that Scream was left alone as the one singular player on the B-bomb site, only having RPK outside of the window. They could very easily, they still have a smoke sitting on JDM, so they could try to pop that into the door, but from the looks of things, Team Liquid may not even be going for the B-bomb site anymore. They are going to swing it over towards mid. Trying to take it over towards this site. Again, only one player sits to defend it. EnVyUs just going for the 1-1-1 split. And they do use that smoke in the doorway, but Elise just running right up. He goes down, and so does the bomb. So now everything is on the 12 HP of JDM to try and clutch this. Finding one, missing the shot that was going to get jumped up upon, and will very quickly be overwhelmed. RPK claims the final kill, and there we go. Another round on the board finally for EnVyUs.
And you see Liquid wanting to do a fast-paced strategy there, probably JDM leaping out for a pick or something like that, but just, you know, the counter Molotov that he threw. Molotov himself, the Molotov there, and then the counter push afterwards from EnVyUs kind of stops that strat just right in its tracks. RPK used his whole mouse pad there, by the way. That had to be like, that might have been a double swiper, you know.
The lifter.
Because RPK, I believe he uses pretty low sensitivity.
Well, now once again, both teams are going to be fully bought into this.
Yeah, back in the day, his sensitivity was super low, yeah, especially in Source. It was like
even for like just normal players, like.
Oh yeah, it was like 1.1, 1.3 on 400 DPI. It was very low.
Super low. So Molly's coming in from both sides into drop here, trying to deny that control, and it's going to attract more attention from the CT side. 2 players from EnVyUs sitting here trying to defend it now.
Liquid's showing like a really diverse playbook, though.
Yeah.
You know, they had that tricky strat where they go A, JDM died to Scream that round, and EnVyUs won that round. But they go through the connector. They had a, you know, a quick A strat, a quick B strat. They just did some drop presence, right, with mollies. Now EnVyUs doesn't know if they have drop control or they might give it up in that scenario. Like, they're showing a very diverse playbook here. Every round is very, you know, different.
This time, though, they're going to keep it simple, probably hitting directly into the A-bomb side, just having Stanislaw as a leader back over here at the A-long exit point. The rest of the team still trying to work their way in through the mid-connector. Molly's going to hit, but it's not actually going to stop him, and this is huge, because now they probably think A-long is safe. Stan has so much room to work with now. He should have been able to spot that player behind the shed. He's going to get flashed. That'll delay things for a second, and this peek coming out from the doorway is going to give him out. So they're going to know he's sitting here now. They might not actually. Scream's a little bit confused currently, but he wraps in, and he counters out the flank with those 2 big pickups. Now XMS swings in, finds 3 right in the open, and Scream with 2 additional pickups ends up with a massive 4K, destroying the Team Liquid push.
Just insane stuff by Scream there. Kind of ends up working against Stan that he got into safety like that, because JDM, not worried about it. He figures, hey, if Stan's out there and somebody's there, probably would have killed him by now. Instead, Scream just comes, flanks him, gets a 4K on the round. All very nice shots. Do have a pause. Who was this by? Let's see. Liquid. So a pause by Liquid. And both teams, you know, money's going down a bit. Liquid's definitely going to get another full buy here. EnVyUs, though, if they do lose this round, is not going to have too much to back it up. So they'll probably buy even if they do lose this round. But Liquid, because the early game went so well, they go up 8-1. They built up such an economy behind it. Now it just becomes really difficult as a CT because you have to win gun round after gun round after gun round to make sure you don't get reset again.
Yeah, even after this round, Liquid could possibly try to force into it with like a Tech 9 armor buy or something like that as well, as they have a few players that are going to be sitting around like 5K-ish, a little bit mid 4Ks as well, so they could probably toss out a couple Tech 9s and then everybody else just buy up their individual armors behind that. So going back to the basics once again for this round, as Team Liquid does go for a straightforward play over here towards the B-bomb site. Obviously having to wait out the utility from the CTs currently, but actually, no, they're just going to go right onto the site, and that doesn't start off too well. Unfortunately, XMS doesn't realize that the molly kind of spread off from the top, so he burns as a result of Twist toss out. Nitro also finding an additional frag against Happy. He's pretty much cleared out the site, sending the remaining 3 CTs back behind the safety of the smoke to the doorway itself. RPK, he's able to find safety behind the rock temporarily. But with that secure of a hold, this is going to be rough on the retake now, especially with the smokes getting in the way of everything. So they have to use their own to buy themselves a little bit more real estate to get back into the open and try to start this retake. But with no one from Liquid biting, going for peaks, or trying to hunt down any of the three remaining players, they basically just have to take a best guess at where they are. They did eliminate one, so it's made it even again into another 3v3. And as they move in, Twist bails out his teammate hiding by Chicken Coop. That's Nitro, just barely staying alive until now when he goes down. And Sixer did tag one with the up. Unfortunately, they've run out of time and they need to escape. So do Team Liquid. And they're going to pick up the round, going up 9-3.
Yeah, just such powerful retake spots around the box, around the stairs, especially when you have a really, really good, just mechanical aimer like Twist is on that stairway. But again, like just another strat by Liquid, like more diversity to their playbook. This time they go straight B, but they throw the smokes to cut off the rotate while they take the site. I actually think that could have been EnVyUs' round had Happy gotten that kill onto Nitro. He shot a lot of bullets into him. I believe that was his own smoke that he was looking under. I doubt Liquid would just throw a smoke like that. He just wasn't able to connect on that kill by Nitro, and Nitro reacts really well to get that kill. That was like the deciding factor in that round, that kill. Happy stays alive there. The rest of the team was kind of disconnected from Nitro. I think EnVyUs probably takes that.
Well, nice shot from JDM. Just spots XMS there. He's able to pre-fire onto him in the corner. So he'll be eliminated right at the start. Only one of the players of the CZ, though, didn't knock out one of the big guns just yet. RPK also going to end up falling, and now only one pistol player remains in Happy. They still have the M4 up on screen, still waiting at the B-bomb site, and the op still sitting on A as well. That's going to need to be a quick rotate if they want to have any effectiveness for that. Otherwise, this is going to be a quick cleanup, and yeah, Sixer, not much that he can do in the 1v4 with an op. So we'll probably just sit over here towards A and look to save that as Liquid push their way into another round, and they're going to find themselves in double digits while in the first half.
Yeah, but it's just, you have that op that you saved. Sixer could win that round, but he needs to be more aggressive, be more assertive in that situation. That's not a round that you just play and let Liquid do whatever you want. When you have an op, you have an M4 and just a bunch of CZs around that. It's a very winnable round and situation. And Sixer's just gonna get chased down by Nitro. But you need your opera in that round to make something. He needs to maybe take B long control and get a pick so you could stack A. Maybe get boosted drop and get a kill. Maybe push A long or something like that. He needs to do something, not just sit back and wait for Liquid to do whatever they want in a split setup.
And so now another pause is going to be called, assumably from Team EnVyUs. That would be the full reset now. They should still be able to buy into this next round with them still already going for the full save in the previous round, and obviously just having to save guns. But they're still going to end up in a really rough patch here. So they've got players that are a little bit lower. Sixers down at 3,500, so they have to make sacrifices. There is another option that they could try to go for a half buy and then just have the full buyout going into the final round. But they do decide to force into it here. And as a result of that, you'll see a few sacrifices being made. 2 umps, 1 UMP already in the fray, and only 2 M4s, one of which is not going to get a whole lot of utility behind him. Nonetheless, it is a buy, and it's given Team Liquid a route back into this match as they set up, once again, appearing to go for another very direct play onto B, but it is going to take a few seconds to set this up as they do sit back and wait to see if EnVyUs are going to try to do anything aggressive first. JDM specifically, along with a few others, spotting that broken wall push. If they manage to get it up or something like that, they may try to go for it, but there's nothing like that on the CT side, so they're going to play in relatively standard positions. And since EnVyUs also got basically nothing thrown at them over at A long, they will already start to move their players back into those better positions. Scream's going to have to rotate in. They've already lost drop control here with that smoke in play, so they have to be very, very cautious of it as the players on B tighten up and get ready for the push that's about to roll in their way here from Team Liquid. But Liquid still hesitating now as they have that smoke in the way. A few other obstacles to worry about since they're basically a 4-man stack here now due to their delay. Nitro dropping back in, but a great pop flash hits them, rolling in from the outside. RPK is able to punish the first player that moves in a drop. As he's eliminated, now Stanislaw is going to look to make up for that with his slow lurk over towards the steps. XMS is going to be here challenging it. Another good pop flash completely blinds the entire pushing force of the platform, and XMS tries to move in, but denied by JDM. Elige also denied in drop, however, and with Happy with a second pickup and now third pickups from up on top of this boost box. Most of the hit has been dismantled. It's down to Stanislaw. He's found out in the open, and with that, EnVyUs are going to be able to pick up a 4th round.
Yeah, that was just great timing on those flashbangs. Kind of stops that plat control for a little bit. The flash push for RPK. I don't even think that was RPK's flash. I believe that was either Happy or XMS's that was flashed for him. Just popped right in their face. Because, normally if you throw that flash for yourself in E-box area, it makes, obviously you throw it off the wall and it makes the noise, but if you have a player throwing it from around broken wall, then it just pops and can't be dodged. So now Liquid looks like they're going to take quick A control. I wonder if that was planned by JDM though. When he killed that player on the stairs, he jumped on his teammate's head. I wonder if that was planned or if that was just like, you know, off the cusp.
Might have with the steps player right off the cusp. I think they were trying to spot over the smokes a little bit was the original plan, but it worked out great for them to kill that steps player anyway. T's are going to end up grouping up through A long as they're back to, once again, just keeping it pretty simple here on a lot of these rounds. They try to play it into just a direct A play through A long. They got that control, but we've seen in the past here, they haven't necessarily just gone straight forward into A after getting that control. They still have been ones to sort of fall back, play around with their opponents a little bit, and just try to sell a little bit of a fake here to keep a few of those players in the sight until it's fully confirmed that they're sending it the other way, which does seem to be the case again here for Team Liquid, as pretty much everyone has rotated back to the B halls now.
You see how EnVyUs plays their CT side, though. So if you're going to take A control, they send a third player there, and then they want Scream to fight you. And, you know, it's Scream, so he's usually at least going to get one kill. And then oftentimes what will happen is the T's will end up killing him, even if he trades, and they have 2 more players there. So it seems like that's their strategy on CT side when you do take, like, an A control like that with, you know, 3 or 4 players.
Well, now, with time getting low, Team Liquid is going to move in once again to try and execute. This time they make the first mark, but RPK responding to it, tries to go for a second, but put down by Elige. He did great damage to him, though, before being eliminated by Elige, as he's now on 13 HP and happy. Next to Strike, goes for the double kill, picks it up, and goes down a second later at the hands of Twists. Now, even again, into a 2v2, but only 15 seconds remain to plant the bomb. Team Liquid has to focus on getting more control of this site, and that's why the deep smoke is still in play. JDM missing a very crucial kill, though, that could have secured the round. Has a second chance, though, and each strike's finding Sixer through the door. But look at Scream. Nobody's paying attention to the sidewalk right now. Moves in, takes out JDM for free, and now only one remains. It's him versus Twist to clutch it out with an 11-4 lead potentially to be found. Twist does it and pushes in to claim that final round at the end of the half, and with that, Team Liquid are going to be able to push ahead in dominating fashion. An 11-4 lead is now in their favor. Stick with us, guys. The second half is coming up in just a few.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Lenovo Legion, Xfinity, ESCA, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, Logitech G, and Zowie.
North America holds strong for right now as Liquid shoot ahead here on Cobblestone in their first map of this best of 3 versus Team EnVyUs. 11-4 is their lead as they jump onto the CT side now. We'll have to see how they fare against EnVyUs' aggression. And the half is already going live now, so Days, let's take a look and see how things are going to end up playing out in the second half.
Yeah, that was a really good T-side by Liquid, though. I'm not just talking about the 11-4 scoreline. They changed the strat. Like, every strat seemed different. Almost every round seemed different. Gave them a different look. Really diverse playbook. Their trade killing was on point. Their clutches and 2v2s were on point. Their anti-ecos were on point. Like, that was just really well played by Liquid.
Now they have a chance to possibly just secure this map right from the get-go here if they can close out on this pistol and not get ecoed in the second round. EnVyUs going for fast control to beat Bombson. There's actually not a whole lot of presence from the CTs. They're basically just going to hand it over as they try to go in for a fast flank out on mid. This was the good news, though, but as they move in, Nitro may find himself flanked out in a moment here. He's given time to spin around, though, and deny on Happy, whose one job was to sit here and prevent this flank from happening. Now Nitro is going to be able to move back in, but Team EnVyUs is responding with their own bit of aggression as they push forward into drop to deny that control and deny the kills that Nitro would be able to get. JDM and Elige also go down just seconds later, so it's up to Stanislaw in a 1v4. Basically impossible here, but nice shot against XMS and Chicken Coop. He's got a lot more work to do, but look at this Stan, rushing right up to the sidewalk. He gets one, taps onto a second. He's got to reload on Sixer, but he leaps into the air, and that's going to give Sixer the opportunity he needs to shut down the round for EnVyUs.
Almost Snacks-like, but just not quite.
That was insane. He just goes for it, man.
Yeah. I mean, it's very doable now for EnVyUs. Like, that pistol round, you could absolutely win this game. You just need to win the rounds at the right time. That's really all it's going to come down to for EnVyUs. Like, you need to win the important rounds. You have to reset their economy, but it's very, very doable.
Well, for Liquid, they're not actually going to go for a super aggressive response into the second round. They actually take it relatively lightly. Just the pistols, no utility or armor being bought up behind that. So it's going to be a pretty cheap round for them overall here. Average investment of about $500 for each player. So they should still be left over with about 1,000 or so. And that'll help give them a little bit of extra utility, potentially going into the first gun round, 2 rounds from now. But they do just spread their players out, a little bit of a heavier stack towards the A-bomb site as they weigh 3 over there this time instead of usually putting that many on B. And posturing most of them up towards the exit to long A as well. So basically just solidifying them all in hopes of catching a big push out from A long, but probably not going to be able to find that as EnVyUs, after toying around and holding up outside of A long for a few seconds here, do end up solidifying most of their players in the B halls, where they're at the moment going to end up pushing out into drop and out onto the platform, where Elige is the one player that stands in the way, able to defend that. Quick rotate, regardless though, from Team Liquid. They are biting on this pretty heavily. Elige, nicely found, takes Scream out of the air, but Sixer responds with a jumping headshot to eliminate Elige. XMS happy, cleaning up after that. One more kill gets picked up by the CT side, but that's going to be it, as XMS and RPK do find those final 2 kills just a moment later.
Yeah, and the 5 SMGs completely counter that round from Liquid. You get a lot of money built up from all those kills. No head armor to deal with. It's a pretty clean round by them. Besides that nice shot by Elige there.
Yeah. So they'll end up in a little bit of a lighter buy this time on Team Liquid's own end. Just Elige and Nitro buying this time, as they do look towards the first gun round now. But they do have a big stack in an interesting spot of the map, too. Usually you'd see everybody on the site, but Liquid have advanced that position a little bit this time to have everybody stacked in the mid-connector, essentially, and I think they've got Stan at the top of Suicide right now. So a little bit more disconnected from the action, but still definitely a piece of the puzzle if EnVyUs end up biting into this. Now, in the meantime, we did see drop control be fully taken here, so I think EnVyUs are going to be aware of the situation, and as you can see, while they do take a couple of losses, they're able to clean this up pretty handily, and it's left to Stan now, who's going to get eliminated by XMS as he picks up the nice 4K there.
Yeah, Liquid will definitely have, good nades because they did double save, but they're going to have to win a couple gun rounds in a row in order to break EnVyUs' economy. And EnVyUs, they just need to, even if they lose this round, they need to just get a good amount of kills so that they could reset them in the following round. We're going to see a double op setup, though, come out from Stanislaw and JDM. So a lot of op presence coming out from Liquid early on.
And on EnVyUs' own end, they are just going to, again, play into that default here, splitting their players up and trying to make some noise over towards the B-bomb site. Keeping a light commitment towards A. No one really trying to challenge pressure towards A long or anything. They're keeping the bomb way back over towards mid. Happy will get denied as he tries to lurk slowly over towards drop. That'll be the molly from Twist utilized there. However, just a few seconds in, and Liquid has already used up most of their utility. Down to just 2 smokes sitting on Elige and JDM to try and defend the rest of these sites with. So for EnVyUs, going to start to press in, and it's looking like they may go for the drop split that Liquid was a big fan of in the last half. They do have the 2 players, both Happy and RPK, that are able to move in and take that control if needed. And for EnVyUs, they're still leaving a few players together to try and clear up the areas towards Suicide and A long. But they do cancel the players towards drop. They have moved back over to mid, where they're regrouping with the main push. So Stan and Nitro have to defend this. They will have a quick rotate on its way from Twist if it's needed. Nitro only getting 1 kill, and Stanislaw missing his initial shot there, so he is pushed back further into the bomb site to try and defend from heaven, but gets deleted by XMS. Finally, a CT response does move in from JDM, but unfortunately they have let the site go fully into the control of EnVyUs here. So on full retake, a Liege on that flank gets denied by RPK, and that pretty much kills most of the angles that Liquid had to work with to successfully move in and retake this site. Twist and JDM are going to have really no choice here but to back away and save as they let EnVyUs push up onto 8 rounds.
Yeah, but these 2 saves are very important. I mean, you could get, half armor on Nitro Stan, a Liege. You could let JDM just buy like a smoke each if they're able to save these guns. And then not only do you have a good chance of winning the next round, but you could still buy the following round, right? So you could kind of play the economic game like that. But the way Liquid kind of just held A there, if Nitro doesn't get 2 kills there, I don't think you hold that. I mean, the flash blind Stan, Nitro's turned away from it, so he gets the 1 kill, he gets immediately traded, but then Stan essentially plays retake. He goes to CT Heaven, he's watching long wall. They're coming up from middle, though, so they just go through APC. They basically have the site for free, right? And generally speaking, I mean, a good team on that A-take, they're going to have a nice pop flash when they peek that Heaven as well. And you're usually not going to get a kill unless you're relying on that other team to mess up. So you're not really holding to play that, playing to hold the site, really working against them because if Nitro doesn't get those 2 kills, their chances of winning that round are really slim in my opinion.
Yeah. So pause being called from Team Liquid as they have been against the ground here. Relatively quick pause. We're already going live again. Looking at the overall investment this time from Team Liquid. They do decide to buy into it at a last-second investment. It wasn't until 5 seconds that we saw them really going for the full pickup here, so it is a later decision that they've made. Just able to get a few SMGs in the shotgun for Nitro, and then the 2 saved guns sitting on Stan and JDM.
Yeah, so you have some options, like I said. They just go for the full buy, though. They don't leave any money except for a little bit onto JDM.
Once again, EnVyUs just playing into the default here. So spreading their players out across the map. We'll start to see them move in a little bit to take that A-long control. XMS first up to bat here. Swings in, and JDM missing a very crucial shot that could have given them the early 5v4 advantage. Still able to escape with his life, though, and now over here on the ramp, he does miss the push from the left side. He's got a good position, unfortunately, peeks right into Screamin'. Nitro, oh, this is awkward. Still picks up the first kill, though, before he ends up going down to Sixer right after the fact. So ending us up in a 3v4 scenario, and Twist kind of putting himself into his own grave potentially now. At 2 HP, just barely gets that smoke out in time, but they're going to know he's floating somewhere around this corner. His teammate up on top is trying to bail him out a little bit, but ultimately, he's going to have to swing in, and he's very easy to eliminate, so there's Scream with the pickup there. Just leaving Stan and a Liege in this fight, and again, they're really given no choice but to give up here. It's a 2v4. They don't have a lot of utility to get back into the site, and they don't really have anyone on the flank or anything either, so they'll just give it up and let EnVyUs go up to 9.
Surprised that Liege chooses the MP9 over the ump in that situation. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really like the way Liquid bought there. Like I said, I think it's better if you just have like ump half armor on those 3 guys and you buy this next upcoming round, or just pistol half armor and play it like that and just see if JDM can kind of make it 4v5, and then you could overplay a site or something. Instead, they just go for it, and assuming they're going to save well, they could, JDM get an op and they could kind of do the same thing. I don't know, they have options, right? They have options with the way the economy is playing out and how many rounds they want to buy. But it's just dangerous because, even if you win this round, see, the problem is when you rely on buys like this, a lot of the time you end up winning the round, but you might win with like 1 alive, and then they just win the following round, and all of a sudden EnVyUs is tied up.
Well, this is like 2 rounds now where they've just been completely outclassed. It's like EnVyUs just going to the site, and it's almost an immediate call for the last 2 alive to save.
Yeah. Both times at A so far, both gun rounds, they've taken it really clean.
So it is making me question if these investments are worth it for Liquid if they're going to keep running into situations like that. EnVyUs is probably going to end up changing their game plan this time, however.
I mean, it's a difficult decision to make every time. It really is. But when you have the rounds to play with, I like a little bit more conservative you know, buying like I kind of mentioned, I guess, but to each their own.
Well, EnVyUs once again getting ready to go for this play here. Trying to wait out the smokes a little bit, but EnVyUs with a really good position. Multiple mollies. It's like second one in a row. That just got tossed into his smoke. Flashbang hits EnVyUs there, so he's forced into his smoke, but only one player can get out. The players that do get out, though, are picking up kills. RPK finding one and a second now, but EnVyUs swinging through that smoke. Denied by Sixer, however, as he's only able to pick up one, leaving just 2 CTs in the situation. They're going to be tired of saving, though, so Stanislaw is boosted up on top. He can just barely spot over the smoke. I don't think he was able to spot RPK. I think he's safely tucked away behind the rock, so they're not going to realize that he's in the open there. And once again, last 2 alive, forced back, and they're going to have to go into a save.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking the sites clean seemingly every time. RPK kind of bypasses a Liege. I think he was able to kill JDM going, you know, he might not even have been ready for that, right? Since the Liege is kind of going in the smoke, his teammates going in the smoke, but a T's coming out of the smoke. It's one of those weird scenarios. And EnVyUs, they're just taking sites pretty clean, man. Everything's just a retake for Liquid. They take the sites with 3 or 4 alive. Good post-plant positions. I mean, not much you could do in that case if you're a CT. And so far, 6 rounds in a row. So we're going to see a pause come out from Liquid. They got to reevaluate the situation. Yeah, so RPK, he was the first guy out. And look at the position he gets in.
He's the first guy that ran off a broken wall, too. He just gets himself out there solo, and I think the other 2 that were supposed to go with him got held back by a molly.
Well, a lot of the time, you have your drop player kind of watch that as well, but Twist gets a kill into drop zone, and he's watching that, and he went down to like 10 HP, right?
Yeah.
So he's not really looking to take gun battles after that happens. And I'm pretty sure RPK, I'm pretty sure they had no idea he was there. Like, I think he just ran through. Elise was running through the smoke. He runs out of the smoke. Confusion on Liquid side. Just gets 2 free kills to just open up the site.
Well, through building up the losing bonus, Liquid are going to be able to force into the buy again. This time with double ops, actually. But they're still going to have quite a few downgrades as a result of forcing into it with players still being low at around 3,500 each. So you end up... Actually, I think they ended up buying an extra ump because I saw 2 umps in there at one point. So there's probably one still sitting on the ground by CT Spawn. So that might have been a little bit of wasted cash. But look at how quickly EnVyUs is going for the push this time. They even catch the player moving into Chicken Coop before he even gets there. So they know they have one there. They'll work on burning him back out, but JDM's still able to find impact from within side of it. As he's got the smoke, keeping him safe for the time being. With Twist additional pickup, it's going to make it rough for EnVyUs to ring to come back, but they've just found their first trade on Sixer. Bomb on the ground, though, so Liquid can keep everyone here. They know they're not going to be able to try anything tricky, and they have to brawl for this site if they want to have any hope of picking up this round and tying up the game score here. But Liege, sneaky, is able to spot the boost from Happy, taking him out, and now leaving just 2 in this situation for the T side. Both stuck up on top of the platform with no safe way to get themselves down. Now Sixer has been lit as well. He's down at 22 HP. Have to try and play it back. Use coverage to his advantage here and really just up to Scream. Nice shots onto Nitro. And Sixer finds the pickup as well. So now he's brought it down to a 1v2. Is he going to realize that Twist is sitting right below, though? Might have spotted him there, but Twist just walks right into his crosshair, so now this is going down to a 1v1. Stanislaw having to clutch this. Now Sixer's been given the room to move up to the site and be able to go for the plant, but actually he might just look for the kill. He's got to react quickly, though, because Stanislaw's here, and he's ready to fight. Wins the initial battle, and he follows through to clutch out the round for EnVyUs as he picks up a massive 4K, and you can see it there on the bottom left. He's hyped.
I mean, it just went from bad to worse to just awful for Liquid there. It's 2v4. They both decide to challenge right here when they have... Don't they have the bomb down? Yeah, they have the bomb down site. These are such T-sided angles. When you're fighting Scream at the stairs at a headshot angle, first off, Scream could have just won the round by himself there. Like, you're fighting Scream at a headshot angle, which is like the most Scream angle possible. Why would you ever challenge him there? You're lucky he only got 1. And then you're challenging an opper around the brown boxes, which is a super like good op spot, while you have the bomb down site. And in that situation, when you're Liquid, as a Liege is boosted up and does kill Happy there, that's a good start to this round for Liquid. But in that situation, you need to win that round, and you need to win it clean. Because you're not just playing for that round, you're more so playing for the following round. You do not want to get reset if you lose that following round. You want to make sure you have good money coming into that, so you have a really good chance.
And they had a potential for that sit up there, but going into it...
that was pretty bad in a 2v4 from Liquid.
So with that thrown away, EnVyUs now not only have the tie, but they have the potential to take the lead right here. Obviously, the one nice kill from a Liege already happened, but They did not retrieve the AK from up on top there. It was still a little bit long range for him to rush out and get that. So EnVyUs still have the overall advantage here, just making sure they don't walk into another trap like that and lose players, which they do. Stanislaw picks up a second frag now. XMS will be able to trade that back out. So we finally see one pickup for them. However, this is where this can get a little bit out of hand if EnVyUs don't solidify now and start to make up for those mistakes. They'll shift away from A long for now.
See, they're all inspired by Twist CZ. They all have the CZ from yesterday.
After that insane play happened.
They were probably just, dude, I gotta get on this guy, man.
I think it was so crazy. He did that all in one clip on the CZ too. But Elige is going to find yet another pickup as he goes hunting for the AK. JDM going to walk right up, kills another player. So all of a sudden, RPK's got to clutch 1v4. There's one. No, that was the easy trade. The next three are a little bit tough, as he's got to deal with multiple angles, and he doesn't have a whole lot of coverage to play off of here. Just has to hold behind the statue and the walls that follow it to pick up these kills. But there's the first attempt at it, going for an Elige. Takes way too long to find the frag, and Elige is given plenty of time to pick that one up. So Liquid do find a little bit of light, and with that, they'll be able to keep their lead, upsetting in just this half-buy round.
Yeah, it all starts from that just early pickoff by Elige in the drop room. Then they kind of go into their stack a little bit, and JDM rushing down the planter was a really good play as well. So they lose the 4v2, but they win the round that they're not supposed to win, just the pistol half armor.
Makes sense.
And EnVy's economy isn't like insanely good or anything, so they definitely have a good chance. I mean, they're going to get a buy round after this regardless, so that was a pretty huge round by Liquid.
So that was 7 rounds straight on the T side, I believe, before we finally saw Liquid being able to pick up a round there. But it saves them, keeps them in the match, keeps them in the lead, more importantly for right now. For potential for them to be reset right here if EnVyUs comes back into full strength with their ability to take fast control of these sites that seem to suddenly go away just on these last 2 rounds there. Nitro with a nice early spot, gets the player down below, but actually doesn't kill the one on top, interestingly enough. Happy just barely keeps himself alive with 12 HP and escapes that battle for right now. Still, that's a good find early on. And that's definitely going to hurt EnVyUs in the long run here, as now they have to make up for this, look for other options on their first entry kill, as Nitro doesn't even take a whiff of damage in response to going for that spray.
Yeah, and they have 3 players over at this A site as well.
So utility is going to be tossed in by EnVyUs as they try their best to smoke this off, but Molly getting right in their way completely denies the A long push where most of their players were pushing up from. They get flashed on ramp. This is what I was talking about before with Liquid having just this great utility usage throughout most of this game so far, and they're going to continue that trend. RPK moving in, he gets flashed twice right there, making it easy for Nitro to pick him up. Elige moving in, Nitro with another assist as well, and now just down to Sixer here in a 1v5. No way he's going to be able to do anything about this, and you can see he's getting pelted down. Just find a nice response shot on the Twist, at least doing a little bit of damage here. But at the end of the day, this round, oh, he steals a second one here against JDM too. Keep giving him these individual battles. This is what led to the clutch last time. They don't want to let this happen again. With 20 seconds, Sixer's feeling it. Thinking about going back in, or at the very least keeping the attention of the CTs to maybe pick up a few more kills here as the timer dwindles down. But Liquid, I think, is wanting to wait this one out and then kill him post-timer now, but they'll have to find another route as they just got smoked out at A long, and they definitely don't want to challenge that up in a full-out 1v1 again.
Yeah, just a difficult task, especially when you're RPK there. You see you have almost no chance, right? You're going through from APC on the left side of it. Nitro gets a kill, almost 2 kills. Happy ended up with 10 HP, but RPK has to clear Heaven. He has to clear Sight there. It's just an impossible task for somebody to complete in that situation. Nice round by Nitro there.
Yeah, really solid round from him as he essentially gets the 4K. The assist he got was the one player he brought down to 12 HP. So pause has been called, of course, by EnVyUs. Both them and Liquid, I believe, are both down to 1 pause at this point.
Yeah, and they're going to get a buy here. RPK has 10,000, 38, 4,000, and 4.2 on XMS, so they're going to have a pretty decent buy here. A couple people won't have too much utility. Well, I guess he could drop Scream, so they should all have full utility. It's just XMS who has AK and just 1 smoke, but now is when you want to just bring out like your bread and butter, like the strat that you're just most confident in if you're EnVyUs. But they need to make sure that they don't get picked off here by JDM, who's taking B plat control. And like I said, I think this is like what changes rounds the most is when you're a CT and you have this plat control like this, you could dictate your defense so differently. You see the drop player in Twist, where does he go? He goes more towards the A side. Because if JDM needs to, he could just peek E-box and just own people coming there, right? He still has support from Elige, but Elige could have freedom to kind of rotate out a bit if he wants. And instead he pushes up even further. That could be a quick flank.
He has that positioning to work with here now. The rest of EnVyUs are still looking to move back in over here towards the A site, but you already have that really rotate moving over and twists. And in a moment, I think JDM may rotate in a second here too. I think for now, JDM is just going to keep eyes on drop, just to make sure there's no attempt to split out and kill them when they rotate. But EnVyUs holding all 5 here. Liquid knows what's going on, so you can start to see the Molly responses moving back in. The Molly's actually not in that great of a position, so they can just walk right past it and now start their push onto this bomb site. Where Twist is still looking over there in the hallway, and both the initial defenders go down here. Twist as well out of the fight, and now Nitro down and out. So there we go. This is the EnVyUs we were seeing earlier on in the half, where they were just dominating these bomb sites. So Elige and JDM, they have nothing to do. They got to save.
I mean, if you're Liquid there, you have the positional setup, right? You have everything you want. You have 3 players. You have Twist basically at A. He was so ready to go towards A, and they just take the site clean. But I mean, as far as like 5v5 CS is concerned and where players were positioned, they had a huge advantage coming into that round.
So now it is just JDM trying to save the op, so they'll have that to work with in the next round. I don't think anyone's at a cash point where they can actually rebuy this if it goes down. Legs, another player, is going to try to get a little bit more aggressive. He actually finds safety and drop as he outruns everyone from EnVyUs, but he's still getting pushed inside. Defends for one pick up, but didn't expect for XMS to push into him that quickly, so the op does indeed get dropped onto the ground, and EnVyUs will put themselves within 1 round of tying this back up again.
Yeah, both teams' economy is going to be pushed to the brink right now, I think. EnVyUs might have a little bit. Is Liquid really not buying here?
They had like 5K on 2 other players, didn't they?
Wow, that's really conservative. I'm very surprised they didn't buy her.
Yeah, just look at the money on the top there. That's so much left over. I mean, obviously, there's some players that are really low, but
just conservative. I mean, maybe they just feel like they really need like good utility on that CT side in order to win those rounds.
So they're essentially, unless they can upset again on a CZ round, they're gonna give EnVyUs the chance to tie up the game now. Bring it to 13-13, which is dangerous at this point with EnVyUs coming back into form on that last round.
Happy does not want to let Elige kill him again. I'm pretty sure he knows. Yeah.
They HE, they molly him to push him back, and it finally works. So they've got clearance finally to move over towards drop if they want to. But in the meantime, we have this nice 3-man stack from Liquid back over here near Suicide Steps and Long A that actually could do decent damage to Envy if they're not paying attention to it. They're going for this big push right inside now, though, and they've already eliminated 1 player. JDM looking for a response. He does decent damage, but can't find the kill. And the same fate will be had of Nitro as they'll clear that out. And now leaves just 2, the 8 players alive and well in this fight. Elige, however, already brought down low from what happened earlier with that HE and Molly. He's down at 51 HP, just got smoked out again. But EnVyUs are smart. They know that they probably are going to rotate in that direction, so they just take it back over to B, where there is going to be an open site. And that should solidify the round, putting them up to 13-13. And I don't expect anyone to really end up going down here. Happy may end up finding himself dead, lurking in A. But that maybe 1 more at most is going to be the damage you'll end up seeing against EnVyUs here, and that will help to start to reestablish their own economy as they try to get this lead going back in their favor again. They managed to knock out Elige or keep him in 1 corner, but like I was saying, Happy does end up finding himself going down on the lurk there, so that's an AK in the hands of Liquid, saving that extra cash, and will definitely enable for possibly another op by now with the money that they were working with. So for Twist and Elige, just going to hide in the mid-connector, and EnVyUs nowhere near hunting them down. So we should expect that AK to probably be saved heading into the 27th round.
Yeah, Liquid did the exact same eco round that they did before, but without that early kill on Elige, you know, they were very ready for it. You saw how EnVyUs was clearing everything. They were ready for the players in the stairwell. They were danger. They were ready for Elige to drop. Like, they had a good idea of what they were doing, and they weren't going to make the same mistake again. So now we see another pause, I believe, from Liquid this time.
This is their last one. So definitely buying into it this time. Like we mentioned at the beginning of the last round, they had more than enough cash last round, but they just wanted to make sure everyone was 100% fully bought into it going into this round here. This is the one that could very well decide the fate of it. At the very least, who gets up to 15 rounds first.
I mean, if I'm Liquid here, I say, hey, I know we lost the round when I took B plat control, but it's not a round that we should lose. Like, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to take this B plat control. We're going to have 3A, and this time if they come A, you guys are going to hold it. Like, simple as that. Because you're fine with losing a round like that. I mean, obviously you're not fine with it. You want to win the round, but you're saying, tactically speaking, like, if we lose a round when we have an extra player at a site, you know, I'm not going to be pissed about that. We just got to, you know, have a better setup.
So into the round we go.
Looks like that's exactly what they're doing. They smoke in the middle. Elish has plat. They have 3 towards A. We'll see if he peeks towards upper B at all, or if they just completely handle it.
Right now it's EnVyUs taking control up towards boxes on B, so they have been able to cheat that third player over early and hold that control there due to their aggression on the B bomb site. Scream along with Nitro will sit on opposite sides of the wall to each other as Nitro prepares to fend off the hit that'll be coming on ramp in a moment.
I think they want to flash through the smoke right after the smoke. I almost guarantee they will.
Happy already boosted up on top of his teammate trying to spot through it here. And now they're not going to be able to hunt anyone down. They won't find anyone close enough. As the only other player on this side is JDM, but he's a little bit further back in the actual spawn zone for the CTs there. So now JDM is going to end up getting flashed, screamed, picks up not only the initial kill onto Nitro, but also finds Stanislaw. There's a response from JDM, but now he's stuck. Still makes the second kill happen, though, before going down to Scream, as he's the only one to pick up kills so far for EnVyUs. But the damage has been done. They bring it into a 3v2. There's not really time for all that much saving anymore here for Team Liquid, considering that they waited this long for the investment. They'd have to go for it now. They've got the flank from EnVyUs. Twist trying to distract, but I'm still not sure if they're going to end up trying to actually re-enter or if they'll end up just posting up for exits here.
What a beast. 3K entry with 100 health. 2 of those kills are against players close CT mid. Like, that's a spot when you're the CT and you're playing in mid, as EnVyUs is still going for it, 2v2. Take it away, Blue, sorry.
So EnVyUs is going to move in, able to finally put Scream down onto the ground. Now it's Twist's time to shine, though, but he misses the shot, and EnVyUs at 19 HP. He's also going to get knocked out by RPK. That's EnVyUs finally taking the lead against Liquid.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they did try to push into mid there. I hope we could see how Scream gets these kills. Nope, just runs out and destroys them. Both players blind by his
own
flash.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just bad communication by Liquid, though. You know, that should not happen. That should be like a kill 9 times out of 10. Scream should not get 1 kill. And the other time, he should get 1 kill and then get immediately traded. Like, that should not happen.
JDM is going to find some luck at the beginning of this round, catching Scream, continuing his aggression into the next round by trying to push into mid-connector early on, so they find an early 5v4. Keep in mind, though, he's got the only real big gun for this entire team right now. He has that up. Everybody else is on either a shotgun for Nitro or an SMG for the other 3. Nitro knows there's pressure coming his way, though, so he's going to get aggressive, pushes in, just clips one at the edge of his shoulder, though, so it's not going to do that much damage at all. And Sixer peeks in from the other side to put him down on the ground, leaving only JDM currently to defend this A-long push. Now, they have cheated, I believe it's Twist, over to the A-bomb site to help out here, but that leaves only EnVyUs and Stanislaw to defend the entire B-bomb site if EnVyUs will swing in that direction, and only with SMGs as well to play with. EnVyUs are keeping their options open, however, they too are also split up 2-2 across the map currently, so there is still a potential for Liquid to swing back here and upset upon this round, keeping them in the game at a 14-14 scoreline.
Yeah, just pretty unfortunate for Nitro. That's the type of death out of the worst. Just Sixer, good cover though. You know, and I do want to point out, like, Scream, there's no way he thinks JDM has an op there. That's one of the reasons he's peeking that. And again, man, Sixer is playing lights out.
Nice shot. Didn't even look like he was fully peaked for it, but somehow finds the kill to JDM. RPK knows he's got Twist stuck in the corner here. Twist still holds on for a second pickup there, but will ultimately end up going down. However, EnVyUs back into the fray. All of a sudden, it's a 1v2 with Sixer hunting the head of EnVyUs. He can't find it. I don't even think he knows that Stanislaw is this far out right now, so he can just walk right up. Well, he had the chance a moment ago to kill him, and oh, Sixer almost had the angle he needed to no-scope Stan, but Stan doesn't complete the kill, so Liquid will stay in this game for at least one more round as they go 14-14.
Yeah, there's no way Scream thought he had an op. You know, why would he have an op in that situation? They just, you know, went around that they were bought, and he just has an op the next round. Doesn't economically, you know, you wouldn't expect that at all. So he gets caught out, makes it 4v5. Good, ends up winning that one. Yeah,
That's
that
unfortunate.
sucks. That's where you're on tilt after that.
Yeah, went through the wall and everything. So last pause of this match being called by EnVyUs now. They're going to use their final pause. Where are they at, economically speaking? They're pretty good. They should easily be able to buy this time.
Yeah, Sixer's been playing like a beast, though. I mean, he had that huge 1v3. He's been consistently getting frags to even the couple rounds that EnVyUs has lost. He's gotten a lot of frags to at least hurt their economy a lot. You know, it's like he's been very impactful this game on this T side. Didn't have the best CT side, but as soon as we got to CT side, him and Scream have just been beasts. RPK had that one round when he went out B, got those 2 entries, but besides that, I mean, Scream and Sixer have been the main driving force behind this T side. But we are at 14-14. They're gonna they had a chance for a double upsetter. They could have had the double op if they wanted to, but Stan just decides to keep the AK, drop it to Elise there, and upgrade to an M4. So they just want the single up.
Yeah, and EnVyUs will pretty much empty out their bank accounts for this round too, so going all in on this one. This could be it. This could be the decider right here, as the next team that loses this, or the team that loses this round, I should say, is going to end up on a pretty piss poor bye if they end up dropping the round. So, taking a look at the early pushes from EnVyUs. It's looking like once again that they'll try to move in towards mid connector and A-Long to seize control there. Only looking really at Stanislaw being able to defend things, but he's pretty far back. This boost up from Nitro there, the position I should say taken from Nitro, kills the boosted up player. Happy, he goes down, giving Team Liquid the early man advantage in this fight, and also spotting out that early aggression. EnVyUs has not really been one for fakes so far, so this should give them a pretty clear sign. They're already going to be able to cheat the third player over because they got aggressive on platform. No flank or no one was lurking over to try and keep the possibility of a B push alive, so now Liquid have started to push their way in. Elige is already pushed halfway through the platform, and in a moment, JDM is going to fully commit to the rotate as in comes EnVyUs to try and get themselves control of this site. RPK evens it back down to a 4v4, but they've got this cross spray to work with here. Twist doing some good damage to himself, and when he goes down, Nitro leaps into action. He will get eliminated, keeping things even into a 2-on-2, but now the rotates are on the way, and they will have to deal with that in a moment. Nade coming in from the top side deals some decent damage to Sixer. He's not done at 58 HP, whereas both the members of Liquid are still at full. And Elige also has that Molly to work with still, which is a very powerful weapon, considering that they've gone for the safe plan over at A. They could just toss it into the corner, get Sixer into the open, and there's their first free kill right there. And here we go. The Molly should bring Sixer out into the fright, but he still makes an impact as he's had a little bit of coverage to work with sitting behind the Molotov. XMS comes out from A-Long to shut down the round, and there we have it. EnVyUs will follow through 15-14, and look at the money from Team Liquid.
Yeah, terrible money on Liquid, and Sixer is just playing lights out. I mean, he has stepped up.
Massively.
Huge, this T side. Just huge.
Yeah, pressured even as the Molly to force him into the open.
I mean, the shot on Nitro, like, that's a quick shot by him. Like, that saved the round to even put them in a 2v2. If he doesn't hit that under pressure shot, they lose that round for sure.
Yep. So that brings it down to 2v1. Even if the one trade happens from A-Long still, then more than likely there's plenty of time for his teammate to be able to respond to that.
Yeah, but those are the shots that, like, dictate rounds. Shots like that. And Sixer showing, at least in this game, that he's like a very, very capable opper. And I think some people would probably, myself included, kind of doubt that a little bit going into this game. But under pressure, he has hit really nice shots, and like shots that you need your opper to hit if you want to beat really good teams.
So everyone from Team Liquid spreading themselves out, taking a gamble essentially on the A bomb site being the site of choice, but they've made the wrong selection, and EnVyUs are possibly about to walk right in and take control of map number 1 here. Elige can't get anything done. He's completely flashed back out. The rest of the team also pushing in. There is a response from Twist, but it's short-lived. He's taken out by Scream just seconds later. And now 4v3, retake potential so low here. JDM jumping, almost lost that 1v1 in itself. He does get one before going down, but still ends up knocked out of the round and is not going to be able to help his team anymore. Stan walks into his own death. The Sixers waiting for these flanks to work their way in, and now everything falls to Nitro in a 1v3, and he only has the ump to play with. Gives him the smoke on sidewalk to push back in, challenging Scream on the flank, getting that kill, but still having so much more work to do. The nade giving him some coverage to push on XMX, but it doesn't matter, as XMS is going to shut it down, giving the map to Team EnVyUs as they take it 16-14, claiming map number 1 here on Cobblestone.
Yeah, just both teams with really good T sides, but EnVyUs T side was just a little bit better. You know, Sixer again. I mean, I I think him and Scream, just kind of like a dynamic duo there on that T side. Scream getting the entries, Sixer continually hitting under pressure shots to close out the rounds, and just clean site takes by them.
Hitting just getting so many crucial kills, even on like entries and whatnot too. Sixer was a huge part of the victory there, and definitely helped to push their team back as they were behind. Even even from the halftime, they started off pretty far behind. It was 11-4 at halftime. They went on that massive like 6-round streak before they ended up eventually taking the lead and closing it out. So we're gonna let the analysts take it from here to break down map number 1.
Thank you, boys. Welcome back to the Xfinity Analyst Desk. Yes, map 1 looked all but secured for Team Liquid after that first half, but Counter-Strike is a 2-half game.
Thanks, Jason.
Isn't it, guys?
Yeah.
I thought Danish CS is a hell of a drug. NACS.
Welcome.
The initial drug is coming back. It's way worse.
It was the first of all the Counter-Strike drugs.
Very unfortunate for Team Liquid in this game. I think both teams had good T sides, but I think actually it was in the end Liquid having a weaker CT side, basically making more mistakes and allowing EnVyUs to get these openings and punish them for it. It started off amazingly well for Team Liquid. Great to execute that B split with like smokes on the right side of APC towards Long Gate, towards Tables. Even though they lost the round, it was pretty cool to see. But still, they had great change of pace. Were in control of the economy for almost the entirety of the first half and really like putting a lot of pressure on EnVyUs.
I think the battle lines in the green room were pretty clear. I was on the EnVyUs side. You two were clearly going for Liquid, and I never lost faith, even after that first half.
You just
saying that on stream.
You just didn't really talk, did you?
I was watching.
I mean, for a guy who doesn't like to make predictions, you really like to make them after the fact, don't you?
Backstage, people can vouch.
Everyone's a general after the battle.
I didn't hear anything. Did you?
I think the T side was better from Liquid, right? The way that it was very meticulous in the way that they took like side haul and then got mid control, and from there they bled out the clock and utility and then just executed onto the sites where EnVyUs was still spread out in their normal 2-3 setup, and that was a bit of a problem. When we flicked over though, Sixer saved them. Sixer had a lot of clutches, a lot of impact frags, right? That is actually, I don't think their T-side was better. I think EnVyUs T-side was more sloppy. I think they got lucky with a lot of situations and clutches. And when I say lucky, obviously someone had to do it, but they were finding really good spacings and timings to be able to pull that off.
So if we're gonna take that train of thought that there was just a sloppy defense out of the Team Liquid side, wasn't necessarily some great executes out of the EnVy side. What is it that how did that break down? Because there were multiple rounds towards the end during A executes from EnVy, 3 players for Team Liquid over towards the A bomb side, and they still can't hold on to it.
I wouldn't say necessarily that the execute from EnVyUs was sloppy. I think it was great once it gets to the final like stage of it, right? You could see in that particular round, the problem was like Liquid did nothing to get any map information. They didn't pop flash into A mid. They didn't try to go for that aggressive push towards B platform, and that's why they had the blind stack. They were hoping to guess right and to defend, but the pop flashes from EnVyUs were so strong. Scream just pushes after that, gets both kills on the players who were close mid, and then JDM is left by himself. He gets 2 kills by some miracle. Shouldn't have gotten that even. So I just felt like Liquid in some of those situations should have been more aggressive, while Liquid on their own T side didn't even leave room for EnVyUs to be aggressive because their timings were so crisp and everything was like on point.
I think, yeah, the EnVyUs guys on their CT side were kept rotating a lot, right? They were always out of position, and Liquid did a great job of keeping a change of pace as well. They threw in a couple of fast strats, which caught them off guard. EnVy tried to do the same thing on their T side. It didn't work. Got shut down, but that's because it looked like Liquid was stubborn in the way they wanted to hold. They wanted to keep that AWP over towards B, and when a rush comes in, the AWP at Coop is relatively effective, and we did see that happen. I would like to see the AWP at the A-bomb side instead. Stan and Nitro picking it up in previous demos. It's not as effective as having your primary AWP going for kills towards side hole and middle and actually being a menace.
And I also think when you have a secondary AWPer like Stanislaw, who is not a Coldzera, he's not a Nico, like he's not a very strong secondary AWPer, right? I don't think that player should pick it up in the first gun round. I think that just puts a lot of pressure, and not necessarily on the economy as much. It does to an extent, but also it kind of diminishes your play. Start off with a rifle and see what the T's are going to do. You know, you might be running a double AWP. You haven't seen one gun round. They might be going with a play that completely negates double AWP, execute heavy style, and then you're just shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah, don't you think like the way that EnVyUs address the game, it's always been like I just ate the mic. It's always been like a 4-1 setup, right? It just touched my lip. It freaked me out. But they always do like a 4-1 with Happy on the lurk. And an AWP isn't the best way to deal with that. Having 2 rifles in a position ready to pop flash, like you're saying, relatively aggressively, as they're doing their territory take, as they're doing their flashes and molotovs and fighting back with utility, and then stopping them in that way is a much more effective way than hoping that someone walks into the AWPer's line of sight. And it's not going to happen. You're not going to hit those combat AWP shots when you're a secondary AWPer who I wouldn't even consider Stan or Nitro a secondary AWPer at all. They're just doing it for necessity, kind of like Taka.
All right, then. Well, that's what happened on Cobble. First map goes to Team EnVyUs 16-14. It's going to have to be another good terrorist half out of Liquid when we return because it's Train. It's EnVyUs' pick, and that's a dangerous one. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Athletes aren't just born. They're molded from the core. A core of strength. A core of laser focus. A core that can handle anything. A core that sweats the small stuff. A core that's the difference maker. Game changer, world shocker. You see, hard work makes the athlete. But the edge of a Core i7 processor makes you unstoppable.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back to the Xfinity Analyst Desk in the second quarterfinal of the ESL Pro League Season 5 LAN Finals. Team Liquid taking on EnVyUs down one map. They lose Cobble 16-14. A heartbreaker. You could almost say it harkens back to some of that Liquid choking that we've seen in the past. But now they have to bounce back. Now it's Train that we're going up against. And Sixer was the most impactful opera in the previous map.
Yeah, and he's going to have a lot of work ahead of him on this map as well, because he plays towards that Ivy area. So obviously he needs to worry about Ivy, where teams like to put a lot of pressure, but also he has to provide help to his teammates if the T's start coming out of T-Mid and Pop Dog. He has those long-range battles to take care of.
He's not on his own, you know, whereas these Liquid guys only are really going to have JDM on the ult. We did see Stan try and pick it up. I hope we don't see that again. But Happy can ult, you know, and he usually uses it towards that inner bomb site, so it's not like Sixer ever has to cheat over there, or if they need it, he can just stay in that outer yard and try and be as effective as possible there. One of the things which I noticed during the regular season was when Envy do their inside takes, RPK at high ramp is almost unstoppable. He pushes out through their own smokes and stuff and just constantly duels the players coming out of connector, and 9 times out of 10 he's successful. That's something that Liquid are going to have to look to stop. We did see the inside executes as well, with XMS having a lot of success once they get pushed up into the yard and they're really just locking down that site.
I mean, so we saw a great T side out of Liquid on Cobble. We were expecting to see something very similar on Train. I mean, some very innovative, maybe not innovative, but some things you don't normally see out of teams from the NA region, a very tactical approach to it. Is Train going to be another one of those?
The word he's looking for is discipline, and we did see a lot of that. I don't know if they're going to be able to do the same thing on Train. I think they can get exploited a lot more. Why are we laughing? It's true.
Yeah, I don't think they have as much depth on Train as they do on Cobble, so things have to go their way from the start, right? They need that pistol round and to have control of the economy, I feel like, because if that doesn't happen, they don't have like a plan C or a plan D in their playbook. And I think they need to be more aggressive on the CT side. I was saying how, you know, that's something they're good at on Cobble, all things considering, but we didn't really see it all that much. And we saw from EnVyUs yesterday how they can be very good on the T side when teams give them space when they play passive on the CT side. So that's something the Liquid needs to pick up on.
Yeah, you can't really just use a routine like you can on the Cobble T side to take territory. It just flashes and Molotovs to push the CTs back. It's not as easy on this map, right? Because they tend to be a lot more aggressive or can sneak in front of your wave of utility. Like at Ivy, if you want to like smoke and Molotov off and he's playing in that cubby, he can push up behind the server and, you know, get a pop flash for a teammate or flash for himself and be aggressive and ruin your plans. Whereas on Cobble, the one thing that Liquid did really well was staying alive and having a lot of players left for late round executes or late round explosions. And I don't see that happening here on Train. They were also manhandled by Na'Vi earlier in the tournament. I think it was 16-4. So
there's also 0 rounds on their T side.
Yeah, tough task ahead for them. They won the I think they won the CT pistol and then just immediately got ecoed, right? So they have issues on this map.
That doesn't bode well for this kind of a matchup. So one other thing we could touch on with Train specifically is it just seems like actually at the moment that ladder room just isn't something that can really be controlled by the CT, or I mean by the T side. It seems very, very difficult. We'll have to see how both of these teams actually approach that, because actually the players are ready to go live. We're getting into it now, and we're going to see if Envy can eliminate Team Liquid from the tournament. Your casters are blue and dazed.
All right, thank you very much, Moses. Train is the second map in this set, of course, and we did just see EnVyUs taking control, so they have a chance to end it all right here and send themselves into the arena and into the semifinals. Days, will they do it here, or are we going to end up on a third map?
From what we saw of them, of both teams playing Train earlier, I mean, I give a big edge to EnVyUs. EnVyUs looked great, especially in those overtimes when they had those fully bought rounds against SK and Fnatic during the Wait, what am I saying? Yeah. during the overtime period. Yeah.
I'll just go with.
Okay, I am right there. Okay, yeah. No, they looked really good, right?
Yeah.
And Liquid, on the other hand, when we watched them play against Na'Vi, I believe it was, they looked terrible. So all things are pointing to Liquid, you know, being the favorite here on Train.
Well, we'll have to see. And of course, the players are playing on Intel Core i7 processors. But let's jump into the pistol round and see how Team EnVyUs are going to be able to fare. Starting off on T side, they'll push forward, but there's an early flank already lined up for Team Liquid. They've got a 2-man stack. You can see the silhouette of it right there from JDM's perspective down at the bottom of the ladder. And they can pinch on this really quickly. JDM, unfortunately, has himself bested at the start of this round, though, by Scream. And that will give EnVyUs a little bit of a slight start here. EnVyUs are smart, though. They're already paying attention to this possible flank. RPK goes back to watch for it. And, oh, okay, I thought he was going to jump down for a second. But Stays up on top, just making a little bit of noise, see if he can bait the players into going in, but they're actually going to jump down. Two of them, in fact, move back in, but this is a huge mistake because they're waiting down here. He's trying to play it around the ladder, and actually, XMS gets the kill on the Nitro as he falls back outside. So somehow, EnVyUs make that work, and now they're pushing out. Just 2 men left alive. Scratch that one is happy, eliminates Twist. Stanislaw is going to end up falling back, it seems. He does actually have a kit and smoke, so maybe something to carry through into the next round, but ultimately might end up just brawling out with it and giving EnVyUs the first round to start off here in this half.
That was sick by Scream. That was awesome.
Stanislaw gets taken out pretty quickly when he finally does peek his head through Z there. And Scream gonna knock him out of the round. So indeed, EnVyUs will claim the pistol, pushing themselves ahead and getting that nice early lead to work with. Last time, Liquid actually bought pretty lightly into the second round, so we'll see if they'll follow through on that decision from map to map or if they're gonna go for a more aggressive buy this time. And it does seem that they choose the latter option.
Yeah, I mean, Scream there wasn't even concerned about getting the kill. He just wanted to make him waste ammo, essentially, right? And just try to make sure he doesn't get headshot. And XMS is running out team mid. Happy already has the lurk at Ivy ready to go. He's in back lanes. Guy runs out of ladder. XMS just shoots him in the back of the head. That was really cool.
Scream with a great movement there to keep himself alive for that was almost like 5 full seconds. He was able to delay himself dying there. So
Scream's playing so well this best of 3 so far. I mean, those are the type of plays where like he didn't even get the frag, right?
No,
but it helped him win the round so much. I mean, if that guy kills him and stays alive in ladder, it's not looking good, man. If he would have just went down there and went for a straight gun battle.
But he delayed for that much time and then gave his opponents the time to be able to pick it up. There's a good setup by the CTs on this inner bomb site, but unfortunately very poor execution. You can see they dinked quite a few of them, but have only been able to translate 1 kill so far. And now RPK moving in for the top side, and XMS down below will pretty much mop this one up. They'll lose RPK along the way. However, again, keep in mind, this is the force bite. So we do expect a few losses to roll back in. Twist, though, has pretty much been cornered, and there is no real safe route for him to get back out into the open and fight this. Even he's backing up further away towards CT now as he looks to carry through with the Deagle and armor, at least for the next round, so they can have a little bit of extra firepower going into it. But EnVyUs are going to be picking up a second. They won't get eco upset here.
Yeah, Liquid had a good stack. I mean, basically all 5 of them were towards inside. Just unfortunately for them, not able to get the initial frags. XMS just goes down there, gets those 2 quick ones, and at that point, everybody just in the back lanes. Twist not even able to get XMS there. Not realizing how low he was. I'm sure he was probably going for a headshot at those first couple bullets. So, should be another easy one for EnVyUs here, going against these 5 USPs.
Yeah, Liquid going to be pretty light bought down. They did force into the last round.
I mean, that was a bit of a choke, though, by Liquid on Cobble. Because, you know, if you look at how they were set up really well. You know, a lot of the times, just the A-hold was just, they couldn't get any kills. Stanislaw especially, he just almost never got a kill there.
They just got entry up by Scream so many times.
But Nitro a couple times punished him through the smoke and whatnot. Just...
Yeah, they had the perfect setup. Like in a lot of the rounds, it was just so hit or miss on from round to round there.
Yeah.
So it ended up costing them far too many rounds, and they eventually lost that huge lead that they had right at the start of the half. They were up 11-4, which is like the most surprising thing, is that seemed to go away because that second half just went on for so long. Because they had to run that huge comeback and then battle back and forth for like 4 or 5 rounds before they finally won the map.
But that's why I think it is like a bit of a choke, right? Because you're all in good spots. You have 3 players a day when they're hitting it. Scream's just running out and just entering everybody, and then Sixer's just hitting great op shots, right? But you can't say like you're not in bad spots.
The leads with a good hold initially as he is able to pick up a kill, and XMS can't translate that into more than 1. He does do damage to the other 2 that pushed their way in, but now this is fast control being taken by EnVyUs as they move in. Scream once again finding a pickup here, but traded out a moment later by JDM, and he not only gets RPK, he's also able to push forward and take down Happy as well. And with that, well, Stanislaw is going to back himself into a kill as he finds Scream moving out of the smoke. First round goes onto the board for Team Liquid there in the first gun round.
Nice shots by JDM, especially that player on top of Blue. That's actually a pretty difficult shot to hit when you're Hell. Just from that angle, you know, that T able to look left and right. He's at a headshot angle, hits a nice shot there. He's almost always going to be opping around back Blue. Does a really good job at that area. Scream comes out, he gets those 2 entries, but, you know, JDM holds strong at the site.
And EnVyUs buying into this next round here. they will end up with a bit of a peculiar buy, because I think they either forgot about RPK or there was a miscommunication. So he only ends up with a P250. Dies first anyway, so it's not too big of a deal. Well, the utility just basically gets dropped to the ground, and all perfect pop flash from Liquid as he moves out. Is able to punish XMS and finds the location of another one. Not going to be too keen on pushing out the challenge him directly in a one-on-one, as it is Scream. But happy with the extra kill, and then just smoking it back off. Twist will fall away and defend this area of the map solo now so that Nitro can focus on the short lane push.
Yeah, JDM entries at upper, just pushes up inside, gets that kill. He was successful against Navi. That was the one bright spot that Liquid, you know, had. Was when he was getting aggro. He was doing good work. Nothing else was working very well, but.
So, Scream still looking for options to get himself into this site. Has the bomb in hand as well, so he needs to make sure that he stays alive. But he's smoked out from both sides. There's not really any clean angle with which he can actually push him through Ivy. And I think Liquid's overestimating the amount of pressure that's going to swing itself towards Ivy a little bit here. They have a lot of focus on it. In fact, they even move Nitro back to defend it. So JDM and Nitro still going to be able to pick up those final couple of kills, though, and Twist with the last one cleans it up. A nice, solid round for Liquid. No one really even taking any damage. I think Twist took like 10 or 15 HP off of him, but that was about it. As they walk through that round easily and are now going to force EnVyUs onto a save.
Yeah, perfect start really for them to kind of stabilize here, but EnVyUs very aggressive with their buys right now. Tech9 armors up. Six are kind of saving, making sure you can get an op for when they go towards that gun round if they do lose this round.
Very fast through the white halls too. Everybody just rolling up to the start of the box rooms to see if they can maybe pick up a first kill here, since Liquid was getting aggressive upon it last time. It's a whole different ball game on this round, however. Team Liquid are playing very far back in the B-bomb site. Only just not kind of moving Stanislaw into position back by Tanker, and they've got JDM watching from outside of the Z flank. They have a Liege that can quickly rotate in on like a 2-second notice. You can see that now. He's moving in now. The T's went for their smokes. JDM gets hit partially by a flashbang, and with that, still well blind, he's able to take down XMS. 2 more pickups for them at the hands of a Liege. Scream trading out 1 kill so far. RPK trying to tap away with that P250, but just can't get anything done. And the round overall is a wash, as Liquid is going to tie things up at 3-all now.
Just perfect hold. Going to put EnVyUs on an eco, I'd imagine. They still get, see how much they invest here. XMS gets half armor P250. They got the Eagle in play. Just ridiculously fast rotate though. And the perfect setup for what they're going against, right? It's like the whole idea of EnVyUs strat there is just getting deep with Tech9s. They're going to push up. They're going to try to get close.
Hello.
That's not a smart play, JDM. It's not intelligent.
JDM just walks into a full 4-man stack from EnVyUs. And he'll give that op away pretty quickly, unfortunately. Don't think he was expecting to find that many players waiting outside. Happy with another chance to pick up 2 as Elige does not check that left corner. And even tagging another one as he walks back inside of T-Con. Great start to this round from EnVyUs, as they have a real potential to possibly upset here, as Happy's got the M4 in hand now too. So they've even got that little bonus. How are they actually going to translate this into a round they can win out here by pushing it into a site, however, is going to be the big question, as they're all now stacked up in the white halls, trying to push their way through to the back of the B-bomb site. At the moment, you still only have Stanislaw to defend it, but Stanislaw has been really good, even looking back to their match versus Navi yesterday, which was a pretty bad match for Liquid overall, but Stanislaw had a few bright spots in defending this inner bomb site and his ability to hold it off, and at the very least, if not pick up a huge amount of kills, delay the inevitable so that his teammates could rotate back in, and that's exactly what they need here. Stanislaw goes peeking into it, and Sixer not even paying attention. Down goes that recovered up. A great trade from Scream, though, instantly deleting Stanislaw with the Deagle as he picks up the headshot. Nitro now going to move back in. That's RPK down to the ground. Bringing it back down to a 2v3 situation. They still have a lot more ground to recover, not a lot of time to do it, but there's a good flash. Gives Nitro a few extra seconds of freedom here to push forward, and the molly on upper hopefully prevent XMS from pushing back in, as he's got the op on upper. Twist gonna walk right up, find Scream overwhelming him, and now the last 2 are stuck inside of upper, where Nitro can just easily hold this one off. There's one pickup from him. They're jumping onto the bomb. He tries to stop the diffuser, but not gonna happen. Nitro picks up both those final kills and ends up with a 3 kill on the round, and Liquid recover and take the lead.
Fantastic retake there by Liquid in that 3v5, ended up in a 2v4, but the Molotov really worked against EnVyUs. They threw it towards Z. They thought that that Molotov would stop the rotate, and then RPK pushes all the way up oil and dies because they figured the rotate would be more delayed than it was because of that Molotov. And then they also don't have Molotov for the post plant. So that was a big decision to throw that Molotov Z and really worked against them.
Still ends up in a full buy for EnVyUs. Mind you, that round going into the chaos that it does. Basically just a few upgraded pistols are all they really bring to the table that time. So now they're full bought. That power is going to come back into the fray, hopefully to stop Team Liquid from shooting ahead here on the CT side, as they're going to be upgrading themselves there over on the defense. As they have double ops to work with. Stanislaw getting the second, still playing solo inner. JDM having his chance to shine right now, but he overpeaks, and that leaves him open for a trade from Happy after he finds the first kill on XMS. Ivy control is theirs if they want it, but they still have to challenge multiple players on the outside. As you can see, they're working towards it now with mollies and whatnot in the way. There's a whole lot of obstacles that they have to deal with, but Sixer, thankfully for EnVyUs, deals with one of them now. The elimination of Nitro, who's been the big player so far. Lige, next up to bat here, does find himself one for free by playing next to his teammate, but he's going to be overwhelmed very quickly if he's not careful. Thankfully, Twist moving in, picks up an additional kill, but he can't hold when he's finally challenged out by RPK, and then RPK follows it through with an additional find against Twist. This has left Stanislaw alone to clutch this. Does have an opponent sitting directly next to him here, but the flash right into his face.
What a flashbang.
Nobody pushes it, though, as I don't think they fully know he's here just yet. They're going to go for the plant. This is where he can actually find the kill. There's the no-scope from Stan, and he already has his last opponent low. In fact, I think he could have just seen him if he realized it, but he didn't spot it. So RPK is going to waltz out and find the headshot to close out on the round.
That round was absurd by RPK. That was so sick. Those kills he got were huge. Also, a very underrated kill that happened was Sixer goes team mid. Nitro is completely set up and just ops him. And that actually opened up so much space because then Lige has to kill him, and it gave away Lige's spot, which even allowed RPK to get that trade when RPK killed him and then just whips his crosshair over to, I guess, somebody at post and gets that kill as well. And then he moves towards Ivy when Stan thinks he's stuck in health. That was awesome by RPK.
It was after Stan got hit by that flash, too. So, nicely done. I'm pretty sure that was RPK that threw that flash out.
Yeah, it was.
So EnVyUs back into possible control if they can follow through and close out here on the 9th round. Liquid's still buying into it, but you can already see symptoms of their money dwindling out here. The utility not going to be all that great, and they have pretty much emptied out everything with about $700 left over for the entire team to play with after everything is said and done. Lacking utility after they have used a lot of their smokes. They only have one remaining sitting on JDM over towards the A bomb site. Stanislaw getting a little bit more aggressive this time, too, to act as an early warning if it's needed, and possibly an early flank, too, on ramp. And that's exactly what he's going to become, as he's already pushed his way up to the top of the ramp. He may find himself challenging RPK in a little bit here. For the rest of EnVyUs, though, they are getting ready for another heavy Ivy push. 3 players are going to be working their way out through this avenue this time, and Twist doesn't even know where to look. XMS just destroys him on the way in. Now JDM has to stop this, working with a Legion. They do great work, hitting 3 kills. Sixer still trying to get himself fully into the open from T-Con, but fails to estimate for the flank, working its way into the ladder room. That's where Stanislaw comes into the play, shutting out Sixer, and Happy, while he'll attempt the 1v2 clutch, he won't be too successful upon it, and Lige will shut out the round, giving control back to Liquid.
Yeah, nice shots by JDM. Middle bomb train. He knows he doesn't have to worry about anybody coming up to his side because of a player in E-Box. Those 2 kills were very, very big.
So now for EnVyUs, they're going to end up back down onto another just half buy round. They were able to do decent work, however, if you remember the last ones, you may not necessarily want to count them out of the running to be able to clutch this just yet. And once again, they'll pretty much repeat the same steps that they did in their last half buy too, putting everyone over here towards Ivy. Maybe catching one player pushing out, although I don't think JDM's going to repeat that same feat. He's playing to a much different position at this point in the half, way over there towards the edge of Z. Good molly placement, but really good flash from the tease is going to send Twist barreling back. He's given time to recover, and he gets the bomb onto the ground, which is great for him, great for Liquid, and Lige even picking up a second kill against RPK. Pretty much has already ended this round now. The last 3 are going to do really sneaky if they want to attempt to recover, as Twist is still fully posted up, watching in the event anyone from EnVyUs tries to move in to recover that bomb here. The only real benefit that EnVyUs has going in their favor is the remaining time on the clock. But Scream is still going to look for options here. I think it's boosted up on top of the boxes. It's just that not a whole lot is being presented to him. Liquid's allowed to control the left side of this short lane, but that's pretty much it. And the moment they step into sandwich, Elige shuts both of them down. Great find from XMS as he deletes Elige. He's got a lot more to find, though. In fact, 4 more kills. Just lost another like 30 HP from that grenade. So there's little to work with. Tags 1 more, but does fall to Stanislaw, as Liquid is going to take a 2-round lead here.
Yeah, and after the pistol and the following anti-eco rounds, I mean, EnVyUs only picked up 1 round here. 1 out of 7, so Liquid having a good CT side when they actually do have the guns to back it up.
Pause, I believe, is going to be called by EnVyUs now, since they are falling behind. Money's at a very divisive point here where they probably aren't going to be able to afford a full buy, so we'll end up in a half-purchase situation again. And just needing to reevaluate their strategy, as it was working at the beginning of this, but unfortunately, Liquid have kind of calmed themselves down. They're not playing as aggressive anymore, and it's not giving away as many free kills to EnVyUs early in the round, so...
Well, really the only round, the gun round that they won by EnVyUs took like a pretty insane play by RPK.
Yeah.
I mean, every other round they lost, it's just RPK, you know, hit some ridiculous shots. Those two, that kill after he killed Elige was like an instant whip, 1 tap onto a guy post after he killed Elige. That normally doesn't really happen, right? So they haven't exactly won rounds in convincing, you know, the round that they won wasn't even in convincing fashion. Like, Liquid's just been great since they've had the gun rounds. Besides the a little bit of a scare when JDM went down with the op in 3v5, they've looked like they've been in complete control.
So just waiting for the unpause to come in. It is apparently a, judging from what the players are saying, and again, we don't know if this is how the admins are confirming it at this point, but they are saying it's a technical pause. So I'm assuming we'll get full information on that in just a moment. So
yeah, they've kept Liquid's economy pretty low. I mean, after Liquid is bought out, they just have 200, 2600, 2400, 1500, and 3250. So it's not like Liquid has 10K each or anything like that. But EnVyUs, you know, do you buy here? You're only going to be able to get 2 AKs. Everybody else is going to be down on pistols, or if you want like an up or something like that. I'm not sure if you do. Looks like they are just going to dig up a little bit, just try to, you know, damage their economy a little bit, just see if they can get a few kills. Obviously, they'll go for the round, but, you know, just try to do a little bit of damage, most likely, is what they're thinking.
yeah. I mean, they've gotten relatively close on quite a few of these rounds. It's just that the problem is they lose so many guys at the beginning that they can never fully trade it back. And they usually end up with still like 2 or 3 players alive on Team Liquid, taking them down pretty easily towards the end of it. So XMS is going to try his luck solo on Ivy this time. It's been a big contention point for EnVyUs previously, but this time they're playing more into just a default setup by making noise towards box cells, and 2 at T-Con, and the 1 guy working probably late into Ivy.
Yeah, you know, Liquid actually changed their setup. Before they used to have JDM, he would just play back blue every single round. We're seeing a lot more of an active JDM. He's playing rotator sometimes. Sometimes he's playing back blue. Sometimes he's getting aggressive at Ivy, we saw him get aggressive at upper inner. He's moving around a lot, becoming a much more dynamic player. And that's good for them. That's a change that was needed for their CT side train, because before they just had him statically opping that back blue bomb train every single round.
Well, now EnVyUs is finally going to try their luck to get out into the open. Great response from Scree, but it only lasts for 1 pickup. Elige will immediately trade him, and already most of this offense has fallen apart. Down to just Sixer and Happy. With Happy still yet to get himself into the open, he's still waiting to see if anyone from the Ivy tunnel is now going to try to push out, now that the push itself from Ivy has been killed. At the end of the day, though, Sixer does find himself in a little bit of a battle, but Happy will fall first, and it now just leaves Sixer alone with 13 HP to play with. He only has the P250. I think he's run away for a second, but JDM's just going to hit a nice shot to close out on the round anyway. So there's Team Liquid pushing ahead even further, 7-4 now, as EnVyUs should be getting themselves another bye here.
Yeah, so they're going to be fully bought up. Sixer should be able to off if he wants. Assume he will. What do you do here? I think they'll probably go towards an interplay, and that's why he's like thinking about it. They're starting out in a 3-1-1 though. Sixer team mid, RBK taking box hall control, and he's taking it by himself. So it's a tough task to ask someone a lot of the time, just because sometimes you can get caught out with your nades out. You know, you have to dodge that player. Sometimes people just run up straight up the lower ramp and fight you. But he's able to do it successfully.
And so with that control, and work to start to set up their hit. EnVyUs pushing in now. Now RPK is still holding in that block Saul's position, so it is going to make it.
Is that JDM spotting lower ramp and he doesn't even know RPK is there either?
Mm-hmm. He may check for it though. He still has something to suspect here. And Twist once again coming out on top over towards Ivy. This time only for 1 kill. However, he dinks Scream before going down, so he's going to end up at 19 HP. And Scream really just trying to get through the cross. Yeah, they are going for the bit of a split pinch here, but Happy might. Oh, Stanislaw doesn't try to fire on that at all. He just lets him go across. The good news is that they should be able to read into the play because of this, so all rotates already on the way. Sixer waiting for the flank from Elige though, so that gets denied pretty handily. The other players trying to push their way back in, but at the moment it's just EnVyUs dominating things down to Stanislaw. Finds himself a good angle versus Happy, but it doesn't pay off, and EnVyUs finally shut themselves in with another gun round.
So did... I think JDM smoked the right side so that they could go out Z towards the left, but Sixer gets this kill. He jumps down lower ramp and kills the next guy. Again, Sixer's playing very well.
Ooh, more smoke as well.
Yeah, Liquid just didn't really know how to respond to that once backside was controlled. They weren't ready for it. They didn't rotate properly at all.
Well, JDM back to his aggressive tendencies, and he immediately impacts this time, finding RPK, putting it down to the 5v4. And he may have the 5v3, but Scream goes in as well. Tries to change up the tides, but is only going to be able to get 1 kill, and then is knocked out by Elige. The attempt to trade it out doesn't really work, and now Twist knows that XMS is trying to lurk his way back in. XMS still legs one player, but fails to pay attention to this backside, where Twist has basically always been positioned. So it actually is a little bit odd that he doesn't try to check for it. Just spur of the moment thing, but he'll go down, leaving only Happy. He's got a nice lurk going towards inner. He'll find JDM with it, and that's the site under his control. The bomb is going to roll in here in just a moment, too, so they've got the plant going. This round is not over just yet. EnVyUs will still have their chance. And Sixer will have himself in a great plant position, too. No Molly to utilize, though, so they're not going to be able to hide back and upper and play the round out that way. But that may actually work in Liquid's favor, as they're going for 2 players potentially on the flank there. And with EnVyUs playing so far, they may not even expect to find Liquid players that far back. Twist also takes down Happy by pushing in through CT, so now there's so much pressure going onto Sixer. And he's going to be in a really odd position to try to play this out and finds the angle, misses the shot. Now he's stuck in this alleyway trying to keep himself alive, and a second missed shot will seal his fate as he goes down to Elige, and an 8th round goes into the hands of Team Liquid.
Yeah, I would actually favor EnVyUs there. Happy just losing that duel to Twist, though. That's the nail in the coffin for them, though. Too much to ask of Sixer with that op there. I mean, he still could have won it. He just needed to hit that shot on Twist. Then he could play a 2v1 back there. I think he might have even had an HE grenade. And Elige was at about 12 HP.
Going to reset EnVyUs' losing bonus again.
But that's what I was talking about. When you're taking box hall control by yourself, you saw JDM. He, Fallen is the one who does that pick a lot, or used to. Sometimes Cold does it as well. You just run straight up lower ramp when you have that good spawn, just as fast as you can, and you just kill that player while he jumps down.
And he took a huge advantage upon that one that helped them to make the closeout a little bit easier. This time EnVyUs back to their old tricks with a heavy focus on Ivy for this round. They did force into it, so they're going to end up with those 2 Tech 9 players on Scream and XMS. But still looking for an entry position over here towards Ivy. They need to counter out Twist, though. He's been such a burden for them over here at Ivy.
Yeah, they've gotten... I mean, the one round they did the 3-1-1 where they got to backside, that worked, but in general, I mean, even that round, I don't really think it was a round that was won in convincing fashion. I think Liquid just didn't respond to it properly.
I don't think they just didn't really realize what was happening until it was too late.
Yeah, they just didn't respond to it well at all.
Well, now they're going to push back in, and again, Twist is just waiting here. Instantly gets that first kill. He's got the second one. They just keep handing these frags to Twist round and round again, and now the attempted interplay. Well, actually, missed shot from Stanislaw. I think the train stopper threw him off when he went up on top of that, so Sixer's going to be able to find a kill there. But now, chasing it through, gets the second one actually on Elige.
Too.
That's the one you're not expecting to find, and now Happy has this flank moving on Nitro. He knows another one waiting around the corner for him. Stops it there, though, as they've got outside control. They need to focus on a post plant. JDM just barely missing that shot on the planter. It's going to let Sixer put it onto the ground, back up into a safe spot, and Twist. This is going to be rough for him, but he lines up. Can't win it out, though. Happy is going to pick up that kill. Everything's on JDM now. He's gotten himself traded out into an M4, and he's gotten the bomb back under his control, but he still has to play in this extremely open position, and ultimately Happy is going to knock him out, giving the round to EnVyUs.
The Happy lurk, man. That was huge. It was also huge that Elige didn't kill Sixer there.
Yeah, Sixer just rushing through the back.
Yeah, that was a bit of a blunder.
Crazy too, yeah.
Elige almost never misses kills either. He's really consistent.
So with that control exercise, it keeps it close heading into the final round of the half. And Liquid actually gets a pretty bad buy for this last round.
Yeah, that was a gift.
3 umps and the 2 upgraded pistols. Twist, tired of hiding that back haul, tries to play it straight forward this time, but XMS is waiting for him. So easy pickup for the T's to start up 5v4. Trade not going to be found just yet with Happy now moving into the short lane. He eliminates Elige and pretty much kills all the A-site pressure. They're going to try to flank with Stan and JDM back over here in the ladder room, but there is someone waiting down there. RPK is going to have his chance to frag out. There's the 1 pickup. I'll swing back in. He won't find the second player yet. There he is. Just walking down an easy frag to find. Nitro did catch 1 trade back over here in the Ivy Hall, but he's still up against a 1v4 and ultimately put into a pretty much an impossible situation. Now tagged down to 21 HP. Also, so pushing out everyone from EnVyUs should have set up to counter him at this point, so really no situation where he wins that, and RPK finally sinks the bullet that'll close out upon it, and that will give EnVyUs their 7th round to end the half. They come back towards the end of it and keep it extremely close. The second half, folks, is coming up in just a few. We'll get to see if EnVyUs can end it here, or if Liquid is going to push us to a 3rd map.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Lenovo Legion, Xfinity, ESCA, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, Logitech G, and Zowie.
Well, welcome back again, folks. It was Liquid dominating things at the beginning of the half, but unfortunately they allowed for EnVyUs to swing back with a few crucial gun rounds towards the end of it. They brought it up to 7. And of course, we do want to give a big shout out to one of our sponsors, ESCA. Great place for competitive matchmaking, industry-leading anti-cheat, and 128 tick servers. Daisy, you know a lot about ESCA, don't you?
I do.
Yeah, a lot of time spent on there.
Oh, a lot of time spent on ESCA. A lot of time. But Liquid just kind of gifting up 2 rounds there. I mean, it's a 2v4. Happy has that lurk. Elige misses that kill on Sixer. It allows them to win that round. And then obviously puts them on a force buy there. Like, this should be 10-5 Liquid. It should be. And Liquid did look like the better team. Looked like they had a really good CT side train, you know, 10-5 after losing pistol. But they're having, like, these just mistakes where these things happen. I mean, they even should have gifted him another round. Remember when JDM pushed EnVyUs at that 3v5 and that 2v4 retake on Enter? So Liquid kind of their own worst enemy right here, I think.
Yeah. Well, we are going to see how things play out in the gun round here. Everyone keeping it together to move into the box halls and probably just going to end up with a straight B hit. They are set up to defend this, though. And Happy's, I think, is just going to play this patiently, looking to punish anyone that pushes into him. They had someone, I think JDM tried to play to that same spot back on the first pistol round. And, well, similarly to that last pistol round, the CT in that position ends up losing it. So he'll go down. He does do some damage to Stan and Elige before he ends up getting knocked back out. But still, that is a man advantage to Team Liquid, which is quickly going to go away as they move into this site. 2-for-1 trades as Scream also picks up a kill, trying to back up, but he's inside of a molly, down at 14 HP, but he still gets one more on the kill counter before being eliminated by Stanislaw. Down to a 2v2 now. Tees do not currently have a molly to hold in that back area, so they will need to re-peek out if they want to clutch this out. Both the CTs here in the site, and the smoke will go down over top of the bomb. That Sixer, if he wants to, can go in to drop on that defuse, but it's a little bit miscoordinated at the moment from EnVyUs, so causing some issues as XMS is brought down to just 7 HP's one tappable, and his teammate just trying to waste time. They eliminate XMS, everything, all of a sudden everything is sitting on Sixer, and he'll jump in there, go for the defuse, but it's not going to happen. Stanislaw locks onto it, eliminates him, and Team Liquid do get to claim the second half pistol.
Yeah, that was just really bad cover, to be honest. I'm not even gonna lie, man. If Sixer just goes middle bomb there after that smoke goes down, he's just gonna have a much better chance of killing those players at upper. Like, you have the smoke down, you have a kit, just got to get in a better spot. You get middle bomb there, that's where you want to be.
And Liquid are going to waste no time with execution here in their second round, but Scream, XMS actually gets that kill. So nicely found, but Scream, I think, doing most of the damage on it. Sixers almost racked up another one as well, and Scream does finally pick up his first kill as they move back in. Elige trades those frags back, and Nitro picking up a third. Chaos does go away, and Liquid take back control, but we could find ourselves in another chaotic situation in a moment here. As XMS trying to flank into it, but good read from Stan. He does counter that back out, leaving just Happy alone in a 1v3. He knows where some of these guys are focused, but a great headshot from Elige stops the potential 1v3 clutch and gives the round to Team Liquid.
Yeah, Nitro able to stay alive with 4 HP in hell there. Very fortunate for Liquid. Elige getting those 2 kills around Sandwich as well was very big. Close round, though. That looked like it was going to go EnVyUs' way as soon as it was 3v5 and Nitro had 4 HP. Almost a 2v5.
Yeah, so now won't be in the full save for EnVyUs. P250 for XMS, and that'll be just buying a Zeus, which I'm going to guess won't end up being used, but who knows. Liquid's already taking out these players relatively quickly. Breaking it down in a moment here, probably to just 2 left alive. JDM and Nitro picking up this frag. Sixer did trade out twists in the process, but these last 2 really aren't in positions where they can impact to any degree. So we can expect... Oh, actually, RPK does sneak one in there. So nicely shot from Z.
Scream is hitting the most ridiculous shots. I mean, like, they are absurd shots that he is hitting. Like, he had a USB and just double dinked the player instantly to like 3 HP. Instantly.
That's Scream.
Yeah, but I mean,
that's like a usual day for him.
Just another day at the office.
Yeah. So yeah, like I said before, these last 2, really just hoping to find a kill or 2, and Happy more than anything probably just really wants to use that Molly or that Zeus. But
I mean, we didn't even talk about the CT pistol really that he had. Like, those kills were ridiculous to even put them in a situation where they could be in a 2v2. I don't know, man. He's just on another level right now.
That was similar to what we saw from Stan back on the second half pistol on the last map, where it was like he got mollied off behind him and he just had to go in there and take the battle, and he still got like 2 more kills before he got knocked out.
He got 3. There was one before and he got 3.
That's right, yeah.
And then Sixer was at the Rock, I believe. Ended up closing it out.
So full investment finally on the table for EnVyUs. Sixer back onto the op. They managed to get M4s for everyone except for XMS, who does buy down to a FAMAS, who had a little bit of extra utility. Early Molly going into the ladder room.
That Molly, I just don't understand. I don't know why anybody throws that. I don't get it.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
I don't get it. Why they throw a Molly like directly below the ladder. If I'm a CT, I'm like, all right, are you going to jump down in this? I don't understand.
Does it?
Do you think I'm going to go up the ladder? I'm not.
I mean, if you're going like fast into the site, maybe it stops the flank or something like that. But they didn't go into the site after that, so it kills that theory.
But a lot of teams do it. A lot of people do it. I just don't understand it. I just don't. Tweet me if you guys can give me an explanation.
Maybe the analysts. Anyway, Team Liquid moving into the site now to start off their entry. RPK first at the bat. There was a great flashbang to try and buy RPK a little bit more time, and in fact, he does capitalize on it with a second kill. Problem is, though, they're losing players left and right. Sixer bouncing back, though, keeps the advantage in the favor of EnVyUs, and nobody is watching that ramp flank. So XMS walks right up, killing Nitro and leaving just Stan alive. But Stan, it's the instant kill into XMS, and he almost finds a second here. Unfortunately, peeks into the open lane, where Sixer is going to take him out, and EnVyUs will claim the first gun round.
Yeah, just an insane rotate by them. They had all 5 players on that. XMS, I believe, went up the ladder. Might have been one up with a teammate, not sure. Scream flanked as well, right? But they just had like all 5 players there pretty much immediately.
And RPK with this really good pull here too. I thought he went down after the first kill, but this flashbang that went further back, he was able to keep himself alive for a few extra seconds and picked up the second one before he got traded.
Yeah, just the brute force strat. I mean, you just kind of jump down lower, try to get your opper posted up towards Z and whatnot, and see if you can win the round that way.
And also, as a side note, that Molly did literally nothing to stop the flank, as they did still just rush right up and kill both of them in the site anyway. So,
what a nade, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Scream took some damage too. I'm not sure if he got shot at or naded. Wasn't paying that much attention. That was a good nade on Sam.
Liquid just going to take themselves into a default for this round, spreading up 2-1-2 across the map. In a moment, I think they're actually just going to give up wholly on Ivy pressure, however, and swing pretty much everyone back over to the T-Con and basically just go for a 3-2 split into the A-bomb site, unless these guys go halls. But I don't think that's the route they're taking. Still a minute left on the clock, though, so plenty of time for Liquid to set up here. But here's the good thing. Even though... Oh, what? Right. Oh my god, he almost got the second one, too. What was that? JDM through the wall, just takes out Scream. Out of absolutely nowhere that happened. So nice in. I was about to say, these positions from EnVyUs are great. They could just counter out the three-man push that was about to come in from T-Con, but goodbye to that. Great pop flash as well from Stan as he moves in, taking down XMS. Beautiful stuff so far from Team Liquid, but EnVyUs still looking for an opportunity to hold this back off now. With Sixer's trade on Stanislaw, it's caused delay on the Liquid hit. They're stuck behind those smokes. They can still use that position to plant, but they're losing even more players now. RPK claiming another one, and oh, Sixer! Oh, Liege had so much advance notice, but he wanted that bomb on the ground, and now, not only has he lost a Liege, but they've lost Nitro as well. Everything's down to Twist in this 1v3. He's claimed one kill already. Just has to eliminate both the oppers here, and he could win it out, but no, he walks into the open. Happy claims the last kill, and it's another round for EnVyUs.
Yeah, but, I mean, Liquid should win that round. They just took so long to plant the bomb. I mean, it's, what was that, 3v4? They have all three site smokes up. The bomb just took forever. By the time he planted, the smokes were gone, and Sixer gets a free kill on him. I don't know. And the reason that was even possible for Jaden to get that kill, though, is because obviously they flashed team mid and whatnot to push. That's why they were so ready for it. That's why they were looking there. So, I mean, yeah, it's a nice wallbang and everything, but it just took way too long to get the bomb down. It's like these little mistakes that Liquid are making are stopping them from, you know, they stop them from winning Cobble, right? If they don't lose that 2v4, you know, they probably win that game. If they just hold when they have three players in a site, like Scream running out middle, killing both players as they're close CT mid, like these little mistakes by Liquid are just adding up.
Sixer has already taken down one player too, as Liquid basically just ended up with upgraded pistols for this round. Stanislaw dead on the ground on the approach towards Ivy. The remaining four trying to work together, probably with a very similar strategy that they had on the last round here, but they're going to be denied of the pressure in ladder room here, as they've got a two-man stack from EnVyUs to hold this. And they've even got, I believe it's XMS out by E-Box to defend and watch for the T-Con push too. So EnVyUs is going to be right here, ready to fight when Liquid does go for this push. And there's XMS with the hold. Scream kills the player going down inside of drop, gets back, falls back to get the second pickup against the Liege. And now it is just Twist left alone here. If he can take down Scream, he can buy himself a little bit of real estate, but ultimately, yeah, he's completely surrounded. There's nowhere to go, and EnVyUs pick up another round. They're just one away from the tie now.
Yeah, and I mean, to me, you favor EnVyUs in this game, right? 11-10 CT side on Train. They're going to be able to buy next round, even if it was this one. But I thought Liquid has been playing pretty well. I just think, and even like strategically and their positioning and whatnot, seems better, in my opinion, than EnVyUs. But the individual play by three players in particular, one who you generally don't think of as being like an all-star in Sixer, just Scream, Sixer, and to a lesser extent RPK have just had like huge individual plays and rounds, just constantly, in order to put them in this situation where they should win this game and win the series.
Sixer will have another attempt to frag out here, but he loses it to JDM. I was thinking they would do the run jump for a second, but JDM just goes in the dumpster and slow peeks it after the flash even misses as well. Sixer had every chance to be ready to respond to that one, but missed the shot, and so he'll go down first, giving Liquid the advantage to start off this round. Be split up, however, for Liquid in a very, very similar fashion to what we've been seeing for the last like 2 or 3 rounds now.
Yeah, there's a few ways you could push that upper back. You could jump over them, you know, doing the run boost. You could flash and then peek. You could do what they did, where they just kind of jiggle and then challenge them right away.
Liege also still waiting back here, trying to make sure that XMS won't go for that early challenge from the bottom of the ladder room. definitely not going to be the case. In a very patient position right now, but he still is currently the only one really that can defend the initial push. They've got Scream further back outside of Ivy, but he's probably going to need to reposition to really frag out against this whole push at all. He eats that flashbang. They drop down. No way he's picking up any response kill in there. That's now XMS dead with no response. Didn't even get full intel either. Scream trading 1 kill back, but they're behind the smoke, and he tries to push through, but Nitro immediately headshots him. Nicely found from Nitro. They're making sure there's no room for a comeback at all for EnVyUs here. And even though Happy trades that kill on the stand, he's now alone with the 1v3 in front of him. He's going to go for this defuse, though. He pops to the flashbang, but it doesn't work as the smoke fades away and Nitro spots it.
I would have went crazy if that worked.
He made the best attempt at it too, even though the flashbang to try and
that was
the
sick.
noise.
That was actually
bit.
sick. Yeah, that was smart.
What a pause is going to get called actually from Stanislaus' perspective there, so it's Liquid calling for this pause currently.
XMS playing the ladder very differently than we see most people play though. You know, he's kind of aiming like far up. He's playing really, really close up. Usually you play in the middle of it, or you play basically at the end of it, and then you could like dart in and out. Of course, in that situation, you're going to play inside of it, but usually play in the middle and just kind of aim there, and then
just
obviously
drop and line up the headshot angle.
Yeah, and you know, you could hear the flashbang come if they underhand it or whatever. Sometimes you die if you know they just come down like that. But he just caught a flash to the face. That's usually not how you die. Usually you die because they either just drop down like 2 at once and they hit a shot in the air or something like that, or because they throw a flash behind them and kind of drop down with it. But he's kind of just like running up there. I don't know. Just watch how Phelps plays it, man. That guy's a beast in the ladder.
So, with EnVyUs having to force into this next round here, they are going to end up with quite a few sacrifices being made. It's a really odd buy at the end of the day.
But they have the double op though. So if these guys could just make it 4v5, maybe make it a little bit easier on their teammates here.
The setup originally was actually a little bit odd there. For the first couple seconds, they had RPK solo holding inner with a P250, but that's changed a little bit now. They also have Happy here, but he's the glass cannon opper, so he's not going to be too strong in his ability to actually stay alive in this fight either.
I like their setup a lot though. They have Sixer watching team mid. They have Scream inside ladder. Sixer's opping inside team mid. It's a very strong op spot. They're going to kind of give up Ivy a bit, but it's going to. You got to have some type of a weak point, right, when you just have 2 pistols. So you kind of give that up, but you're strong everywhere else. Scream's inside team mid now, leaves ladder. Still have 2 towards inner.
For now, that's the decision to leave Ivy open turned out to be a pretty smart read, too. It's the first time in a while, Liquid's actually just completely ignoring it.
Well, the thing is he has a Molotov, and most likely if people are going to come out Ivy, they're going to throw nades, right?
Yeah.
So he's going to throw that molly, and it's going to give time for Scream and Sixer to reposition.
So Liquid getting ready to start.
This is such a strong setup.
And Scream setting himself up, but RPK falls first. Scream doesn't get anything done either. They're piercing through it. Sixer with the first trade, but he's going to get pushed on. He could pull out his pistol, actually. He's got quite a few of these players low. And even though XMS finds another kill, he's got a second one as well. Now he's got the up in hand. Happy finding another kill. Just like that, it was looking good for Team Liquid, but now it's all on JDM alone. He's found the kill into XMS, though, so he brings it down to a 1v1. Happy still holding the old bomb tunnel. Is going to give time for JDM to go back, pick up the bomb, and go for the plant. But he's very low on time. And Happy may realize this and just try to go in and deny this, as he might know he's sticking it. He won't go for the kill just yet, but he moves up very, very close. And oh my goodness, Happy didn't even see JDM! So he gets the free kill, and Liquid steal the round. 13-10, they keep their lead going.
Just an insane clutch by JDM. 2v1, XMS still alive and sandwiched. It's a nice shot on him. That was just a ridiculous shot onto Happy. Happy must not have known he was dinked.
We'll see that again. He pushes up. Seems to look right at him. Oh, and he actually misses the shot from Happy. It looked like he took a shot there. So with that missed opportunity, it gives JDM what he needs to close out upon it. And off of that, it'll be breaking Team EnVyUs.
Yeah, Sixer, I mean, he's been great, but that's I'm pretty sure he missed that first kill when Scream was turned around. If he hits that shot, Scream gets the other one, then he could probably re-peek, get the other one. Like the round's gonna go in that garbage almost every time. That's such a strong setup that they had. I'm surprised they didn't win that round.
Yeah, the first few gate players, the first guys in the site, just fall so quickly with no responses. So I think it gets out of hand a little bit too quickly for them to manage. And well, that last round, they don't even come close. They pretty much just get bulldozed by Liquid. So that's going to put them up to an easy 14 rounds. Looking great now for Liquid to try and take train and send this over to Nuke. But EnVyUs will still have at least this last round with a full buy potential. Limited on utility, but they do have 5 rifles. early on, Liquid is just going to send 3 straight to the box halls. Inner's been really underutilized by Liquid, and it's going to stay that way as Liquid is just forcing the issue, trying to go fast outside, through mollies and everything. Scream in a great spot, but sprays far too early, gives away his position, and Twist will be able to capitalize upon that. The Liege hitting some nice shots, and Stanislaw with the molly on the floor, able to burn out XMS. Just 3 alive for the CT side, most of which behind smokes are having to brute force their way back in, but it's actually working for them. 3 kills all of a sudden out of nowhere for EnVyUs, leaving just Stanislaw and JDM in this fight, but Stan with a monster flank moving in. He wants to secure at least a second player before he fires off, but does have to suffice with just going for RPK. Still a big kill though, and it's evened out the scoreline down to another 2v2. JDM also looks for a pickup here, but he's having to look every which way. Make sure he stays safe, retrieves that bomb, and can plant it on the ground as his teammate's pretty disconnected from his current position, lurking around towards Inner, as they may actually look to that as an option for the potential plant. Since JDM...
I mean, yeah, he has to figure something out. He's going to go through Z, I guess, and Stan can clear from the other side. So they're going to end up at Inner here. Happy above the ladder, though. He might be able to lurk and get kills. This is a strange way to win the round because JDM was kind of out on an island, just like he had to watch everything, right? He just had to hope they didn't push him at all. Luckily for him, they didn't. But look at Happy. He's reading into this.
He's already moving back over there towards steps. He should have been able to hear the plant sound, so he's going to move in. He's got to be careful, though. We may not want to go directly for this retake right from the start, because he would have to deal with it. But false sense of security from JDM, but he's still ready to hit that shot against Happy. Finds him there, and now Sixer is going to make the decision to fall back and save from the looks of things, as they will give Team Liquid their 15th round.
Yeah, JDM just, I mean, he's come alive in the past few rounds. He's been the MVP of Liquid there. I'm pretty sure Stan probably saw Happy's shoulder when he peeked towards lower ramp while Happy was crossing Pop Dog. Kind of gave JDM the heads up that he was coming. But JDM hitting some really nice shots here, closing out rounds for Liquid, and it was looking really good for EnVyUs. I thought they were going to take this once the conflict turned out the way it was. But then they lost that round when it was, what was it, 10 to 11, I think.
Yeah. So pause being used from EnVyUs, I'm assuming, as they need to figure out what they can try to scrap together and what kind of strat they can actually try to use on what might end up being the last round of this map.
I mean, that round shouldn't have been that close, though. It started out 3v5. And that's the second time where they have, like, all of outside, basically. And they're just not able to, like, get to the bomb site and plant the bomb cleanly at all.
Yeah, and it's like most of the players from EnVyUs were pretty much pushed to the site too. 2 of them were behind a smoke at Z.
Yeah, there's 2 inside Z and 1 backlands, right? Like that.
Somehow they made like 3 kills happen with this. With those pretty bad positions.
Yeah, it just should not happen. You're at that state, you're basically full retake. Liquid having trouble is just getting the bomb down in rounds that they should win really easily and cleanly. Luckily for them, they played the 2v2 like brilliantly between Stan and JDM, but. You know, just even giving EnVyUs a chance to win that round, like, shouldn't happen.
Yeah. If they close out here, they won't have to worry about that situation too much, but they are still kind of buying against the brink here. And Team EnVyUs, well, if they can somehow upset, they may have a somewhat easier path to get back up to 15 rounds themselves. They'll need to run 5 straight to be able to accomplish that. Team Liquid only needing this last round to close out and send us over to Nuke for our closing map.
We've seen way more FAMASs this tournament.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Like, way more. I haven't seen a FAMAS in a while, and we have seen so many FAMASs.
At least not by choice, anyhow, when they've been faced with either one. Seems like they're going back over to the rifles, but Liquid originally was looking like they were going to be pretty straightforward with this creep over towards Ivy. They already sent players like past the server and everything, but they fall back a few seconds later with the smoke being reapplied, and now it's just an open alleyway that they could try to challenge if they want to, but not seeming too keen on that just yet, as they are getting ready to prep their mollies and smoke so they can slowly wiggle their way out. The same will be said of the TCon players. XMS trying to smoke off a ladder to prevent an easy push from coming in that direction, but his focus is on the wrong part of the site. Sixer getting flashed out from his position, and Scream also falling down. Now just leaving these 3 in the fight. JDM even finding Sixer when he finally pushes out from that smoke in the Ivy lane. It's all gone down for EnVyUs, and it's just Happy left alive as JDM hits a nice final shot. Team Liquid will respond with the second map victory, and they take it 16-10, which will send us over to a third and final map in this set on Nuke.
Yeah, Liquid, you know, looking a little shaky there on that T side after they went up for a bit. I thought EnVyUs was going to come back there and have a really good comeback. It looked like they were primed for it. But then just a couple misplays by
EnVyUs, especially when they had that team mid set up. When Scream was on the right side and Sixer was opping, close red train, I thought they were going to win that round. Like that's one of the strongest setups you can have. But just one missed op shot is really all it takes. And Liquid end up closing it out, even though they are having a little bit of troubles. Like there's times where I see Liquid and I'm just like, come on, guys, like you guys have it right there. You should win the round so easily. And then it just gets kind of crazy.
All right, we're going to let the analysts take it from here as they break down map number 2.
Yes, thank you guys. Welcome back to the Xfinity Analyst Desk. Team Liquid tie up the series 1-1 with a 16-10 win on Train over Team EnVyUs. We mentioned Cobble might be a map where Elige has to show up. Well, he showed up big here. 23 kills for him. JDM as well. Massive impact in this game. 22 kills in total. Normally, you kind of get that feeling still that Liquid's going to have trouble closing something out, right? But, I mean, this time they just kind of outlast Envy.
I think they were a bit held by EnVyUs there, especially in the second half. Some questionable decisions, and Liquid probably winning some rounds that they really shouldn't. But, yeah, I agree that for me, it was really JDM who was the main player for Liquid because he executed his role almost to perfection, and then some. He was able to time and time again find openings for his team, and even though he had a couple of questionable rounds like pushing Ivy through a smoke against Pistols, I think that was just a bad read, them expecting Envy to have a full buy and then just getting surprised. But yeah, I think in the end it was a sloppier game than what we saw on Cobblestone.
Yeah, I think the Ivy pressure from them on their CT side was really good, right? Because that's where the EnVyUs guys wanted to go time and time again, and they were very stubborn about it, and eventually it paid off for them. They were able to get out with a couple of cool strategies. They did an inside split that worked out quite nicely. But it got to the point where Liquid started to make the right play. They turtled up. They went close team mid and popped with 1 or 2 players just to get information, knowing no one was there, and then have a crossfire once they got out of Ivy, right? Letting them into those other choke points. But Happy is like a weed, right? This guy, he will find a crack and he will grow in it, and he's going to give you a really rough time because even though it looked like Liquid were in control of certain rounds, Happy would sweep in, get so much map territory, make things super uncomfortable, find a kill on the rotation, and give them the map advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I like the weed analogy. Either way, Yeko, I know you have a replay you wanted to address for us. Really.
Well, it actually adds well to Chad's point, and I think if Happy is the weed, then maybe Elige is the water that helps him grow. Does that work?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
You'll see it. Yeah. You'll see it. We can switch to the teletrader. So, as Chad was pointing out, a lot of Ivy pressure. This is one of those cool inside splits that they do. You have 3 players towards Ivy. Their mission is basically to go towards the B bomb side. You see Sixer and RPK there towards inner, and they obviously are going to split that bomb side with their teammates. The difference was, first time around when they did it, the bomb was with the players in Ivy, and also Sixer was in the same position. He killed Elige, who was trying to flank him through pop, and then got a kill through the smoke on JDM. So now we can play it a little bit so you can see the difference this time around is Twists actually from his position will be able to get 2 great kills, Stanislaw as well long range with the AWP. So for a brief time it's a 5v2 situation. It is going to be like, I think Stanislaw is going to die here, as you can see. Now we can pause it again. Elige, for some reason, in a 4v2 situation, decides to push pop again. That's what he was punished for in the previous round that Liquid lost to this same execute. And you can see Happy doing what he does best from his position in Ivy. He actually goes towards connector and wants to go for a very, very long flank. Now, at this point, you can see what's going on. There's no remaining players on the A bomb side for Team Liquid. With that death from Elige, they lose all pressure. Happy knows that. He gives the call to Sixer to go back. Now we can play it out again. You can see how Happy, knowing that he still needs to make a play, despite them being in a 2v3 and having the bomb side, he pushes connector, gets 1 kill, sees JDM, falls back, knowing that his team has the advantage now. From that point on, they're just going to get the bomb down and play really well in a a 2v2 situation, which started off as a 2v5, initially was a 2v4 basically.
Happy doing what he does best, is flanking and finding the ability to allow his teammate to rotate to open areas. This time we see a better T set out of Team Liquid. We talked about on Na'Vi, they got 0 rounds.
They had a good T set on Cobble, right? And here they had a good game plan again. They were meticulous. Yep. But the thing that I think was interesting for them was they can't just get away with map territory simply. They had to brawl a little bit more. It's just they had a lot of success with their game plan, and I think they...
Well, JDM does a good job getting a couple opening picks. I mean, he had multiple opening picks of the round, giving Liquid 5-on-4 advantages. But from there, sometimes you can get stuck.
I think also teams who have a set team game leader like Stanislaw, you can see how they're, and a good coach like Zeus, you can see how they're very comfortable on the T side because you feel like it's very well practice, right? They have the confidence. Everyone knows what they're doing. They have the routine on these maps because it's actually the maps they play. It's on the city sides where you need to think on the fly a little bit. Team players need to adjust individually. They need to communicate very, very well with each other in like duos and trios on the bomb side. That's where maybe they get a bit confused. You know, they lose that coordination that they have on the T side. So I feel like Liquid is always going to have a good enough T side, no matter the map. Even if the map is CT side like Train or Nuke, which will be the last map, it's on the CT side where they actually are going to struggle a little bit to get the necessary rounds.
And that's probably where Stan needs to step up and make reads and calls and kind of I guess, dictate how his teammates are going to play situations. Just to build on those executes they had on that T side just a little bit more. But if you bait out CT economy, right, or CT utility, if you bait it out, they don't have a lot, and then you can execute onto the bomb sites. That means time and time again, you're likely to get the bomb down, even if you lose the rounds, which I think happened 3 rounds in a row. They got the bomb down, but lost those rounds. But it just kept EnVyUs' economy on tilt. And as soon as they won a round, it forced them onto eco, and then they were in control and were able to run away with a few more rounds.
Yeah, back of a good T side on Train gets Team Liquid the tying score, 1-1 in the series. Next map is going to be Nuke. It's going to be the final map of these quarterfinals. The winner goes on to the stage in the Verizon Theater in Dallas. Stay tuned.
You know this feeling. The moment when goosebumps take over. The moment the fans roar. The moment you can't hold yourself back. This feeling will push you to your limits. Once again.
Exclusive Black Equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Use the S switch to quickly access the setting and switch between save modes.
Athletes aren't just born. They're molded from the core. A core of strength. A core of laser focus. A core that can handle anything. A core that sweats the small stuff. A core that's the difference maker. Game changer, world shocker. You see, hard work makes the athlete. But the edge of a Core i7 processor makes you unstoppable.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kinguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kinguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Yes, welcome back to the ESL Pro League Season 5 Finals. The final quarterfinal is coming to an... It's a lot of finals in there. Holy cow. Either way, last quarterfinal of the day is coming to an end. Team Liquid taking on Team EnVyUs. It's 1-1 at the moment. At the beginning of this series, we asked you who you thought would win. You put your votes in the YouTube chat. You can see the results below. Make sure you keep voting. Update those as it goes. Let's see if anything's changed since the first map began. Either way, I guess coming into Nuke for this third map, the first question we have to ask based on what we saw from Team Liquid in their Nuke matches earlier this tournament is, can Envy actually stop that kind of fast pace that they have outside?
I think they can.
They can.
I don't even think...
No, I think the problem here is that we were talking about how Liquid is going to have a good T side regardless, and Nuke inherently is a CT-sided map, so it's going to make it easier for them to rack up those necessary rounds on the CT side. Now, when you look at EnVyUs, they're like much more balanced across playing both sides, right? But whether they will have what it takes to deal with Liquid's fast pace outside, I think if they did their preparation, they should have. They should put more emphasis outside, have some setups which will make maybe their upper bomb side defense, let's say, weaker, for example. But that's something that even a single player can do a very good job of holding if you have control of the yard.
Yeah, and it is RPK who's that main top side holder, so leaving him there on his own, you wouldn't really have an issue with. I know that their outside pack can consist of 6 Happy and Scream, which is quite dynamic in the way that they can approach that. If I was Liquid right now, if you're going to, go against that brick wall of Yard, I think they're going to get the territory that they want, right? The issue is they're going to be dealing with European meta, and the theory there of how they rotate is much more proficient than the way that the North Americans do, right? I know that Scream and Happy are basically constantly pivoting depending on what information they're given, and XMS is at ramps, RPK is the constant in top, and Six are roaming with the AWP.
And the way Liquid executed this like death ball Yard is very important, because you see how they were walking down Secret. That's in case someone is in garage and he can't get any sound cue, so they don't know if they need to rotate or not, and that's how you can use that same execute to bait them out later on. And as well, we saw at the very end that Rafters push, which is like some mid-round basically, combinations for them, adjusting to what's going on, just a pop flash and exploding. So you can see that Liquid knows their way around Nuke on the T side, so it's basically will EnVy have what it takes to stop them.
Yeah, we'll have to see how well they know Nuke. Tough task. The winner of this goes to the semifinal stage in Dallas, Texas. Yeah. Gonna send it over to your casters. It's gonna be Blue and Dazed.
All right, thank you very much, Moses. The final map, or final match of the day here now between Liquid and EnVyUs. Semifinal spot on the line, I believe, versus North. So definitely want to be winning this one if you want to make it through to playoff in the big arena with a big crowd as well, especially for Liquid, as they are the last team from North America still in this event. So they definitely want to make it through and have that chance to play in front of a North American crowd, especially in Texas, because I imagine that's going to be a lot of fun. So let's get into it, though, as the match is going live here on Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of favor Liquid. I just think they've have a bit of a deeper playbook. Having said that, if EnVyUs did their homework and they know on CT side that Liquid almost never utilizes ramp, and they use that to their advantage, I think they could leverage that into a victory, but we will see.
So moving directly into the pistol round here with EnVyUs starting off on the T side. Sixer has a very successful vent dive go off in his favor. Problem is, CT's already downstairs waiting for him. Stanislaw counters him out, and he was the only one that went down. The others are still working their way in through Secret. So there is probably going to be a little bit of confusion on both sides here as Liquid try to read into what exactly is happening, but they detect it now. Happy, though, picking up an additional kill on a twist here, trades back the loss from earlier with Sixer going down to the ground. Now they've got control spreading out across his site.
And this is one of EnVyUs' strengths, though. Like, they're not forcing it. Look at what they're doing. They're going back to outside to upper. This is such a good play.
They pulled the full rotation, too, so everyone from Liquid is downstairs right now. And EnVyUs are indeed going to walk into just an open bomb site here on the A side.
Perfect.
There we go. Liquid still is trying to figure out just what the heck is happening. They may have only just now started to see it as they lurk back into the lobby and find that all of a sudden there's defenses set up here as they've gone for the plant inside. It's a beautiful crossfire in the lobby as well. The CTs are doing their best to battle outside of it. They do actually get the better of the trade, so now they've got a little bit of a man advantage to work with, but it's a very one-dimensional retake. They don't have anyone trying to push back in through mini. Everyone's trying to push their way in through the door in the shed. Losing him, though, so Scream has to try and surprise now, but he can't get it done, so Liquid pull off the retake anyway, and they're going to pick up the pistol.
Yeah, you expect Scream to pull through there, not really get that kill on the CT's back there, and Nitro wins that duel. That was really smart by EnVyUs. That's one thing that I've noticed about their T side that they definitely have a really good strength in, is just halting and just saying, hey, wait, let's not force this. Let's go back. Let's reevaluate the situation. And having that type of constraint, right, to not just force things like that is a big added bonus. So they're going to go for the force buy here. They don't opt for that third round buy. They're just going to force up Tech9's Deegs armor.
So Sixer find himself out in mid relatively quickly. The problem is, though, he's already been tagged down. So Liquid have put up a lot of defense here to try and deny EnVyUs this crucial control of the outside portion of the map as they try to go for a force up into the second round. But JDM just destroying them all right now. Over there towards outside with the scout, and then Stan being able to pick one up here on ramp. It's not looking like EnVyUs are going to be able to get much done here as JDM may have himself a third kill in a second. Tags him down to 31 HP. Doesn't have the full kill just yet. There's the chance at it, although he gets stick this time. Still alive, though, just barely 1 HP, so a little bit unlucky for Sixer there that he wasn't able to snag that kill. JDM is pretty much just going to evacuate that portion of the map and let Elige take up the position. If Sixer tries to push out again, that's an easy pickup for Nitro to be able to find. And besides Sixer, it's just Happy trying to lurk back in. You already seen Sixer go down there, so Happy attempts to wait it out so that he can find a kill on Nitro, but it doesn't pay out. And Liquid do clean up without a single loss here.
Yeah, and they're going to probably save here, I'd assume. They just get a double flash on Happy. Maybe try to go down vent and get the bomb down would be my guess.
So all of them grouping up Once again, fast control towards lobby. Once again, you're going to be right about that. They try to move in. Molly's in the way, though. They got the bomb down. It's just no one else was able to also get down there, so the bomb is now stuck at the bottom. Flashbang does move in, so the rest are going to attempt to push back out. Scream, finally with 1 kill, but Twist is also on top of the shed. Is probably going to cause some problems for the remaining players. One's been knocked out. Nicely found by Twist, the finishing shot into Scream, and then Stan finds the last one over here at the ramp, eliminating Happy. Taking us finally into the first gun round now, where EnVyUs can have that big investment and hopefully start to make some impact here on the T side. They want to still keep their chances of a semi-final alive.
Yeah, and their T-side on Train, I mean, I know they ended up getting, I believe it was 7 rounds, but I wasn't like that impressed by it or anything. You know, I thought Liquid gifted them a couple of those rounds, but their T-side on Cobble was really good, right? So, not sure what we're going to expect here from EnVyUs. Expect those nice trade kills that they had on Cobble, or if they're going to, you know, win rounds because of individual performances and big rounds by Sixer, RPK, and Scream like they did on Train.
EnVyUs now get ready to push out for the outside control. XMS leads the charge as he looks to clear things out. Elsewhere, though, Leech has already found the kill through these smokes, eliminating Happy, giving them a 5v4 advantage right at the start. So they moved in, they managed to get partial control, but unfortunately it hasn't really led to all that much, as they're basically just going to have to back out of here and now regroup in the T lobby way after not able to really translate that into anything over towards Heaven or even towards CT spawn or anything like that. Catwalk push fails, it's countered back out by Elige and pretty much kills the hits, as now they're going to try to push over here towards the ramp room instead. Time getting low, they do need to really start to move in and look to gain this control. So Stan still waiting for it, and they have JDM here as well at the Hell hallway. He just picks up 2 easy frags. Stan does go down without finding anything, which now they're going to attempt to challenge JDM, but they're not actually going right into his face. They're basically just trying to get him to back out of here, and it works. He'll fall back over to Hell itself and wait this out a little bit. Still, though, the damage that he was done already speaks for itself, and bringing Sixer down to 13 HP has certainly helped the case, too. The remaining players from EnVyUs now move into the site to try and take control, and XMS tries to leap into control, but that does not pan out. Sixer double flashed, can't see anything. They give him time to recover, though, so he's still alive and well at 13 HP. It's just that he only has 10 seconds left now to plant this bomb on the ground. And Twist seems still too hesitant to peek back out, so he's going to get pushed on by Sixer, but Sixer ends up spraying into the wall and now will swing upstairs where he's going to be eliminated by Nitro.
Yeah, I mean, Happy dying it outside. I think they wanted to just do a 4-1 where they take that outside control, threaten the secret walk, and then go back forward towards ramp. But Elige, who has pretty much ultimate freedom on Liquid, on Nuke, to do whatever he wants, really. Gets that kill, has outside control, doesn't call for any secret rotate. JDM just sit and ramp with Stanislaw. Easy hold for JDM there when he's already positioned like that.
Yeah, and so EnVyUs are now going to try and go back to that outside control, this time obviously with a lot less firepower. And out they go, as you can see there at the top left. Control being gained. Not a lot of resistance here currently from the CTs, as they basically pay no mind to this. They've done this multiple times already, and they know how it's probably going to play out in the following few seconds here, with everybody going down towards Secret. Liquid can start to get into positions to counter that up from down below, but they won't fully commit just yet because of what happened back before on the pistol round, where they almost lost that due to a very similar strat. This time they are just going to wait patiently. Let's see what'll get swung in their direction here as EnVyUs starts to move through these halls to look for their path to execution. Twist already waiting in decon, picking up a kill there. Scream so far the only one that's been able to trade out a kill. And he's now one of the few players left alive. He'll be alive for a very short amount of time though, as he has now been traded out by Stanislaw, leaving just RPK in this situation with the double doors wide open, but he was unable to spot Stanislaw, as he'll eliminate him with basically no response again coming in for the French roster. Liquid just cleaning up house and having a massive bank to support it.
Yeah, I mean, 5-0. They've only had 6 deaths so far, so they just have a ton of money right now. I mean, Twist even staying with the hump. EnVyUs is going to call for a tactical pause. They want to reevaluate the situation, but you don't have much to go off of, right? It's really just the one gun round that you've seen so far. Liquid's probably going to be constantly adapting their setup, so you haven't even gotten their defense to really move yet. You don't really know how the rotate's going to work once you take secret, once you take yard control and whatnot. So you don't have much to go off of here. So you can't really play off tendencies probably unless you're going by demos, which can be a crapshoot.
Yeah. So EnVyUs so far with only one gun round played, sit very far behind, basically unable to make any impact at all on their ecos either, which has now given Liquid this huge bank to work with. They have to start working to dismantle it now, as otherwise this is going to continue to be a very, very dominant CT half. Even if EnVyUs starts winning out rounds, Liquid is then going to have the cash flow to buy in for the next 2 gun rounds after that. JDM once again striking first, though, denying the outside control that RPK looked to take over there. Now the remaining 4 are going to look to move in towards ramp. And Stanislav misses that initial volley, does not want to fight out here in the open, and just barely gets behind his smoke into a safe corner where he can pick up 1 and almost gets to 2nd. XMS now down at 51 HP after that fight, but he does find the kill. Here's the problem, though. Again, rotates from the CT side. Have already arrived oh so quickly, and Twist has decon open. Now he's not actually, no, he does find the angle to stop the play. And excuse me, goodbye to XMS. Elige, oh, he almost got Scream pushing in his direction there. Could have easily taken him out, but no, Happy makes a better man of Elige, knocks him out of the round, and brings it back down to a 3v2. But Twist just spotted Scream jumping down over towards Decon, trying to look for that better angle to win out, but not going to happen. Scream dominates in the 1v1, keeping his team in this match, and he may have another opportunity to push it ahead as well. Happy out from the tunnels, has eliminated Nitro, now just leaving JDM in this situation. We saw this so many times in the last 2 maps where Liquid had control of a situation and then threw it away due to individual 1v1s going poorly. Now it's all on JDM to clutch this out in a 1v2. And he's just sitting back right now, waiting to see if EnVyUs are going to go for the plant here on the lower site, or try to swing it up top where he can really punish them from the vents. Just nice and slow as finally has his opportunity to move downstairs and picks up the op 2. Spotting one player, hits the shot and just barely escapes. 19 HP still to work with. He'll take it in another direction, or at least make it look like that's going to be the case. Scream going for the full plant. JDM has the time, but he needs to move out right now and take the shot, and he hits it through the life raft. Hits Scream and takes him out of the round. And the 1v2 clutch will go by the way of Team Liquid as they still stay flawless on this map. 6-0 now.
JDM just coming up huge there.
9-0 right now on the scoreboard for him. He's absolutely insane. The only player in his team that hasn't even died yet.
Yeah, and I mean, he's continuing his clutches from Train, right? Did a really good job there as well. Happy with a great lurk, though. You know, he came down from upper, actually. That's how Elige died. While Elige was watching Scream at that vent, Happy goes down the vent behind him, gets that kill. They really smartly bring it into a 2v2. You know, they're able to kill Twist by working together there. They played that really well between him and Scream. Off a great lurk by Happy, but, you know, at the end of the day, JDM just hits some really nice op shots, close range, and ends up taking that round. But, you know, it didn't... That's what I mean by, like, the way EnVyUs is winning rounds. A lot of it's just off individual things. Stan just goes, he sees the bomb, he gets an early flank. It's 3v5 already. Happy's just sitting there above the ladder.
He does jump down and get a kill against Elige to try and start translating this back a little bit. There's still so much work to be done as they were looking for outside control prior to this, which is why a lot of their players were up on top and not necessarily paying attention to flanks. XMS, nice lurk for him as he moves in, finally takes care of Twist. Who've been a real nuisance from that position previously, but still 2v3. They just got the bomb back under their control, and they're basically starting from square one with this take, but now a man down versus Team Liquid. We'll start just with a direct play through the door. JDM gonna get smoked out from it as they go for the vent dive into the site, where this is actually a pretty good choice as they're gonna find it relatively open and safe. And because of that molly, they're gonna find themselves an extra, 5 to 10 seconds here to be able to get in to the site, get the bomb on the ground, and get themselves into some pretty decent post-plant positions. So EnVy may still have a chance yet at this round, despite that huge flank from Stan and Twist that moved in and punished them. They're going to walk right into the Lion's Den here. Happy waits, picks up the first kill. Nice trade from JDM, though, running across, gets the headshot on Happy, but XMS on the lurk is going to move up from behind just where his teammate did. They're not going to suspect him to come from this direction, but they're already diffusing the smoke, and I don't know if he realized that he can't find it, so it's going to get diffused in the smoke. He'll find the pickup on JDM, but it doesn't even matter, as Liquid once again have stolen the round out of the hands of EnVyUs.
Yeah, they do. EnVyUs going down early. They come back into the round. Once again, in a 2v3 post-plant at lower, kind of favor them in that situation, but XMS kind of works against himself because that smoke on the plant, it's really easy to spam if they defuse back there when you're in where he was at the start in decontamination room, because it's just like a one by, it's just, there's only a little area that they could defuse from. It's really easy to spam them. And instead moves to a spot where it's really hard to spam through the smoke and get the guy, right? So it kind of works against himself there.
And Liquid really going into full control of this matchup now with this many rounds in their favor. EnVyUs getting the bye again, but we'll have to see what they can work with here.
But again, like the way EnVyUs is coming close to winning rounds, You know, it's like off like these players making individual plays where they're getting a lot of kills like as individuals. It's not really like what we saw on Cobble where it's a lot of trade killing. It's, you know, players going together and taking sites together as Liquid goes through lobby control.
Again.
Yeah.
So it's the second round in a row now where they've been able to push lobby and aggressively get it.
Where'd RPK die at, actually?
That was the lobby push, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So JDM eliminating him from inside for the second round in a row now. That's happened. At EnVyUs, they're going to have to be careful just to take back their own lobby. There's not a whole lot of presence in there from the CTs, but they still have to go at it
slows them
because
down,
of that.
right?
Yeah, like by a huge margin.
Yeah. And not only that, look, that flash, it gives them notice that, oh, they just took lobby control, guys.
JDM tried to go back in. He got a little bit greedy and looking for that kill, so Scream's going to be able to punish that, bringing things back down into a more palatable 4 versus 4 situation. Still, though, 25 seconds left. They haven't even started their hit now. They're going to try to start moving into it as they go for ramp room control for a second time. It actually stands right in the open, so gets one. That's really the best he can hope for in that situation, unless he has a crazy spray transfer. Now moving in, there's players waiting for them in control. Twist gets the double, and as you can see, the corpse is stacked up. That'll close out on the round once again in dominating fashion for Team Liquid with an 8-0 advantage, and EnVyUs are going to take their second pause.
Yeah, and you take that if you're Stan. You say, hey, I got one kill, but I saw all 3 players. I know exactly who they are. My teammates are going to rotate. The lobby push, again, works really well. Not only do they make it 4v5, but they take so much time off the clock. It's really easy to pinpoint what they're doing, when they're doing it. Makes it very easy to win those rounds. So Liquid just looking like a much more polished team, in my opinion. Just much more polished, yeah.
That's certainly showing by the results here on Nuke so far, forcing EnVyUs. They just took a pause like 2 or 3 rounds ago as well, so this is pretty quickly them having to jump into another one as things have just not been good. They've been getting close to picking up that first round. As you can see, Liquid's money has gone down a little bit compared to like 4 or 5 rounds back when they were looking at like 15, 16K for some of their guys. At most, they're sitting at around 8 to 9K now. So the money has degraded, but that's still a huge amount of cash for CTs to have at this point. So even if EnVyUs does pick up the round, they're still looking at least 1 more full investment and another like half buy after that currently. JDM once again trying to challenge the outer pressure. This is the first time we've seen this from EnVyUs in a while, and there we go. ElVyUs with a great position up on top of the catwalk gets the double kill. EnVyUs stunned, and JDM with a beautiful shot on XMS as well. Flash, it doesn't matter. Goodbye to XMS as Scream and Happy are now the last 2 standing. Both are separated as well. Scream stuck at the top of these suicide steps with the bomb, and he's now the last man standing. I think his patience has paid off, as at the very least he has free access to outside now, but he can't go over towards Mini as JDM is still waiting in the warehouse if he tries to push in that direction. If he goes down secret, he has another player waiting for him right over here. I think it's Twist. Yeah, Twist's going to be waiting for him right down here, and he'll be the one to finish off the round as he takes out Scream and puts Liquid up to 9.
In this best of 3, when EnVyUs has 4 spot with Tech 9s, I can't recall any rounds that they've won, and they've done it a lot.
I think they won. I think they've gotten 1 round with it.
I mean,
it was back on Cobble.
They've definitely done it a lot. I really can't recall any T rounds that they 4-spawned and won though.
I think they got. I can't remember the
One on
specifics.
Cobble,
So I think they got 1 round with it on Cobble.
So not just like just not producing much from those rounds though.
Yeah.
And obviously they invest in it pretty heavily because they do it. You know, most of the time they buy pretty aggressively.
Yeah.
A lot of the time they're getting kills, but it's usually not resulting in round wins.
I think if I'm remembering it properly, with this boost coming up over top Mini too, so actually I'll come back to this in a second. And it's ElVyUs again, moving up here, gets another double kill. This time it's against a full gun round as well. Great stuff from ElVyUs. XMS was hoping he'd go back up there so we could trade it, but no, he's gone. ElVyUs really smart to not take additional fights. That's a huge advantage to get within the first, like, 15, 20 seconds of the round. And now he can just sit back and relax as they have all the advantage they need to win out this one and just put them in double digits.
That's 3 or 4 times now at outside that he's just ran him over and gotten either 1 or 2 kills and stayed alive.
And Nitro now has the chance to pick up an additional player here. He definitely knows that Sixer is probably looking to pressure towards Twinkie, but he should have just spotted XMS there. I don't know if he did or not. But regardless, he goes back downstairs, though, and he's just going to hold him there instead. As RPK, the one lone man on the inside currently, is looking to go on a solo mission to start off and take control. The flashbang was great. It blinded the guy up on top, but there's no push to follow it up, so ElVyUs is given all the time in the world he needs to recover from that, and now get ready to frag out for a second time. There's the additional pickup before he finally ends up going down to RPK, but that kill is traded out by JDM. And now leaves just 6 are alive. He'll get killed by Stanislaw on the flank. They don't even get the plant, so no bonus money. Liquid indeed up to double digits. Still not a single round on the board for EnVyUs.
Yeah, and all the early round individual, pushes and plays that Liquid is doing, it's just working every single time. Elige having his way at outside makes it 3v5. He got that kill onto Happy, made it 4v5 that one round. On the Tech 9 armor round, he got 2 kills and stayed alive, I believe. On their lobby pushes, it's been successful every round. They always get that first kill. Every single round, they just get that first kill and put EnVyUs in these terrible spots, right, where they're just playing from behind. Not only are you already playing from behind because you're on T-side nuke against full buys as CTs, but you're going down to, you're going down 4v5, 30v5. It's just, you just don't have much chance on T-side nuke, already being at a disadvantage and then also having bad numbers.
So now EnVyUs will once again look to take another route here to try and turn this half back on its heels, but they're still sticking with the same general types of strategies here. They've got players up on top trying to set up smokes for an interplay. We've seen this time and time again, and previously Liquid has been pretty confident in their ability to just push into the lobby and punish them.
Yeah, I love this by Liquid though. Just saying, hey, this round, let's just hang tight, let's make them execute, and just chill.
In they will go now, and EnVyUs looking for those entries, but it goes so horribly bad at the moment. A 3-2 trade moving in. Elige a little bit aggressive though and going to heaven, but Stanislaw makes up for it with the trade. They put in a 1v2 with Scream being solo here, and he doesn't even pay mind to Stanislaw at heaven, so just pops him in the head from the back, and there we go. Another round for Team Liquid. Only 2 stay alive, but with the money they have, that doesn't really seem to matter all that much.
That was so smart by Liquid there. Like, Liquid literally just said, hey, this is the round where they're just going to probably wait for us. So they just don't push.
You can just see the differences in the ADR there as well. Twist and Stanislaw both well over 100, and then the highest on EnVyUs I think was like in the 60s or the 70s currently. So they're definitely struggling, to say the least. Is now they're just going to go for a straight in a rush and see how this works out. Already losing one player. Great trade from Scream, however, but Mollies are holding them back for a few moments. The Shed, they can't push out just yet. Twist though, given time to recover for this push, and just going right back into that play after the Molly fade. It seemed all too obvious. And Liquid was absolutely ready for that as they shut down yet another round, and now EnVyUs are going to take their 3rd out of 4 pauses still within the first half.
And the problem that EnVyUs has is like they have nothing to work off of right now. This is why a lot of the time when teams are getting crushed, they just start screaming super hard, right? They're just like, I'm just going to fight this guy. I'm just going to fight this guy. You fight this guy. Just see what happens. Because when you're a T right now and you're an in-game leader, what do you have to work off of? Like, you haven't even seen how they rotate really. You've just been like 4v5 every round. You've been getting completely crushed. You can't say, oh, this strat worked before, let's fake this strat and do this strat. Like, you have nothing to work off of. And this is why a lot of the times, like, maybe we'll see it. We might see it here where they just all just fly around the map and just take aim duels and just see what happens, right?
Yeah.
Because you just have nothing to work off of.
I mean, that last round, they literally just flew into A trying to see what would work, and it went horribly wrong. Now they've got AKs, so we would hope they take a little bit more caution with it, but from the looks of things, it's appearing as though they're probably going to try to go for a little bit of fast outside control. Won't be with the whole roster, though. Probably just going to be with 2 or 3 max trying to go in and take this control. And JDM, along with 2 more, looking to hold a solid control over here towards the door. In fact, they just blow the door open so JDM can try to fight for it. Whereas most of the team from EnVyUs is nowhere near here. They're all outside. Like I said before, looking to try and move in after a bit of a delay to take this control. You can see the smoke set up now. Just blocking off all the usual angles, and they just have to clear a few spots out before they can move in and start to take secret control. Even mauling out secret steps, too, and that was not too great of a molly, but I think it gets the job done. Thankfully for them, I don't think anyone is sitting on the steps themselves. They're waiting down below to fight them.
It's a really nice route by XMS, though, if you guys are at home watching how he takes that route. It's a really nice, clean. He has the advantage on a lot of those angles. He's just flying out there. That guy CT Heaven, he could hit a nice headshot angle on him, over the smoke. I like that by him.
The position from Elige is really interesting, too. He's sitting way back in CT spawn right now to watch if they try to go for that Heaven flank.
Protecting the perimeters in the JDM.
And JDM is way downstairs watching the event. They end up going for the lower push here. And Stan may actually call for additional assistance towards JDM in a second here because he is getting challenged over at the ramp room. They haven't actually pushed in just yet, so he can't give it up. But Elige having some trouble finishing off Scream. Gets that kill, though. And I'm pretty sure Scream's going to be pretty mad about that because you don't often see players waiting in CT spawn. Luckily, they find some luck over towards the ramp room as XMS and RPK hit their entries. JDM!
What a shot.
Just running out and destroys Happy. Twist with another pickup, but RPK does trade on the JDM. So it's an even 2v2 post-plant scenario here. Both the CTs sitting inside over here towards upper, though, and RPK challenges it. So now both are going to rush down, but Sixer lining up an easy trade against Twist. 1v1 to decide if Team Liquid can continue unhinged here at 13-0, or if we're finally going to see a response from EnVyUs, and that'll be the case off of the kill from Sixer. EnVyUs will finally get themselves around.
This isn't over. I mean, they could win this, man. They need one. Honestly, if they could win these 2 rounds, their odds of winning this isn't terrible. Believe it or not, like you could have really good CT sides on Nuke.
I mean, it is Nuke.
I do think this Nuke is a lot more T-sided than the other ones, and I think Liquid's playbook is really deep. That I don't think they would blow a lead even if it does go down to 3-12. But I mean, there's hope. There's hope.
Well, for Team Liquid, they're going to look to crush that hope right now by knocking out EnVyUs in this round and then just resetting them for the final round and giving them basically, essentially, just upgraded pistols and umps would probably be their best buy, my guess. But we'll have to see if EnVyUs lose this round from the get-go. They may have finally found their stride and we'll be able to work off of that. They pretty much just repeat what they did in the last round here. XMS is going to move in, clearing things out, as you were mentioning before that he does. And the same Molly goes back into the suicides, or the secret steps. EnVyUs have been able to push forward, taking that control and allowing for them to set up for something bigger here in a few moments.
Yeah, Scream gets Big Garage again, so similar to last round. I mean, the last round that they won, they really spread out a lot, right? There was like Scream underneath Heaven, RPK was underneath Heaven, they had 2 ramp, and then 1 secret, I think.
Yep.
It was
It's all over the place.
Yeah.
But it worked for them.
Yeah,
I think
I mean, hey.
they're going to try something very similar here. XMS and
Same
Sixer.
stat, I think.
Going over to try and take down Stanislaw. He once again mollies it back off. They're not going to respect that molly at all. They just push right into it, and that makes it easy for Stanislaw to close in on XMS. Only the 1 headshot's needed from that. Sixer apparently wants nothing to do with that as he's sitting way back. Scream on the lurk, though, catches a liege out in Heaven, and JDM missing a shot, and Scream doesn't want anything to do with that fight. He goes up on the ladder trying to focus on the site battle, but he will go down to Nitro. That gives away Nitro's position, though, and RPK is going to trade, but look at this flank from Stanislaw. Walking right in, denies the plant, back out to keep himself alive and well, almost losing his life to RPK, but stays alive and now isolates RPK in a 1v3. Best odds possible for Team Liquid, but they've thrown these rounds away before. Thankfully, there's only 6 seconds left, so they really don't need to do much, just sitting behind cover and letting that timer run back out. RPK is not going to win this one. Team Liquid, they are going to push forward, and they even kill RPK post-timer. But going in the last round anyway, so we'll just see. Yeah, it's going to end up with $1,000, so it was going to be a pretty poor buy regardless.
I mean, everybody on Liquid has been playing well on Nuke, but Stan really stepped it up. He had a pretty poor cobble, you know, especially on that CT side. They were hitting A and really getting the better of him. But on this CT side on Nuke, he's really stepped it up. A lot of like really tricky plays, good pushes, just sneaking around a little bit, not respecting Scream in that time, in that 2v1 at upper, just went and pushed him, you know, getting a nice flank there. He's really stepped it up this half.
Well, for Liquid, they have their chance at a 14-1 half, and they'll start it off swell with a pickup against Sixer.
Not a great smoke.
No, the smokes, there's a big hole right there. Thankfully, they pot flashed pretty high, and JDM got hit by that, so the other 3 managed to, at the very least, get through into secret. But Twist is waiting. He can spot all this. Elige, nicely done, using the door to give himself a bit of extra cover to find the double kill. Pappy does deny that final frag for right now, but that's the only kill he'll be able to get. So Liquid do indeed get themselves the 14th round. Unfortunately for EnVyUs, they're up against the wall. We'll have to see if they have any hope of a comeback right after this.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Lenovo Legion, Xfinity, ESCA, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, Logitech G, and Zowie.
Well, it was a well-fought battle for EnVyUs to get to this third map. It's just once they actually got to the third map, things fell apart relatively quickly. And they now sit behind 1-14 as Team Liquid has showed up with huge prowess, possibly because they've been playing on ESCA, where you can play as well with 128 tick servers and great industry-leading anti-cheat.
Sixer hasn't moved once. It looks like the EnVyUs screen is frozen, almost. He literally has not moved at all.
No, he blinked. Hold on, he blinked.
He blinked. Like, that's it. He was like just chilling for 20 seconds straight in the deepest of thought, man. It looked like the EnVyUs screen there was like the camera was broken and it was just still.
It was just
and then
the
like the liquid
frozen.
yeah. They're shell shocked that they're down this much, man, at that T side.
How can we lose? Well, let's get into the pistol round. EnVyUs is really their last hope here now to try and stay in this match. They need to win out from this point forward. There is no room for mistakes on this CT side. And Liquid have to be very happy with themselves now as they have all but guaranteed themselves a slot in the semis to face off against, I believe, again, I think the brackets would work out that they played North. So Liquid's going to start it off really slow, though. They move into lobby. They've got a few players up on top, like breaking the windows and stuff, but that's it so far. Not trying to move in and take any control. They're happy to run this timer down a little bit before they actually move in to start any sort of execution here. And EnVyUs just squirming about themselves, trying to figure out exactly how this is going to play in. XMS is going to get challenged first, but he doesn't really take the fight. Ends up backing up into the site and probably going to dive over towards, I think he's just, new Toxic over there. He hasn't gone in, though. He's just hiding outside of the door, so he's still going to be in a really open position. But he can also frag with that spot, and nobody even detects him. 2, 3 kills before going down, and now Happy tries to strike from control. Misses it, though. JDM and Nitro both responding with their own pickups. There's still going to be a man down, but they've guaranteed site control now. They just have to be cautious, as it's very easy for EnVyUs just to jump back down here and punish them. JDM with an additional pickup, though, finds RPK and eliminates him. Evens this fight back into another 2v2. They've regrouped. They've got the bomb back under their control in a moment here, and now they can go for the plant. But the problem is, because they held in lobby before and ran that timer down, they don't have a whole lot of time left to actually get this plant going. And this player pushing in from Red is going to cause a whole lot of problems. If Nitro goes down, he can stop this entire round. And Nitro forced to spin and take the battle versus Sixer, but JDM is just stuck in the middle. This is so hard for him to clutch it back out now, but EnVyUs, there's some hesitation on them. They still close it out. However, Scream gets the final kill, and they will indeed win this pistol to keep them in the match for at least one more round.
Just insane shots by XMS. That's the XMS I was seeing in the when they were playing for the what do we even call it when they were doing the overtimes?
The tiebreakers?
Yeah, when they're playing the tiebreakers, like he was just on fire, And I was looking for him to carry that over to today. I don't think he's played his best in this best of 3, but those were the shots that I was seeing during those tiebreakers that I'm like, dude, this guy is nuts. And we saw a glimpse of that there.
So Liquid is actually, obviously, since they have this huge lead to work with.
Yeah, of course.
They're gonna take it.
You don't need to force here or anything like that. You could just get nice full buy rounds.
So they'll save up, just going for the upgraded pistols here. And we should expect for EnVyUs just to crush this here, but
I like how FaZe does their eco rounds. They just have a bunch of deegs. If I played with like Nico and Rain, I would just, no matter what, I could have like 1,500. I would just be like, you guys here's 2 deegs each. Just
pick them up, kill 4 people.
Nitro's a pretty good deeg. I don't really look at Liquid as like the best deeg team though,
Well, now they move in. XMS just going to destroy Nitro though when he attempts to move himself into the site. Again, they're not really too keen on taking the battle there at the ramp itself. He's very easily tempted to just fall right back into the site. Let them take the battle out there. Sixer, though, spots the play going over towards Hell. Does, technically gets 2, as Elige ends up killing JDM and over the course of that battle. He also kills Sixer, though. So it's brought down to just 2 from Team Liquid. Scream punishing the rest of them as they try to move in towards Heaven, though, and now it is just down onto Elige. Just holding in this corner, trying to stay alive, picking up a few more kills maybe, but not going to happen. Only Sixer falls, and EnVyUs do claim that second round.
More FAMASs, man.
Yep.
FAMAS is making a resurgence. I'm glad they fixed it where, like, if you TK, you don't just lose all your money.
You used to lose like a crap ton, right?
Oh, you used to lose so much money. It was like the most heartbreaking thing when you take. Now,
TK you all day. I don't care.
So into a bye
Oh, but look
Team
at this.
Liquid.
Yeah,
Yeah, they've gone for it here. So they are going to end up with 3 UMPs, 2 AKs, decent utility setup as well, so they can certainly try to work towards something on really either site by executing with smokes here. Nitro just taking a slow, long lurk if they're outside, though. Doesn't even need those smokes to cover for him until he gets right up to the edge of the red box. There's also
I wasn't sure if they were going to buy since they did, you know, invest a bit into that second round. And obviously, you see the effects of it, right? 3 umps. So I thought they would just go for another save. But
EnVyUs seems to have run into it pretty properly. They've already gone up to pretty much all rifles except on Happy, who I think was one of the ones that stayed alive in the last round. So they just went right for those rifles at the start. Happy getting 1 through the Molotov, and then it is smoked out second later. So the rest of the team can push through, try to get themselves control of the site. Scream gets traded, so down to a 4v4 we're going to go. Problem is Liquid's still stuck in this hallway behind the vents and in decon. They can't actually get out onto the site just yet. JDM was going to go for a peek, but Happy just denied him. Great timing on the smoke. Twist, though, finding another pickup here, and Happy is really struggling with that spray. He can't get him. He was going to toss out the HE grenade ball. He might have wanted to, as now he's dead with no kills to show for it, and Liquid shuts down the round, and they're going to push up to 15. 1 more round stands between them and a semifinal spot.
I mean, I love how Happy played that. He played that, honestly, pretty much perfect. This is a kill that XMS shouldn't be losing to Twist there. That's a very CT-sided spot above those stairs. That allows, you know, him to kill Happy as well. But I do like the way Happy played that, right? He just spots, he throws the molly, Stan runs through, he gets that kill, he spots all the information. That's a round that Envy should easily win and easily take. But Liquid just, you know, stuck there with 4 players. They win that battle in the window room to kind of leverage that into a round win. But positionally, Envy, you know, should easily win that round.
So with Envy throwing that one away, it might have sealed their fate. They still get a semi-decent buy going into what could be our final round now. But early on, are just going to stick into their default positions here. And Liquid's still playing it nice and slowly. Still, even going back to the pistol round, wanting to run down this timer and play it out without risking anything early on here. Hoping that EnVyUs would get aggressive, but EnVyUs have been stone cold passive for this entire half so far. Though we've only seen the 3 rounds played out, they've been very adamant on keeping it to the backside. Sixer is now going to try to change that a little bit, though, as he takes a risk, being one of the few players that is working with a pistol. He may be able to take that risk, and moving forward, it's actually RPK that goes into the shed and finds the first pickup for his team here. That's eliminated a Liege. He's now got the potential to multi-frag on more of them working their way out of the door. He's got to be careful with this spray, though, as he could hurt himself in the process. But Sixer now working in. Liquid have trapped themselves, and they don't even realize it. Sixer moving in, only able to get 1, however. They box themselves outside of this flank and trade it back better, but Twist now alone. He picks up an additional kill. 1 more to go, and the new guy will send his team to the semifinals. But right now, he's going to be avoiding that fight, just working himself downstairs and going for the plant there. Scream only just now realizing it as he hops down. And we'll look to try and retake that. Flash right inside will delay Scream, force him into another route, and it's right in a Twist, too. But Twist in the open for this one, so Scream is going to win it out, and EnVyUs get to stay alive.
Yeah, almost just a ridiculous round by Twist. Really good job getting down the vent, giving himself a chance to win that round even. You see kind of a glimpse of what he's capable of. I've talked to, you know, like I talked to Nitro about Twist a little bit, and Nitro was like, dude, this kid's going to be, he's literally going to be carrying us soon. Like, he is so good. He was so confident in how, you know, good Twist is. And I've seen what he's capable of, like, mechanically speaking. I still think he needs a little bit of, you know, just learning teamwork and how, you know, the team play works a little bit better. And I think he needs, on T side, to kind of be a bit more aggressive sometimes in those lurk rolls. But I'm telling you, like, mechanically speaking, Twist is just absurd. Like, he's so good. So good. What is this by JDM? He's literally just flying around. So much confidence.
So outside,
I like it, though.
He's got a guy stuck behind this blue box, too. He just transferred, though, so be safe behind the alley box now, but he's still going to get pushed on by at least 2 additional players, so not out of the hot seat just yet. That is going to be Sixer, I think, playing from back over here, trying to keep himself alive. Just takes himself into the alley behind the box. and giving him the best angle to possibly work with in the situation. Certainly calling it out to his teammates, as RPK will pick up the first kill this time for EnVyUs. Sixer, though, finding himself in a pretty poor spot. Will go down without any kills to show for it. And XMS tries to move into support, but JDM is going to put him down along with the support from Elige before XMS can pick up any additional kills there. Advantage to Team Liquid for right now, but there's still a long way to go. And look at RPK again. He's made some progress before by lurking outside of Hell, and he could do it this time. Moves in. JDM doesn't even see him. Out towards Heaven, trying to go for the second kill, but he just barely misses that mark. Nitro very heavily injured, and Scream's going to move in to try and finish the job here. Nitro just trying to get that plant onto the ground so that Twist can move in and look for the clutch, but I think Nitro just barely spotted Happy, and he picks off his head before he can move up the ladder. Now it's a 2v1 to solidify this entire matchup here with Scream looking for an avenue to clutch it out again. He won the 1v1 before. Now he's got to pull off a 1v2, and already smoked out from Heaven. Does not want to wait all that time for it to fade away, or even worse, take the risk of just diving back in. So he heads out towards mid, where he does have a kit waiting for him. Be able to retrieve that. It just bought him an extra 5 seconds. But Twist is just waiting for him if he walks in here. He did look away, though, and gives away his head, but still, Twist, the new member of Team Liquid, is going to close it out, and will send them into the semifinals as they close it out 16-4 on Nuke with an absolutely dominant victory over EnVyUs.
Yeah, you know, EnVyUs, they played much better this tournament, though, than they did at, you know, the Summit.
Yeah.
I thought they would play a lot better at the Summit than they did. So, you know, a lot of progress coming their way. They just got to tighten it up a little bit on. I think their playbook wasn't quite as deep as Liquid's. Liquid just seems like they have so many strategies, right? Like every round seemed different on a lot of their T sides. And obviously on that CT side, they just played brilliantly. And one really good thing that we saw from Liquid too was JDM was being really aggressive and was successful. Like whenever you made it 4v5, his success rate of making it 4v5 had to have been like 80% or more. Like he needs to keep playing like that. He needs to, you know, not just play back and let Elige try to fight people, but make it 4v5 himself. Push, get aggressive.
Well, you guys are going to be seeing Team Liquid in Dallas in just a few days, but for right now, to close out on the discussion with the quarterfinals, we're going to send it back over to the analysis desk for one more time.
Yes, welcome back to the Xfinity Analyst Desk. Team Liquid, a dominant third map. That was something we did not expect to see. 16-4 over EnVyUs in the first half was a 14-1 scoreline. That was incredible to watch. That was from the CT side as well. This seems to be a very well-rounded map for Liquid.
This happens way too often, Chad. Way too often. You need to look.
Want me to start calling on
No,
names
you need
here?
to look at Jason because he throws with eye contact and you're just looking at your screen. Can't do that.
The screen has all the answers.
The thing is, like this time around, we were talking about how Liquid has strong T sides, but they did everything on their CT side. It was just some really great play. Again, JDM able to find openings for his team. He's been really on fire in this match and throughout the tournament done a very good job. But besides that, it seems like Liquid was just one step ahead of EnVyUs. EnVyUs did try to adapt, throwing some fast strats out there, switching things up, but Liquid was just very much on point individually. But EnVyUs would try to push ramp, to brute force their way in. The player would just fall back, throw a smoke. You know, at that point, with that sort of a call, you're committed. You have to go through that because you have no presence anywhere else on the map. If you just wait, Liquid is going to have more than enough time to rotate and the round falls apart anyway. So just Liquid ready for whatever EnVyUs had to throw their way and a very dominant performance from them.
I think building on the JDM point, it's good to see Liquid doing work to build around an AWPer because that's been a struggle for this team over the history, right? We've never seen them have an AWPer be effective. And the nade that Twist did to open Squeaky Door so JDM could pick first into lobby quite deep and then having that initiative to push further and find a frag when he saw nothing was fantastic. And the other one where they actually boosted Elige onto the silo to go aggressive and go for picks. It was like every time that EnVyUs made an adjustment in pace and thought that they were going to mix things up, Liquid were one step ahead. And it was just a brick wall that they were running into time and time again, constantly in 4v5 situations because Liquid were finding those opening frags through smokes. They were always in the right position and it was just terrible for Envy. They couldn't get anything done.
Yeah, very proactive on the map. Let's touch on Twist because he was a guy who had a very slow start to this tournament. Here in this map specifically, 24-11, 126 ADR. He's starting to come into his own. I mean, is this kind of, we're starting to see those steps of a young player kind of make that leap? Is this a product of the system that they're not playing in? We're seeing them become a little bit more established tactically, or is this kind of just the potential that is starting to be realized?
I think he's just very comfortable in this lineup. When you look at the lineup, you see these like Nitro and Elige, Entry Fagger, Stan, Lurker, in-game leader, JDM, the AWPer, and then you look at Twist and, well, he pretty much can do whatever he wants in that setup, right? He probably has some spots or roles that he prefers in different situations, different strategies, but he has a decent amount of freedom, but not too much that he doesn't know what to do. He still is directed well enough by Stanislav. So I think it's a great balance, and he's kind of getting groomed into that star role, and with time is going to show more and more.
The thing that's interesting, especially with Nuke, it doesn't feel like he's been put into a position that like you would pick if you wanted to be a star player. It's like the top side anchor, right? Like that's one that it can be pretty boring because you throw your Molotovs and usually you just wait. Sometimes there's a top rush, you get a couple of multi-frags there. Otherwise, you're rotating or you may be grabbing one frag because the rest of your teammates are coming into assist. So to see him get so many frags on that CT half was pretty impressive. I think Liquid still have issues with their CT halves on other maps. We saw on Cobble as well as Train that they needed to be more assertive. It wasn't really their foray.
Now, the question becomes, can they beat North? This is who they're going to be facing in the semifinal. They now move on. They eliminate EnVyUs. One of the big questions we had, it's not can they do it necessarily because we know they have the skill to do it, but can they do it because the map pool, because of the tactics, because of strategy, all the other factors that go into a game, do they have what it takes? Have you seen anything to change your mind that says yes?
I did, to an extent, right? Liquid seemed really solid in most of their T sides, and then obviously their CT side on Nuke looked amazing. The problem they're going to have against North, as you mentioned, is the map pool. They can veto either overpass or cash. Whatever's left in, North is going to pick it, and they are going to, almost certainly be able to beat Liquid on that map. But after that, Liquid has some chance of winning it, like if it goes to a third map, because after the second veto phase, the third map is going to be something that they at least play, because, cash and overpass are maps that really they don't even play pretty much at all. So a chance exists, but it's going to be very difficult because North is going to have a very dominant map for themselves, and they're going to be very, very competitive on the other two maps, even favored on them, despite Liquid being able to play them as well.
I also don't think North are going to give them as much respect. On those two sides, we said how methodical they were, how well planned out it was. You're not going to have that option because the players like Config and Magix aren't going to let you get to that point in the round where you can be faking them out, where you can do the executes. They're going to force the fight early, and we haven't really seen how Liquid can adapt to that kind of playstyle.
Yeah, now let's switch to the other semifinal really quickly before the show ends. It's going to be SK. It's going to be taking on G2. That's
a barn burner.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the way we talked about it after the first quarterfinal today was if we see day one SK against day two G2. But I mean, with all those if statements in there, is this set up to be one of the best matches of the tournament?
Absolutely. As you said, it depends on their performance if they show up, but I presume they do at least to a decent extent. When you look at the map pools and you look at the preparation, when you just look at the players playing in that game, the likes of Kenny S, Shocks, Cold Zero, Fallen Phelps first, so many explosive players, and both teams very dynamic in their play. I think we're in for one hell of a game of CS.
Do you think G2 go for the Cobble pick again? Like, do you think, because it's obvious SK are going to ban Nuke, right? So Cobble could easily be their first pick. Do you think they're going to have confidence in going for that again, or maybe they just called SK off in a once-off?
I think they have no reason not to go for Cobblestone. Yeah. I mean, it is a sort of a thing. You don't want to play the same team on the same map twice in the same tournament, right? But their Overpass, Inferno have looked shaky. Maybe they can go for something like Inferno if they don't want to play the same map. I think Inferno is the best second map they could go for.
Well, either way, that's going to be this weekend. We're going to have a day off tomorrow in the tournament, and then we're going to be in the Verizon Theater in Dallas, Texas. Make sure if you haven't done it yet, you get your tickets now, proleague.com/Dallas. Come join us. Semifinals on Saturday, grand finals on Sunday. We'll see you in the arena. Thanks for tuning in today. We'll see you in a couple days.